on the note, you're now charging more for your products, and it is a singular race with NVIDIA, but someone's got to come back and pick up some of the sort of the downstream of all of this. So AMD, if you can't afford the $55,000 or whatever H1 chips from NVIDIA, maybe you can now afford the $25,000 and up from $15,000 on NVIDIA. So I think that's better. Projections higher there now for sales targets. So what I wrote down also was the trade that I'm more concerned with right now, and that's going to be just the break of the pre-market high, because as traders get excited about AMD, maybe they get excited once they realize they miss 170. And so I think that if you take this 170.25 area, you have view up at 169.50. There's a lot of help here, so we could get smoked. I mean, we talked about hitting that Palantir trade on Friday, and the Tesla trade long. The market could go the other way. You could break the long, and then it goes nope, and then we get faded. Like, that's happened many, many times on some of these break and takes. Like, even right here on Friday when we broke that level, it was still bouncing around for a while. So that these candles are $1 in there. So you got to be very careful. Like, it gets you get stopped out for $1 hit right there on Friday. Not that we didn't take it, but and then it just rips up $3. So you got to just be very, very careful with some of these plays. It is trending a little bit lower, but I really like AMD today. I just, with the news and all of that, I think you got to be strong and long somewhere for advanced micro devices right now. But same thing with NVIDIA. I think we want to grab this long. NVIDIA right now, 175, all-time highs right there. Just taking that out looks pretty good to me. But again, it needs to get up to 175 before we start to look at it. I just wonder if maybe this market's a little bit heated here early. We just saw a pullback in. Could that continue? Probably. The level I wrote down was just a break for NVIDIA. So I don't really have any lows on this name. I mean, I think if it continues to make lows, a 170 would be great. But, we're way up. So, yeah. It's longs. All I have written down is long. Long Google, long AMD, long Tesla, long NVIDIA, long triple Qs. It's going to be a long day at some point here. I just hope it happens earlier rather than later. And plus there's a lot of, we have Boeing, we have Nike, and there's a couple of these slower or low flow runners that are up 300-400%.
Go Alibaba.
There's a little bit of everything here today for you if you're trading. So let's go talk about some retail names like Nike.
Nike, up next. Downside right now, we're holding on to 79. It's given that up, but there it is. JP Morgan with the full upgrade, going to overweight on Nike shares, saying $93 in store.
They're loving this, Brendo. JP Morgan pounding the table right now. As you mentioned, overweight from neutral. Good look there. Double upgrade. Improving long-term fundamentals, says Matthew Boss, who's the analyst there. He raised the price target from 64 to 93, representing about an 18% upside from Friday's close. So a nice little move there. Despite the optimism, though, Nike is up less than 1% year to date. So a lot of room to move here if you're looking at it that way. Boss expects Nike's revenue kind of to re-accelerate in the second half of 2026, going into full year 27, marking an inflection point, he says, after the headwinds from the product cycles and the inventory issues they experienced. Global inventory is now realigned, with sales growth back on track by Q2 of next year, setting the stage for a lot cleaner of a narrative for 2026. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Wholesale feedback for Nike's spring-summer 2026 line was very favorable, Brendo, from Dick's and Foot Locker and other people that they sell to. Nike recently hosted a partners on campus to showcase new product innovation, boosting confidence in the brand momentum. And last but not least, they like the margin recovery here. They see possibly 500 plus basis points in margin recovery for Nike over the past few years, where it's been diminished, and the long-term potential to push margins back to pre-COVID levels, Brendo, which are about 12 to 13%. Better now than they were last year.
Big move on that this morning. Just be aware, vape trying to get going here a little bit again. Remember, popped up after the close Friday, but $60 coming into play here again for vape.
that we got going on. Look, Nike's a good stock, but big news over there in Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast, VFS on the NASDAQ. Starting July 1st of 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move toward electric transport. VinFast is in a prime position to benefit with major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks. It has a strong head start. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge. That's VFS and the NASDAQ. Scan the QR code you see for more information. And Nike, oh, good-looking rebound. It's doing it. It's doing it, and doing it well the last little bit. And we've said this before, and we said this with Mara. Upgrade, downgrade, maybe that's not the catalyst that matters. I think the trend is what matters in here. And when you look at it on that daily chart, it seems if it's like that SMCI chart where you get the steady stair step to the upside, and then this week you're looking for a pullback and a prior high. With the move being this market sort of dipping into the open, you don't wonder if it's not like a, hey, they're selling this EU, sell the news on the EU deal as everything's gapped up, and then look to see if we can't catch some bids. It didn't really make my list because I'm going dip buy hunting in some other places, but you could do a little bit worse than a 77 half area, 78 for the dip buy on Nike. Now, overall, this is, you pull this up versus a chart of, say, Lulu in terms of the recovery, and it's clear to see which one is doing a little bit better. Back above the 200 period and really breaking this downward trend that it's been in. And Nike on the chart looks like it's gotten over the hump, and that's really all that matters to you as a trader. This looks like a nice reversal. It just has some, some 80s to chew through for sure. And I think a retest of the prior highs, not just from last week, but going all the way back into the beginning of the month makes some sense as well.
Let's go on to Boeing, possibility of another strike being talked about this morning. This has been quite the saga on the manufacturing side, going back to the middle of last year. That being said, this has had a great summer. Anyways, this goes back to April was the low. 130, we're up $100 and change from that low on Boeing shares.
So build on what you were talking about. You're talking about the strike, Brendo. So Local 837, the name of the union, representing about 3,200 Boeing workers voted against the deal. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. So that's one side of the equation. The other is that they're meeting, Boeing representatives, that is, they're meeting with their Chinese counterparts today, with China's Civil Aviation Authority, possibly for some more buys. And then Bangladesh ordering about 25 Boeing planes in an effort to kind of keep a lower tariff rate. But as we talked about start the show, the European Union striking a deal, possibly here buying some of these Boeing planes.
Just be aware, Trump is speaking to reporters right now. Latest comment on China is no enormous breakthrough expected in China talks. So market downside on that, guys.
Well, we'd like breakthroughs. They would be nice. We want to deal with China is what not everyone's waiting for, but what a lot of people are waiting for.
Maybe that's
Boeing,
what's happening with this NASDAQ right here.
yeah, it could be. That makes some sense, but I feel like we fell before he started talking. But maybe he started and we just didn't realize he was already making comments. I guess Boeing's breakout might have to wait, as there's not a lot of crazy volume here, and it's been in a consolidated phase. And Michael was just sort of mentioning, when you have the market in the overbuy, like sometimes it just means you slow down for a bit before you make the next leg. Boeing seemingly, and with potentially of a strike here, could be in that consolidation phase. Wouldn't be nuts if it pulled back to the 50-period moving average. But I don't see a lot going on inside of this range that would make me want to trade it today. If this was breaking away like it's done before, then maybe we can resume one of those crazy upward trends. But when it's in the consolidation, that's when you're waiting on Boeing for maybe a positive catalyst, or maybe it'll just be just a little sideways and then resume trend.
I mean, we talked about how much Boeing would benefit if there was ever this Chinese deal, and we didn't even think about really the fact that Europe and Japan and all these guys, and Kelly Ortberg right now seems to have this name really flying. I mean, pun meant there. I mean, this name is rocking. It's bounced off that 200. We get that little bit of a dip there on the unfortunate incident with the Air India plane, dip back down into 200. That just appeared to be a great buying opportunity again. And if you go back into here, this is 200 right there, back last February of of 2024, actually, yeah, February 2024. So yeah, a couple of Februaries ago, where we held that level. We dipped under for a while. I mean, and Boeing was a nervous trade for a very, very long time. But now it's right back upside. And once you realize that, hey man, there's not too many games to be played with Boeing anymore. Their planes are being made. The U.S. just have to lift some of the embargoes on a number of planes that they're allowed to make. Once they're able to do that, then I think this name continues to work. You know, like we just mentioned there, the strike, I mean, they're just kind of through one now. I thought it was resolved, so maybe there is a downside push coming here, but if it is, I think it just gets bought up. So again, really liking Boeing at a key level now of 235. It's bounced its head off there a couple of times. I don't know, not the huge catalyst today that you'd look for to break any kind of a level, as it's pretty flat, but the imbalances right now on the NASDAQ are out. We have one more name to go through, Alibaba, but just quickly, man, I just saw D-Wave, so some of the quantum names relatively hot today, so we'll wait to see if that breaks through $20. Big Bear AI, whatever, we'll talk about it, I'm sure, as many people will be asking about that, and Nike and Palantir with a small sell, so there's not much. What's in my pocket here? Oh, my fob. Not much going on with Palantir today, but look at this market move down right now. Some of these dip buy opportunities might be coming in for us off the open, not these break longs that we were thinking about. So watch out here as the market pulling back just a little bit. Okay, a minute and a half left. Let's go back over to the desk and figure out what's up, Randy. Let's go figure out what's going on with Alibaba, and then we'll watch this market open up.
Real quick, yeah, Alibaba trying to get back above 122.
Alibaba.
There's, I mean, a couple of different headlines this morning. I was reading one unrelated to Baba, but China related anyways. There's another company, smaller company with another LLM model that's even cheaper than DeepSeek.
Oh boy.
So the pricing continuing to come down for the processing side and the compute side of this, but yeah, some AI glasses to come here for Baba.
Yeah, it's a good look here, Brenda. I'll go quickly. AI-powered smart glasses. They're branded as Quark AI glasses. They're going to launch by the end of this year. It's Alibaba's first entry into wearable tech space. It's going to be powered by, as you said, the Qwen LLM and the Quark AI assistant. The glasses are going to support hands-free calling, music streaming, real-time translation, meeting transcription is going to come with a built-in camera and multifunctional for everyday use. It's going to compete with Meta's Ray-Ban smart glasses and Xiaomi's AI glasses, Brendo, targeting the same category.
Under a minute to go here real quick. Goldman Sachs, guys, quietly as well, increasing their stake in Alibaba. They have over $1 billion notional in shares now for Alibaba. Let's get over to Adara.
Yes, sir. Monday morning, everybody. Big earnings week, but we got to navigate today. And let's ring that bell, Adara, in 2 and 1. Let's go.
All right, we're open. All right, so AMD is making a little bit of a move down here as this market. Trump is now talking, so he's talking about maybe we need a rate cut right now, all these kind of things. What a surprise that Donald Trump is talking rate cut. We sort of know that that's what he's been wanting to do for a minute. All right, Google on a day 2 play. Let's just wait to see if that wants to work out. Google's making the move down here pretty low. Again, so we just kind of gapped there. We're long now, Google 193. Let's give it a second. It was on my mind to get something near 195, but a nice pullback here for Google. Let's see if we can maybe pick up a little bit more right now at 193 and just wait for that. So that's what's on my mind here on an early dip on Google. We'll see if it can wind up holding, but there goes the market.
Yeah, the market really starting to bounce. NVIDIA is about to break 175. So
really?
That's,
okay.
Look, I was about to mention 167 on AMD, but I don't have an order for this break, so we had to pivot. So NVIDIA is about to, probably jinxed it just now. NVIDIA went to 174.85 and did not break. It's about to break 175 as we speak. AMD just broke 170. It did not get down to
oh God,
at least test.
I got everything here.
Yeah, it just, there it goes. NVIDIA just broke, still going through. Oh, it's just my quote. It's already through. Well through. It just went to the quarters already.
Yeah,
We're through to the 30s. Sometimes when it breaks a massive order, like the order just sticks there in your blotter for a quick little second. I wish we'd gotten that AMD, but it looks like NVIDIA is a stronger one. Tesla might get down to that 316 as well as I look up.
AMD is stronger, man.
AMD is 100% stronger. I'm mad that I'm sitting here in NVIDIA.
Yeah, we got both of them. We're long on all of them, but yeah, to Neil's point, man, NVIDIA is the one that's falling down. AMD is the one that just ripped through. So like we mentioned, man, we were just up pretty good and now down pretty good. All right, Dollar Club member right there. We talked about buying Google off the open, and guess what we did, man? We bought Google off the open, and there it goes. Nice little move higher there into the 70s for Google. So that's a huge move, man, up to 194 now. Let's see if we can break even higher now on Google, looking to take out that 195 area. NVIDIA's coming back. We got it, man. This is going to be, I mean, I said with no certainties what our top trade was going to be for the day because it was uncertain. But we have AMD, baby. And that's the thing right here. It's right on the sticky note. We knew we liked that trade. And there it goes. It's advanced micro devices. We're still pretty long on it, on our guy NVIDIA over here. It's not really doing anything. It just made a nice move back into 174.50. We got to watch out for that. I'm way too long on too many things here. So I got to sort of just get back here and figure out what I'm stopping out on and where I'm putting my orders and whatnot. So we'll work on that. But right now, NVIDIA back to 175, AMD trying to climb as well, and we've got Google on board. So let's go over and see what Adair is up to as we sort this out.
Lots of commentary here from Donald Trump, President of the United States, on Fed Chair Powell and rates. As Sean mentioned there earlier, he said that when asked if the Fed should cut rates this week, Trump says he thinks they have to. He did also say of Fed Chair Powell, he's leaving very soon. I'll miss him. Likely sarcastically. So just be aware here. Again, Donald Trump making more commentary about how the Fed should and, in his opinion, needs to cut rates on July 30th. Back to you.
Surprised me. You'll miss him. Yeah, you'll miss him so much. No questions asked. Well, he doesn't have anyone to harp on. So.
You should miss him. The market's at all-time highs and not going anywhere else, right? It's like definitely.
Speaking of, that's a fresh all-time high for NVIDIA. Yes, that's an all-time high for NVIDIA as that one goes higher. Tesla is still tanking as we speak, but NVIDIA is going. SMCI did go, but I didn't catch that one. We're in, obviously, NVIDIA when it broke. SMCI broke its highs. VWAP sitting at 56. Looking to buy the dip back into some pre-market support there on SMCI. And Tesla's still falling and looking incredibly weak. I did have one short idea, CoreWeave, but it's nowhere near 117.5. So probably no short just there yet in CoreWeave. CoreWeave's just a different beast. It's down 0.7. It's been in a downward trend for a while, so it's nothing like these others.
It's going to sound like a broken record, but we're almost
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Hit the like and subscribe. Wow, we are again. This is a big trading day again for me. We hit our longs and we got them, and now they're just blasting higher. I mean, NVIDIA is the one that's not doing anything, but look at this, man. There's $1 right there on AMD as it just keeps on ripping higher, and we took a big position on that one as well. And the thing is that Neil and I talk about this. As your strategies start to work, you should be using more shares. And that's exactly what we did here again today. We just upped our defaults a little bit more on some of these names, and now it's just like pay dirt. So as AMD goes to the high side, we want to reward ourselves for being right. So that's what we're doing. We're starting to take some out here again as we break through 171. There it is, 171.60. I mean, we wrote it down here that we like this trade, pre-market high break. So what do we have? We have the pre-market high break, and it just continues to make those moves higher. So we'll go 3 for 3 here pretty early. Again, we were 4 for 5 on Friday, and I think our one losing stock might have been Google. But today, right now, it's just NVIDIA. We're going to have to wait for it, man. We got, unfortunately, once it breaks that 175 area, it kind of stopped and didn't go too much higher than that. We got 175.15, so we didn't even get a very good breakout on that name. We didn't get a great price. So I'm just going to have to deal with this. It doesn't look like it wants to go, so I'm just going to sort of ease out of it. We've got the big banger already on board, man. We're at 2 times our daily goal. Right now it's 935, so it's a banger. It's a good trade. We'll just let to see if NVIDIA goes, then oh boy, are we laughing. But for right now, there we go. We're now at the highest spot we've been at all day, and it's led by AMD. Bye-bye, AMD. There it goes. Ciao. See you later. 172 and change. Where does it go from here? I don't know, but we've got the banger on right now with that one. So it's a big trade alert. Also Google, the one that we were sort of layering into off the open, that's now coming back. So this has just been, again, another monster day. Thank you everybody for joining us there. I hope you're able to follow some of these trades.
Absolutely. By the way, NVIDIA not leading the way, but Intel just blasted all of these chip names higher. NVIDIA's pulling back into the volume weighted average price and prior highs. So it did give you this one time before, and it's been the breakout was not very good. The dip buy mixed, I'd say, because it did get all the way down to the 174. But I'm looking at VWAP here, holding 174.80. The other thing, as I said, that's going blasting Intel took out that 21, now up 2%. This is SSR, everybody. So the uptick rule is going to be in effect in this bad boy. So you can get these squeeze type moves when you have that type of a play. And Tesla is trying to hold on. This is one of the weaker names here. Still on trend down. Looks like it wants to make a retest 316. There's just nothing about this that looks super strong at this moment. So I don't think it's one that you want to fight over there in Tesla. I got to get over to CoreWeave, which just popped for the first time. This has been a short pretty much every single day. I'm fading into 117.5 on the one that is CoreWeave. And Bitcoin, we'll get to Bitcoin in a bit. It's just not the one at all.
Nice.
Bitcoin not moving. My eyes are going to be on ETH pulling into prior highs, Ethereum pulling back into a prior high, as most of the market is pulling back here.
Yeah, I know the only one you've got on there is NVIDIA, but it's the one that's failing for me right now. So I'm just going to get out of it all because we don't need like I said, I don't need this trade. If it goes, it goes, it's great. But we've already sort of watched what's been happening everywhere else. We've already got the big one on, and it's AMD, and it's now $2. So that was where we honestly, we put about double the risk in AMD that we did it into NVIDIA. So I'm just going to start to get some more out here on NVIDIA as a loser. So we'll put an L on the board here. But the thing is this is what's so important for everybody here to understand. You're right. My daily goal doesn't matter. Who cares if I hit it? Doesn't matter. The big thing to understand is right here on the one losing trade that I have, which may not even be a loser, I'm losing about 10%, not a little bit more than that, about 15% or so of what we made on AMD. So I really think that as long as you keep everything in the pocket, that's really what matters here. Google now making that move back in again a little bit. So we're going to have to watch out for all of that. But there goes Advanced Micro Devices. I'm going to start to just piece more and more out here as we continue to climb higher on this name, and then also get some more out of NVDA. So it's just about, yeah, there it is. You're welcome, Zero Gravity. Yeah, it is all about the risk management. You can ask us all about that, man. Like, what's our winning trade? Are we up $10 on our winning trade, but then down 20 on our losing? That's a minus day, you know? So you got to just try to figure it out, get your trades in the pocket, and then assess proper risk to the ideas that you like. And we obviously know that NVIDIA's been a bad trade here today, so that's why we started getting out of it. So there it goes, man. We're now out of NVIDIA. We still have some, but we're getting more and more out of this name to the point where I have less than, actually about 10% left of this one. And, you know, we give a little bit back on this that we shouldn't have, but we did. AMD still rocking higher as well. So we'll go 2 for 3 and have a huge day on our hands right now. But we got to look for more trades because Trump is talking and there could be some more there. Thank you so much, Akil. I really appreciate the comment about the sticky notes.
Yeah, shout out to you, Akil. We'll get to LiDAR and some of these other movers in just a quick little bit here. First short for me is going to be in CoreWeave. It was really the only it was the only thing that I wanted to the south side. It just did this little topping tail just to go over why every single day it's a short to pop situation, it seems like in CoreWeave. So I'm just taking this one off of the afternoon highs from Friday. It just put in a 117-ish top. So we'll see if it can hold on. It's trying to get down to the volume weighted average price. And we just got down on NVIDIA. So unfortunately, this one's going to start to give it back up again. It just, my stop is at the quarter. Once it goes to the pre-market highs, kind of a mixed bag on the break. But then on the first dip buy, I got stopped and only held on to half of it. And it got all the way up to 173. So yeah, it gave you like 70 to 80 cents. But I got stopped before that, and now we're jumping out of it again. The other thing to consider, everybody, is if CoreWeave's going down, and the market's going down, you want to make sure, to me, you're still stair-stepping, making higher lows. Let me just jump over because I got to get my order out on CoreWeave here as we're going to go back to the desk. Come on, dump this thing. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here in SMX, a small cap order today. Security matters, about 3.5 million share float. We also have TRON. Nice look here for Tron Inc. as well. Nice push off these pre-market lows. So lots of names to keep an eye on. And make sure to like and subscribe if you are enjoying our content, this stream right here. Just press that like button, press that subscribe button, and make sure you join us every single day, a weekday anyway, at Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Oh, man. All right. Thanks, Adara, for all of that. I think we just let NVIDIA or AMD run at this point, man. I mean, right there, it's now $2 in the money. Our NVIDIA, I was going to give NVIDIA actually down yeah, I mean, we didn't stop out, of course, but there it comes now back up to the upside right there. So we're just going to have to wait for it. Good move. Now it's coming back. Wow, this has been a good day again for us. Oh, these are all coding as offers because I
Shorts,
have less shorts. Yeah, because I have less orders out than I have more orders out than I have shares. But I don't know, man. If you don't like winning trades, please turn the channel. I want to thank everybody for watching here again today, man. This is a big one right off our note. One of our #1 ideas is to talk about AMD today, and there it was right there. 167 long or the pre-market high break. The increased prices on chips means more profit. Long only today. Strong name. Let's play that. We'll have to look at Tesla, what's going on. We called the bottom on the TQs. Go look at 89.50, but unfortunately, we didn't get filled down there because it was a pre-market trade. And I put a bid there, but we didn't take it. All right, AMD is coming back just a little bit. I'm going to start to piece off some of these things. We still have a good amount of shares left on the AMD trade, a little north of 15%, which is pretty good for me. NVIDIA, we were able to take advantage of that move right there. As you saw, we got some out at 76. What I meant to say before I got carried away there was I'm still going to use 174 as our long. So if that comes into play, we will use that. And then that vape stock that we talked about earlier, now halted, $53.
Second halt.
Second halt, yeah. So right there, now halted again, vape, as that was a $9 name there on Friday, now up to 50 and change. And there, yes, sir, AMD right back up to the upside, NVIDIA right back up to the upside. Again, you're not going to wipe the smile off my face, and I'm more happy about that. But more happy about the fact that you guys are all here with us. We want to thank every single person that's here watching with us. I'm going to have to refresh this. My stream never actually starts up. So we'll hit the like button, we'll refresh it and see how many people are liking the stream right now. If you guys could get in there, I'm going to run that Fabian ticker symbol counter thingamajigger again very soon. 870 right now liking it, over 10,000 of you watching. Thank you so much for all of that. I hope you have some of these trades that we have right now. Maybe rookie numbers on there, but no rookie numbers over here as we continue to make some big trades. There goes vape, open back up at $54. Get those likes up right now, almost $3 now, $2.50 in the money for advanced micro devices. And we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with NVIDIA now trying to get back up to the upside.
Yeah, get them up there. I see everyone talking about multiple symbols. Tesla's finally starting to move. BBAI is making some power moves as well. But on the other side of the coin, you've got that. Remember SBET? Yikes. SBET just hit Friday's lows, or almost Friday's lows, as it continues its downward trend. If ETH ain't going, SBET isn't going either. But this is what scares me about that stock. ETH just pulled back to get to the volume-weighted average price, and SBET still continues to fall. Not a very good sign for that name. You got to watch out. It looks like it's going to be pretty nasty for them. SMCI finally got picked up off the volume-weighted average price, and then ultimately it didn't get down to the pre-market lows. It just broke it out right away. So we'll try to join this trend. We're not going to get 54s, and if we do, it's an entirely different market if the stock gets to 54. So it's holding on to 56. I want to make sure this holds the prior, which is now the pre-market high, I guess, not this wick here, 55.8. So I'll throw my stop in and see if we can't get this one going as well. The market's definitely rebounding as we speak, and the one short is not SMCI, which I just typed twice. It's CoreWeave. And this is now bouncing off VWAP. It gave a nice pullback, 116.5 into 115.5, but now you're bouncing back higher. That's going to be a higher low if it puts it in. Cannot let this one break out that high. Might just jump out of this if it holds the volume-weighted average price. With the market looking strong, sometimes you just got to bank it if you can. This looks like a pretty solid bounce and some decent buying coming in to CoreWeave. So even a weak name is catching a bit of a bid here.
Guys, look what we just did on Google. Guys, we just bought that dip again. So there's another 30 cents there on Google as it just continues to hopefully get a little higher right now. Well, yeah, 190. Look at this. We just bought 80s right there, now up in the money, 50 cents. So let's wait to see if that one can get going. And then, of course, NVIDIA. Face slapper right there, but there it goes. And like we said, we're all going to have different rules and different things that we follow there. So I was waiting for 174 to break and was actually looking to get longer down there. It does break through the 200 period moving average. I do have more bids down here at 174, but we didn't catch that. So unfortunately, we'll just have to deal with right now what we're getting out of our NVIDIA trade. It'll be a losing trade, but again, nothing compared to what we had done otherwise. Google, AMD, the TQs. All right, what else do you guys want to talk about? Let's go to Tesla right now. So the only name that I didn't trade that's on our watch here today, don't even say I wrote down 316, I didn't. 318 was the dip by opportunity, and that broke right through. And now we based out. Like, honestly, if you guys are looking at Tesla, go AMD. It's just a big day, especially including now Google starting to go to the upside again for us here, and NVIDIA. So right now we will probably wind up taking that 3 for 3. But here goes Tesla again on talk of that deal with Samsung. So now they're getting those chips sort of made domestically. So that takes them maybe away from sort of the fire of the president and some of that tariff talk. So right now we're going to have to wait to see what Tesla winds up doing, but it's looking pretty strong now to the upside. So let's just hold on to it. I said I would run this, so let's do this right now. I know you guys have been putting some names in the chat so far, including Vape, Palantir here as well, Tesla, Google, NVIDIA, IBM, LiDAR, SPET, Oklo, AIM. Let's fresh start this. So right now, put in your chat. We have tons of you watching now, 10,000 people. Put it in the chat. All you got to do is type in $, and then the symbol you want us to talk about. So right now it's Palantir, ASML, as they all go. And as we get back, we'll start to look at this more and more and figure out the #1 name for everybody to look at. Right now, it looks like it's going to be Tesla. So let's go hear a word from our sponsor.
Yeah, that #1 name could be a TSLA instead of Tesla, which would be a leveraged ETF. And you can check out leveraged ETFs for Canadians here with Beta Pro. Because if you want exposure to the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3x daily leveraged ETFs, they've got built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And of course, look, Tesla is absolutely charging to the upside. We're going to go back to it there in a quick little second. It did get down to 316 in a quick little heartbeat there. So it was maybe a missed opportunity, but in that moment, that's the exact same moment that NVIDIA was making its move. So what are you going to do? But I am in SMCI. Does look like we're going to have to get out of this core weave if we hold the volume weighted average price on the NASDAQ, because it's shown me the lower high, right? So now it's underneath VWAP. Either we trend to the bottom or this is going to break back above VWAP, and I don't let it get back to the high. So my trailing stop's about to go in, and you guys are about to go to the desk with Adara.
Just keep an eye here on Alibaba and some of these other Chinese ADRs. Donald Trump speaking right now about China in trade, saying that he'd like to see them open up the country, and that his goal is basically the U.S. is going to be setting up tariff rate on the rest of the world, and that's what they have to pay. So some more China and tariff-related talk from President Donald Trump. Back to you.
This is.
I don't have a reason to still have them, but kind of thing. Like,
I don't know. I mean, all I know is what the heck is going on with AMD. Right, we're just talking about AMD right now, Neil and I, but it is another one. It props it up as there it goes. What is it doing? 173.60. I was getting some out there thinking like, oh, 172 is going to be a problem. Maybe we're not going to hold 172. But look at here, huh? Up to 173.50. We're long at 170 again. Yeah, and even on Palantir, less than 1% short float.
Is it less than 1%?
Yeah.
You checked? Okay.
Yeah, crazy.
I was
don't know.
I was going to check.
I just think it's momentum going here. There's the 169 or the chips. Again, it's not rocket science for me, man. This is an easy trade. They got the news. It broke through the level. There it goes, 173.50. Huge move to the upside. So we're going to be posting on that right now as that continues to work. Wow, there it goes. Oh, Google, by the way, still a positive stock, but we'll flush that one down el toilette right now because that is down against an up market. So we'll stay away. We bought. And this is why we're up on the stock. Right there, it was getting out, and then once we never took VWAP once. Well, we did take VWAP once, but then we couldn't do it again, and just little high wicks there being sold off. There goes Google to the downside. What's the point of even talking about it? if it's not going to be participating with market strength, right? So I was wrong thinking that Google was going to be a long. The thing we wrote down for Google was a 195 break. Didn't take it, got excited when it dipped down. We bought some pre-market, or I guess it was sort of Friday's closing prices right there that we looked at. The pre-market got broken right there. Came back in, we bought some support, and then eventually it left it. So now we're gone on that stock. Still, man, positive name. It just adds to the stacks. But today, if we're going to talk about nets again, like which we don't give our exact net, but like pretty much my whole day is sitting here on AMD. It takes one good trade, and there goes AMD right there to the upside. So I know you got that CoreWeave, which is pretty good. I hope that was good for you. And then NVIDIA just bouncing around flat. I was debating going long now at 175 because we seem to want to hang out up here. But I still think with the negative news coming maybe from China and Trump right now, Adair has been dropping some of these headlines through for Alibaba and different names like that. I didn't like that little chip embargo, whatever that talk was earlier on that we had. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening there. We're getting out of everything on these top sides.
Wow. Wow. That's not good for LiDAR, everybody. It just halted down. This was churning to the upside like 2 seconds ago, like a minute or two ago, just churning to the upside. I didn't hear anything. If they dropped like some kind of an offering or something, I didn't hear it, but certainly could just be that it broke the trend and halted down. So it's halted down 565 with a 542 tap. It's indicating it's going to open lower. That's the problem with these high flyers. You can have as quickly as they go up, that's as fast as they can come down. It's still up 27% on the day, and the market looking strong. But unfortunately, everybody, looks like LiDAR might have lost it. I didn't even pay for locates on this if it's on the back end. Might go ahead and do that for when it opens up. Adara, what do you have for us?
Just keep an eye here on Boeing, BA. This one on watch. I'm seeing a couple headlines here. Apparently, the company is 37B, or at least I guess Boeing built X-37B space plane is set for its 8th mission. BA, a little bit choppy here today, a couple different catalysts. Back to you.
All right, shout out to
Go Boeing. Look, the market just got through VWAP, so it looks like whatever that selling was in the morning, or yeah, pretty much all morning long, whatever it was, we're trying to abate it now. The NASDAQ breaks through 23.5 quarter, let's just say, and we've gotten through that first resistance spot. SMCI didn't get down to 54, so that gap fill never happened, and then it broke out, took NVIDIA's breakout wasn't as good, clearly could have had that, but you just move on to the one that seems like it's stronger at the moment, and buy VWAP if it's going to trend up. That's the way we look at it. If it's trending higher and you like it long, then I'm going to buy the VWAP dip early, and that's always going to be a play. If we can hold 57, this has lots of room. That chart is, here, let me go to I'm just going to use my e-signal chart for you, SMCI, and go to the daily for you, because that'll be split adjusted. It's easier for everybody. Because SMCI has got a lot of room, 60, 62.5. I'm not saying it gets there today, but now that you've broken 54, I think we're on a one-way trip to that price. I want to buy the dip again at VWAP until it stops working, and CoreWeave is looking like it's going to at least test that bottom finally. All right, so just broke the 115. Friday's low was 114.25. It bounced off at one time. Just looking to play inside the channel here because that's what it's been doing. Like hold channel, break channel, hold channel, break channel. It's always a separate trade if it makes that flat bottom break. So I'm sitting here at 33 trying to Larry Bird this one out for a couple bucks. But you never know, sometimes at Magic Johnson. There we go, it just got filled. Well, it was at 43, not 33. Distinction without a difference. So CoreWeave, I'm out. Just played the range from Friday afternoon, and we'll look to see what the next trade is. Maybe it's a dip buy on SMCI. All
right, good trade there on CoreWeave. All right, so let's go and have a quick look. I mean, I already tweeted out, we're pretty much done now for the day as far as big shares, big risk taking, unless something else does come through. And that makes me look at this. Let's go have a quick look. Big Bear AI down 4%. We'll talk about that in a minute. Tesla right now, 321 and change. LiDAR, NVIDIA, SoFi, Palantir. So all of these names, we talked about SoFi. I think I'll probably get out. Wow, NVIDIA right now, 175, doesn't want to go. That's a funny one. That's a weird one today. SoFi ahead of earnings, the 29th. That's tomorrow, right?
Isn't it tomorrow morning?
Yes. Yes, so that's why we have to look at SoFi there. Google, open door again, up another 3%. That's real nice. AMD is the... nothing else. right there for AMD other than that today. But we'll look, I mean, Tesla right now, like blowing everybody away with the top trade. So let's have a quick look here. Top asked for trade. I'm not in this name, so. But yeah, there it goes right up there again. So I was still looking at, I still have written down on the note, 324. Yeah, so that was, oh no, it's not on the daily chart. It was over to here, which was 324. So right into here. Looks like we just made a little bit of a run up to that level. Obviously, we had that nice dip down, and we talked about that off the open, like watch out for Tesla. I even zoomed in to the 1 minute chart from Friday and showed you that we had that move down where we went down $2 or $3 before making a $6 move higher or whatever it was. And we had this huge trade on Tesla on Friday. We were long at 308. And it topped out there at 323 there, and then before fading back. But right now, here comes Tesla in again. This is what we're looking at, 321. Looks like that's going to be the recent break, 321.50. It's fading out a little bit here, but hovering around that level. That's the pre-market highs. So you want to think if you take that next level, that's 322.50, that's probably a decent break long upside there. So I think that if you were looking for something, I like Tesla breaking that high again, getting through the deal now with Samsung to get those chips going through. I mean, I think that's going to be big for robotics. I think that's big for their full self-drive unit. I mean, forget about the cars, that aspect. But, you know, what about everything else that they're building? It's nice that they're in bed now with Samsung, which is that huge, obviously, chip maker with lots of capabilities to probably produce everything that Tesla needs. So I feel like it's a good trade, man, and we'll still look for that 324 high. I'm going to cancel. Actually, I'm going to lower the shares that I was going to take on that. Right now, maybe to half of what I was thinking about now, but just because of where we've come from. But yeah, I still really like that trade. And then Big Bear AI, as CoreWeave continues to dump 113.50, that was a good one.
It almost
there.
hit 7 here.
Big Bear AI, yeah, does hit $7 basically, and now bouncing off of that. Remember, this hasn't been on the note in about a week. You know, we've gotten some out at 850. We're long at 4 and change, probably a little bit better now, but the average price was 4. And it's just a matter of waiting now to see what winds up happening with Big Bear AI. We need that earnings call. They're still not making any money. And there hasn't been no headlines for Big Bear AI since June. So you're now at the end of July. So we need to wait to get a catalyst here. I probably won't be looking at this until we get said catalyst. And remember, short float.
Speaking of...
It's a short float name. That's what got it going.
Speaking of headlines, anybody looking at this BINI that's moving, this is Mullen, okay? Mullen changed its name to Bollinger Innovations, whatever that means. But if you think this, oh, look at this new runner, no, it's just Mullen. And I don't know why it's moving, just because they got a new ticker. It's actually not in our system, which is probably fine. It just means that I can't short it because I can't even trade it today. But BINI, that is Mullen Automotives with the new name. I have no idea what that even, like Bollinger Innovations?
Maybe they hired John Bollinger.
Yeah, but like, isn't Bollinger, it's a champagne. It's either, it's a technical term and it's champagne. They're not cracking any champagne unless it's every time they are able to dilute on shareholders, and then they probably crack some bubbly because they scam everybody. But anyways, that's all it is. I guess they needed a rebrand. That makes a lot of sense. Bollinger Innovations, good for them. SMCI is going. I know that vape stock, what did it do? Vape is trying to go, but this is not as liquid as you would think for 3.7 million shares, everybody. Like, I'm looking at the bid here. It is almost... like, it's pretty thin. If this loses that $50 level, this thing could drop $10, and it doesn't even take a lot of shares to do it. So just be very careful trading vape. I know it's up 500%, and it's stair-stepping to the upside. It's already halted 2 times at least. So we're going to go back over to Adara. I guess I'm not going to get that next dip buy in SMCI at VWAP unless it drops a buck.
Wow. AMD, go ahead, yeah. You want a coffee?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Before we get into what's happening now, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ SPY or Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded Challenger Pro account. And start trading towards real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned more than 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Here's the NASDAQ trying to, make a higher low here around that 567, 60 area. Let's see if we can push into that 570 zone. In general, the NASDAQ, nice 15-minute uptrend. Keep an eye here as well on Alibaba, BABA, in addition to these talks here between China and the US on trade. We also have the company announcing their new AI glasses, looking to compete with Meta. Speaking of Meta, MET on watch announcing yet another acquisition of new talent, this time from OpenAI, or I guess someone related to OpenAI. Back to you.
Everybody right now needs to hit the like and the subscribe because Adara is making sure you get the news. And to be honest, like, she did karaoke all the weekend. I'll out you there, Adara. And the voice, maybe not there, but the heart, the news, everything you ask for. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. She's putting in yeoman's work. And the longs in here in this market, you do that and the karma goes like to 10x for everybody. Because wow, you've got to be kidding me. We just had a prior bar break for the first time. Like, this is how strong SMCI is. It just did a prior bar break for the first time. I'm going to get rid of the trend line because it broke and then resumed trend instantaneously. We were able to dip VWAP and get the buck change on the last move. It's just absolutely flying. What's crazy about that, look, everyone's going to have their own style. Like for me, the same thing that'll make me get out of NVIDIA is the same reason that I sort of take profit in front of the obvious levels and then stay with the trend line. CoreWeave just continues to go down, which is, it's a little baffling. I thought this could be a situation where you hit that low, market's bouncing off VWAP, it's going to hold. But I guess it's just a resumption of trend. If it does what it did on Friday, look for it to catch a bid and then short back into a prior resistance. So that's what I'm looking for. It makes sense about 115 if we bounce. I'm saying if. That's going to be the volume weighted average price as we speak. So I'm just looking for that next opportunity. Thankfully, we were able to get the 2 wins because NVIDIA didn't work for me. But you got to move on to what is absolutely next. And the way I see it, this stock is clearly trending down until proven otherwise. Going to look to short that pop into 115 next time we get it. Let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, we're getting more commentary from Trump. He's saying that the U.S. will make their own steel and aluminum and that he sees the global tariff range potentially between 15% and 20%. So that would be the overall global tariff range, not including any specific country-based reciprocal tariffs. Back to you.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, we just got a refill of coffee. We went there. Randy, actually, the steel's not here yet, so cheers. I got Randy.
It seems like a lot.
What seems like a lot?
The amount of steel that he said.
Oh, yeah. Well, we had Nucor actually reported this morning. So NUE came out. Let's see what their report was right now. Did they report Nucor?
No, it was last week.
I thought it was this morning. Unless, is it tonight? NUE. I'm surprised. I'm not. Yeah, Nucor earnings are imminent this morning, 9:17.
Oh, they are?
So I don't know if maybe they didn't come out.
They did not report this morning, nor were they supposed to report this morning. I am seeing either tonight or tomorrow morning. So either way, they will be out before tomorrow morning session. It's just unclear the timing of it.
They don't say. Okay, so there it is.
Big
So they're
company
supposed
to
to be
not
out.
know.
Supposed to be out right now, but I guess they're waiting again. Maybe they knew something about all of this, but the only thing that we knew right now is to have these. And it's an I mean, honestly, the way this market has been trading the last couple weeks and months, this has been like a dream for the longs or just for trading in general. I mean, some of the stocks that you look at have continued moves. And I mean, this is another one here for AMD, as it's just like, look how this looks on the daily chart. Like, you know, you get that breakout today and there it goes. This is now, Neil, $4 right now in the money as it's just going, gone right now. So see you later for AMD. And we're able to actually take advantage of this move up as well on NVIDIA. We have a very, I might just get out of NVIDIA. I have such a small piece left. I was still waiting for a 174 dip there, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get that. The trade that we have that we're not in right now, but this was the only losing trade, and that was, well, actually NVIDIA It's going to be a losing trade as well, P&L wise. But this one is our last one that we dumped out on. This is a P&L winner. The only losing trade that we have is NVIDIA P&L wise. But right there, Google was our last stop out down near those levels. All right, I'm trying to go over some stories. I mean, Uber and Tesla, again, you know, we will worry about Waymo a little bit with Google coming out and Waymo being tested all over the place. And then we had the story from last week of Elon talking about how 50% of the US hopefully will have full self-drive and robo-taxi capabilities coming up by the end of this year. I think that's a little bit out there. But at the end of the day, Uber right now, good level, I think. Bouncing off of here, the 50-period moving average. I don't like that it's trying to turn down a little bit right there. Uber's had a nice move higher. So I'm going to still be long this name, but I don't think it's a horrible idea to trim something if it does break through this $89 level. But that would be a decision for you, not me, because I think I'm going to hold on. But just right there, $89 could be a little dip buy opportunity there for Uber as we continue to move forward. It's been great to hear. It's been great having obviously Adara back because we get some of this information about earnings and Nucor and you know what's going on with different things. So it's great to have Adara back. Welcome back for that. And then also we also have news flying around right now with all these chips and all this kind of tariff talk as we move forward. But you know what? Regardless of Adara being back or not, Robinhood, again, had a huge move off the open, earlier on. Then the huge move was to the downside, and now we're just reclaiming VWAP again here as some of these bank names get going. I do have a target. I don't own Robinhood. Nucor, what are you going to say? My out for this one, JP Morgan, is just slightly north of $3 bills. So if we can break through 300, then we'll get out of some of this trade that we have in our long-term portfolio right there. And we do want to thanks a lot for Eddie Sarkisian.
I was going to go to Eddie after something that Rivian Millionaire. I did double check when Rivian Millionaire said this. Uber's P is 15.
Yeah.
But its forward P is 30. So like, but either way, that seems pretty reasonable for Uber. Like I was just thinking, oh, maybe this was trim. But that's too cheap to trim. The 15 PE, coffee money. Thank you, Eddie Sarkisian. Is it Sarkisian? Yeah, Sarkisian, I think it is. Yeah, Sarkisian. Appreciate you so much. We got the coffee. What we didn't have was the breakfast this morning, so I could use like a bagel or something. Actually, I don't even like bagels. I could use like a pastry. I'm gonna get myself something at lunch. We gotta get our own food.
Yeah, you should definitely get something at lunch.
Well, I should probably, hopefully.
Yeah, if you're hungry, you should get something. Yeah.
Tesla is gonna break. So it did dip to 316. I'll slap the fill myself. I traded all four of the names that I wanted to. I didn't trade Tesla. Oh, sorry, that's not true. I traded all of the names. I traded.
Perfect. I mean, that's what we're trying to do.
No, Tesla I didn't trade, and Tesla was the only one that did set up at the first level I liked. But in the moment, the thing about the open is, generally speaking, if two stocks are at your level, you're going to take one of them. Usually that's how it goes, unless you have automated the trade, right? So Tesla does bounce off 316, but I didn't have a resting order sitting there at the open, and it looks like it's going to be strong. So it's going to break out that top.
There's bagel money for you. So
knock on wood.
Now we got to decide something else to get now.
Knock on wood. Oh, I mean,
we're getting lunch already, so thank you for that one, Eddie. Eddie with another one.
I ate too many. We had brownies this week.
Eddie, hey Eddie.
I had like 5 brownies yesterday. I really shouldn't eat a pastry today. Let's be real. I got a cop. I had 5 brownies yesterday, and on top of that, I'm trying to recover from a slight hamstring injury, which as I was ramping up my running. Well, you know what? I was stepping up my running.
Oh, good.
And I was doing strides, and the good news is I was able to shut it down pretty early, so it's actually not that bad.
Okay, good.
But I like to eat ridiculously healthy and hydrate really, really well whenever I'm recovering from something. It's just an old habit, right? So I try to eat really well for a few days and do really, really well with my hydration just till I'm feeling 100%. Because the Tesla is going to break. I think if it doesn't hold, 320 is a level. It's VWAP. It's everything you want from it. And, ooh, goodness, it's going to break any second now. The other thing we're going to get to in a quick little second there for everybody was going to be, no, it's not those types of brownies, was a name that we haven't talked about that reports this week. And if this starts going, Apple, what's up with that chart? Apple has a wall of resistance just above 215. it has been going sideways for a while. Sorry about that chart. I'll go to something else in a minute. But if this can break out that high, 216 for a break makes some sense. I wrote it down but didn't put it on my note because Apple hasn't really done anything. But with the market trying to stair step it up, that 216 could come into play on Apple. But for now, it's going to be Tesla next, barring something unforeseen happening in SMCI where it pulls back into VWAP or it gives me some kind of a reasonable entry. That one's just gone.
Okay, look, so we were just talking about Tesla there. Look, for the TQQs, right? I mean, we had written down here on our sticky note, 89.50 is a great level. The low of the day today, 89.50 right there on the TQ, like to the penny. Right there. So that was a good call. It didn't have it. Goes up to 90.20. Watch out for it fading back now a little bit. We're starting to get out of everything. And then just as Neil mentioned as well, talk about trading your plan. And I'm glad Neil's done that today. I'm glad we all do it. And sometimes I find for myself when I don't is when I sort of lose it a little bit. And including there, NVIDIA 175 long break. We hit that. That's going to be our one red stock on the day. It did go up. And we're lucky that it didn't really tank. So we're still fine on that one. Google, the 195 long never hit, but we got some dip buy opportunities. The AMD is the #1 trade idea for me today. This is what I write down first. It goes like 1, 2, 3, and then I kind of fill up the corners. But then there's the Tesla 324 break. So we did talk about 318 dip buy opportunities, but 324. So if that does come in, we're going to...
It's happening right now.
It's happening right now. Okay, so we're going to take it again. But we already lowered our default a little bit on that one just because of where it's come from. So we'll wait for it. I still, obviously, I'm going to take the trade, but not as much. It's happening now at 10, 12. And I just sort of play all the stocks as per usual, right? I mean, AMD is $4 in the money off of that one. That got going real early. Let's see if NVIDIA can give it to us. We've been getting out of more NVIDIA. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to get out of NVIDIA right there. We're out now. We have nothing to worry about now on NVDA. As it just comes back in, it will be a losing trade for me on that one. But again, we lost 20% on NVIDIA. We lost 20% of what we made on AMD. So that's how you kind of know that we're trying to do a big day here. All right, there goes Tesla right now. We're long. It goes, we get long at 05s. We'll take something out at 30 if it can come back up there, which would be its first area. And then we'll take something out at 50s, and there it goes through 30s, and here it goes through 50s. And oh boy, Neil, when you're reading the board right, you are reading the board right again. There's another big trade breaking through 324. The only thing is that we did lower our default on it. So it's a nice one. It's a nice one right there. But there it goes, 324 again. And that is one more time, not a fruit salad trade. It is another one right there, whether or not you're reloaded or not. There goes Tesla breaking to the upside. We're at the highs of the day. Again, there's another 70-cent winner.
Yeah, it just did as well. Look, Tesla was actually the first one on my list, but I like 316 was the first idea. 324 was the second part of the note. But it's already starting to, well, you can now see it. It's already starting to find that sell. For myself, I tighten the stops at this time of day. On a breakout trade at the open, give it more. At this time, till about 1 to 130, give it a little bit less room on that break. Like I'm not giving it a 323. If we lose the quarter mark, I want to jump out and wait for the next take, which could be 22s. It could be 20 even, whichever one it happens to be. If we just hold, great. We can work into this 325 level, which is obviously a big psychological level here on Tesla. And then remember, this was a move down on earnings. Like this is now, like you're still filling in the gap from earnings on Tesla, and it's the mid 330s that would be in theory where your resistance would be. So there's a lot of room for this to potentially go in the upcoming days here for Tesla. I keep seeing in the chat here V-Wave, VWAV. Vision Wave Holdings going absolutely ham here. Not one I'm super familiar with, but we can all tell when you've got the shorts in trouble because you'll have these topping tails and then the shorts win, and then you'll have a breakout and the shorts are getting squeezed very clearly through the $5 level here. So I don't know a ton about this story, but certainly you've got a good one going, and the volume's tremendous. This looks to me like it's the only thing popping off at the high of the day as a small cap runner that's doing more volume and increasing volume. Everything else is sort of tapering off. Like LiDAR is tanking, and this stock is flying. Let's go to Adair for some details.
I have a story for VWAV Vision Wave, securing up to $55 million in growth capital to scale AI defense solutions. So interesting play there for VWAV. I also want to mention we have comments coming from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney on a potential trade deal between the U.S. and Canada. He said that a U.S. trade deal without any tariffs is not likely. So it's very unlikely that we'll get a deal that does not involve tariffs on Canada. It's also worth noting here, apparently Carney said that the negotiations between the US and Canada are in an intense phase. So we'll have to wait and see what that means. Back to you.
Could be good.
All right. Yeah, it should be.
I mean, it can mean a lot of things. But
Yeah, we know there's going to be some problems with our trade deal here because I don't think Carney's going to budge, and it doesn't sound like Donald Trump
Nobody.
is either. Right now, what's up, Max? Right there is another dollar for us. We've taken about $6 or $7 in total from this market today, and Tesla just another out right there at 85s. So yeah, again, was a little bit cautious on this. Obviously, should not have been. This trade has never gone against us. Right there, the 324 long break. So we're pretty happy with that one. We did get out of our NVIDIA, so we're not worried about that anymore. Tesla and then AMD falling down a little bit right now, but we've just taken the opportunity to get out of this. So a nice little bump up into 174.50. Now you're starting to fall back just a little bit as some attention goes over to Tesla. And it's just funny because my net just keeps going up here because we have Tesla, which is great. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, despite having this move down. So that to me is how we double check everything right now, make sure that we're on the right track. Wow, there goes Tesla one more time. And again, like I was saying, you know, you can go check it at Trader TV, Sean. But there it goes, man. There's Tesla 324 long break, AMD 167 break. These are going to be the top two P&L names here on the show today. And it's just following your rules, like you mentioned on CoreWeave and everything. There it goes now at $1.50. We might as well take out some more shares right now. $1.70, $1.80. Wow, what is going on? We props it out right there. My only bad was telling you guys that I lowered my default on that trade, but there it goes, man. We still have tons of confidence, and we're hitting our levels. We're making the goals. We're doing all that, man. We're paying for vacations. The market continues to go upside right now, and what a bull market it has been. Big Bear AI. Let me double check to see what people have been talking about here, because I've been looking at the chat, but focusing obviously on these trades as well. So Tesla, man, there it is, man. It's your number one stunner. So that's for sure right there. What's up to Tesla traders today as the bears go bye-bye and the bulls enter the building for Tesla? Vape is there, Open Door, Palantir, Google, AMD, SoFi. So SoFi on report tomorrow. That could be very, very interesting. Big Bear AI, of course.
I'm thinking it's going to sell like it always does.
Yeah, I mean, what does it have to do? I mean, some of these banks, most of the banks did sell off initially. Now you're back up to the high trade there. So, yeah, what's up, Akil? You did take the 318 dip buy. You're welcome then, man. I mean, we gave it to you both ways there on Tesla. The 324 long, which we actually have, and then that 318 dip buy, which, you know, I guess I could have taken it on that break right there once we break 318. But again, my attention was elsewhere, and we could have done that. So shout out to you, Akil, and to everybody in the chat. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. Keep us coming back, man, with all of that. So there it goes. You have Obi and Sharif on the midday show.
Joe's still at that
today.
bachelor party. You know he's doing it up. You know he's doing it up. But I gotta look. We're gonna talk about all of these symbols that you guys are getting into for sure. But I wanted to make sure we saw a couple of things, because as the market is heading higher. Whoops. Okay, I got to tell you, I just trailed out of Tesla, so let's go to that first. I was going to get to Alphabet. I know a lot of people were mentioning that one as well. We just got to 326 on Tesla, which is this gap fill. So go to the earnings aftermarket low, let's call it, because that's what it is. It's the aftermarket low on earnings, 326. It goes 325 into that 326 level. Sorry, 324 into that 326 level, and now trying to pull back in here. It's already at 25. I go dip into prior high is the way to go for the next step. But with the market still sitting trend up, Alphabet just got to their lows. I don't know what it is. This was a buy for me instead of IBM. We were talking about that last week. I kind of went with Alphabet because the valuation is the one I wanted to buy post earnings. Got to hold on to 191 here. We can hold on to 191. I think we're solid. But if we break that on earnings, this was down at 187, where the next support might be here on Alphabet, and that's a might. We don't really know for sure if there's going to be a bid at that 187 or at that 91. So that's the first place I'm looking for a reversion, would be the support for Thursday and Friday on Alphabet. And LiDAR, my goodness, still making some fresh lows. It halted down once and is now holding underneath $5. This stock continues to crumble a bit to the downside. It looks like it just lost the momentum. There was no story that I was aware of, or that I am aware of, I should say, is it looks like this one is absolutely churning. And we talk about the chips being strong. I mean, almost all of them, let's just say. AMD going nuts today. NVIDIA's up. I mean, it's up 0.8. That's more than the market, so it's okay. SMCI is up 5%, but lo and behold, our Intel one reported a disappointing quarter, let's just say, because they were supposed to make a cent a share. They lost 10 cents per share. The bar is low and you missed it anyways. It's back underneath the $21 level. So this one, I wanted over under at 21. I didn't take the long because I'm kind of biased short to the south side on Intel and liked other things longer. So if it holds underneath this 21, I'm going to be short here at VWAP. Tight stop, relatively speaking, but that's because the level is pretty obvious here on Intel. Let's go back over to the desk and see what Adara has for us.
I have small caps. Here's the IWM. This one is certainly consolidating near its low of day on the 15-minute chart. Nice little rounded bottom pre-market, but really unable to hold any of that or push higher and selling off, like I said, kind of throughout the day. We are, though, nicely above these lows from Friday for the Russell around that 222.50. Currently trying to hold on to 224. Here is V-Wave, as Neil mentioned earlier, Vision Wave, VWAV. This one near today's highs, announcing up to $55 million in growth capital being secured here to help scale AI defense solutions. No news that I could find for ATYR Pharma. ATYR is the ticker, but they have about a 23.7% short float. Last but not least, CEA Industries. VAPE, or VAPE is the ticker, announcing a $500 million private placement. Be aware this one is very prone to halting. In fact, it's currently halted. Back to you.
Right. And what's not halted right now? Tesla goes to 326. All right. I did want to talk a little bit. I mean, crypto right now, 18.1, moving around just a little bit. I'm going to wait. I'm getting out of everything now. It's 10:20. We were just talking about like this aluminum story. That should be really interesting to see, of course, with Nippon Steel taking out U.S. Steel earlier on this year. That was approved. So, you know, hopefully they're making more of that here in the United States. Well, here in Canada, that's a bad thing for us. Well, you know, I think that's what right now Carney's probably trying to think about, like how can we save the aluminum business and whatnot, and obviously automaking, manufacturing here as well. We can manufacture all the cars with the aluminum that we would have here in Canada, I would assume, but definitely need that trading partner there with the United States, and that would be a big one. So we'll wait to see what happens there. But here's IBIT right now making that move back into the downside. So yeah, looks like we're underneath now, underneath pretty good, and making lows right now on Bitcoin. So I would still prefer the short now. I don't know why I said still. I was looking, I never talked about it early off the jump, but I'm always trying to look long on IBIT or on crypto names in general, but it has faded out and not really got going here yet today. So we're always trying to think of what's the next catalyst. We did have the Genius Act come through, and that really sent ETHA upside right there. And if I hear anybody else call 10x on any of these things, I am going to call out every time.
If ETH goes 10x, I'm eating all the pineapple pizza and gladly doing it.
I mean, nothing's going to go 10x from here. I don't think.
Of course it's not.
Yeah, I mean, eventually.
No, but ETH obviously. I'm sure there's probably some small.
I'm not talking about
altcoins. Some small altcoins.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, get out of here. I don't want to be. We don't share, you know, what the value of our positions around here, but I don't know. I own a lot of crypto, so it's not like I'm against crypto by any stretch, but it's just these 10x's, like whenever I hear things like that, it just makes me think this is too frothy. There's too many people looking for those home runs. I mean, I think Bitcoin's really worked lately because it's had sort of no dramatic. I mean, sure, there's going to be moves where it goes 5 or 10%. I mean, AMD's up 5% today. So, you know, stocks have those moves as well. But just like Bitcoin's really started to climb, and it's made some sense. You know, it consolidated, then broke, and now it's consolidating again. So I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks a little bit lower. Like if you look at this like a stock, it actually looks pretty reasonable to us, and actually looks calmed down when you're looking at some other names that have really bounced around. I mean, Disney went from 80 to 120 in a month and a half, and so you know, to think that Bitcoin is over now, obviously I think that that's incorrect. But I also don't think that there's these huge moves coming. And I'm talking about Ripple. I'm talking about everything. I'm not sure that there's a 10x move in, let's call it the next year and a half in any of these plays, unless you get like one of those altcoins that has different ways about it, right? So
yeah, I can't. None of them come to mind. Like, I'm sure you guys can come up with something like Fartcoin. I always think about Fartcoin because that's the one that Michael always brings up. But yeah, 10x, like you start breaking things. If a market this strong is supposed to be able to handle ETH going 10x, like you start breaking fundamentally the market in general. There's only so much money. I know they print a lot of money, but there's only so much out there. Let's go back over to Adair. This market's pulling back a bit. Might provide some opportunities for dip buys. Oh, no, my bad. My bad. We are going to the man next to me.
Yeah, we're going over here to talk about Trade the Pool, because with Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, you can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, of course, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk, thanks to an all-in-one evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take my guy Vicente over there from Trade the Pool. I have no idea who this is. He already locked in $23,000 in profits. Congratulations. His top performer, NMAX. He shorted it from April into May and pulled around $6,700 on that trade. So congratulations to Vicente there. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to survive and to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. That is right now on your screen right there. And again, look, I mean, it's going through all those examples. Go through them, figure out which challenge or how you'd like to be funded, and go for it from there with Trade the Pool. And then, you know, scan them, let them know you're coming from the best trading show around, of course, Trader TV Live. Get your 10% off. And now we can go over, I believe, Andre. We do not have anything to go to Adair for.
That's okay, because we got a super chat.
Good, perfect, let's go.
The Dan Zone. What up, the Dan Zone? Appreciate the super chat there with $5. And that's just it, just giving the super chat. No message, no question. It's okay, you can ask a question, you can not ask a question. You could just be reading what's in here and see what everyone's into. Lulu, oh, Jaguar nut. Lulu, and says goal, goal, goal. I got to pull that one up. But Rivian Millionaire, UNH. Yuck, yuck, yuck. UNH, we're going to get their report. Yucky. And no, I want to get to Lulu in a quick little second here. But
Lulu. What's Lulu doing?
I know I just saw Lulu and it said goal, goal, goal. So hopefully that's a bounce, because we know Nike got the upgrade and they were looking the strongest in the bunch. UNH, though, it's up 1% before they report. But just remember, this has been sliding. You got to do more than be up 1 point. It's been sliding down since about the 320 level for sure. It does look a little bit sleepy since that recent dead cat bounce that it had. But sleeping as well had been the retailers. All this uncertainty is not necessarily boded well. On top of that, let's be real, this is just, it's a difficult business to have a brand which is so hot stay on top for a very, very long time. That's not easy to do. And Lulu's trying to find their way again. And if you're, what goal are we reaching? It's up 0.5%. Maybe it's made a new bottom here because it didn't make a new one. Maybe it's holding a bottom because it didn't make a new one here today. But I don't see anything that's looking sexy about Lulu, as it's flat at the lows. And meanwhile, Nike's just doing it. There's your breakout. You're up 4%. You got an upgrade. I much prefer to join trend in a comeback story than try to hope that you've caught some kind of a bottom, right? So whether or not you believe that Lulu's executing worse than Nike, the trend is showing us that the buyers are at least stepping into this name. And that's what I want to see. As deals start getting made, I want to see the recovery. Like, where is it? And it's starting to happen here in Nike. I don't necessarily have a preference myself. I'm a New Balance kind of person, but, you know, do it, Nike. Let's keep it real. I'm in that Intel short off the 21 level, and we're looking for the next opportunity in either SMCI or Tesla. Unfortunately for myself, though, as we're taking Tesla, CoreWeave came into VWAP, and it dumped. So CoreWeave making another fresh low. The stock is still, not every high flyer runs forever. We're in a bull market, but this recent IPO is starting to give it up. I haven't checked out Circle. Sometimes the valuation does matter. And this is an example where it got a little bit out of hand, and now it's starting to come back in. It wouldn't surprise me, and I haven't looked at Circle today, so if Circle's up, don't at me. It wouldn't surprise me if Circle was having a rough day as well. Sometimes these fall together, down 2%, right? So strong market, and both of these high-flying recent IPOs, they're just selling off. And you could say it's because money's going into more quality names with more reasonable valuations. Whatever your reason might be, I don't think anybody knows the proper bottom for these names. They're in the figure it out stage in terms of valuing both of those two companies. Very different companies. Circle, at least, you have some idea that it might try to move along with things like ETH, along with the rest of the crypto space in a general sense. But even on a day like today, it's not like I don't see Bitcoin or ETH doing anything too crazy. And this is down another couple points.
Yeah, Tesla, I was just going to look quickly. I'm going to talk about something else here, but Tesla, we just got some more out at 325, man. We are now holding about 15% or so left. I'm actually getting a little nervous. I'm going to take another piece out here at the 40s. There it is. Okay, so good out there on Tesla. And the other trade that we have is right now is AMD. We have 1% left of this trade. If this breaks through view up, we're going to get at 172.33. So let's just put that run right there, 172. Let's give it a break through the quarters of 24. Make sure that that goes out, because I might have had another stop. I did not. Okay, so that's going to be that one. So good trade so far on that. Look, part of what's been happening here is all-time highs, right? I mean, we've talked about the sort of the strength in this market and what that's meant for the market. AMD obviously helping out today with some upgrades, but look at the NASDAQ, look at the ES, they're all upside today. What's IWM starting to do as well? As we talked about the rates not going anywhere, what an exciting week we do have. We actually have non-farm payrolls coming on Friday, as well as the interest rate potential cut. It looks like it's going to be 0% chance of that, 97, 98% chance of no hike whatsoever. So that's something else to potentially look at as investors and or traders for this week. IWM, of course, not doing anything, as they're very interest rate sensitive spot in the market. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there with IWM. But the one thing that I want to look at, again, thank you to Adara for doing this again, scheduling this even on her off week. She had this ready to go for us. So here it is, man. This is your earnings calendar. So we're going to have a big look, because we haven't looked at it yet today, but you know, we've talked about some SoFi there today as well. SoFi coming out tomorrow. That's going to be a big name to look at. We have Spotify. And what's really helped us out was the move from Google last week. They started getting back to the upside, more CapEx coming from them. And then Tesla right back, now that it's at, well, it's back to 325 again, right back to where it was pre-earnings, roughly that 330 mark. So, you know, they've held out well into earnings as well. But what's coming this week is big, and we're going to wait to see if we do get some continuation forward here on those big spenders. That's going to be Meta right there. We've got Microsoft in here. We've got ARM letting us know how the cell phones sort of have been as well. Qualcomm letting us know about cell phones as well. But earnings on Wednesday, definitely a huge day. Carvana, a big name. Tonight, of course, not much tonight. Tilray Waste Management. Tomorrow we kick it off with some big ones in the post-market, sorry, in the pre-market, including PayPal. That should be an interesting name, as we see Robinhood and XYZ, of course, Block getting involved now in the crypto space. They've always been, but more talk them, and then them getting added to the S&P 500. Look at Visa there as well. That's going to be a big look, as some traders were concerned about stable coins. We'll see what Brian Nickel and Starbucks has in tune for us, as well as I believe there's a rebound in that stock. I really like that name heading into earnings. Might be the most attractive name that I think out of all of these. And then even taking some of these big tech names into consideration, I mean, it's Apple. I think that's the big one. I think Amazon will be fine. I'm not too worried about that. Let's hear what Apple's plan is for AI, for the release of that 17 and iOS AI coming, hopefully with more important updates, you know, like what are they doing with Perplexity? What are they doing with their AI? Apple wants to build everything internally, so yeah, I'm not sure they're going to take out somebody like Anthropic.
It's not what they do.
No, and
Apple doesn't make. Well, don't sleep on. Look, let's not sleep on strategy and coin, because as far as movers go, on Thursday, Coinbase has been a sleeping giant that got woken up. We get Robinhood, of course, this week as well, but MSTR. The strategy has been, look, it's been working. Hey, they didn't buy any Bitcoin last week, by the way. I saw this morning. Well, last week, they bought a couple of times on this rally, but last week, apparently they didn't do any buying. It doesn't mean they've stopped. It's just always interesting, because I feel like you get an update every single week. They bought X amount at this price or that price, but this has been on a bit of a pullback as well, and it's respecting the 50 on the daily going into those earnings. And we talked this morning about a Bitcoin mining company, not an actual mining company, Mara. Yeah. They report after the bell. This has fallen right back into 17, almost the $17 level. Check that. It bounced exactly off $17. Oops. Well, that was a miss. So anyways, see that support level at 17 from the afternoon and from Wednesday, so the afternoon Friday, from Wednesday, Mara literally bounced off $17 even, and that's not a typo. It went right to 17.00 and is going higher. This should be a trend reversal into VWAP for myself. We're mentioning this, like upgrade, downgrade, I don't really care, but as long as it can hold on to 17 bucks going into earnings. For some reason, I had thought they reported in the morning, but they report after the bell tomorrow. So we actually have 2 days of trading in Mara before, 2 sessions of trading in Mara before we get to earnings. And that should be very, very spicy. The miners need some kind of a pivot. They've gone with going into Bitcoin treasury like everybody else does as well. But at the end of the day, I think that was kind of long overdue for them. And it does give them a chance to bounce here, but it's a bit overdue. Let's see if it can hold that 17 a second time.
This segment here brought to you by eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code right on your screen right there. And we'll talk about eSignal because it has all the screeners. It has all of the charting needs that you possibly can think of. And for me, it's the reliability, right? I mean, they're easy to use platform, connected over 50 plus brokers, completely customizable, whatever the colors, whatever sort of anchor VWAPs or anything you're looking to do, pre-market, post-market, plus it's entitlement based. So you can scan the QR code right there, grab your first month free, then let these guys know what sort of markets you're trying to trade. Maybe you're trading Forex only and you don't want to pay for the data for the NYSE, or maybe you're looking to trade Japan or some of these Chinese markets. We talked about deals today with the EU and UK and all that. So most of these platforms won't chart the same way that they will depending on the entitlement. So if you're looking to have consistent charting and just call up whatever symbol you want and use your same trading platform, trust me on this one, guys. I've been using eSignal for 25 years. You want to make sure you scan, maybe 24 years. You want to scan eSignal, that QR code, and take advantage of their freebie right there, and just get it going, man. I mean, right there, really happy. We just got notice that new skates have now shipped for my daughter, so she's wearing size 2.5. Well, skates are always about a size and a half lower, but she's like a size 8 or 9 in shoe size. So it's like she's got to get bigger skates right there. So she's size 4s right now. And she only, when you're playing competitive hockey, you got to spend a little bit more on the skates, which kind of sucks. And she's going to now have 2 pairs of blades. So that's going to be even more exciting. So we're getting ready for all of that. I hope that her skates fit her as they come through today. She hasn't complained about it yet. She really likes her new stick as well. So
that's key.
Yeah. So the skits.
That's good. That's working
with
out.
Joe. He's broken a couple sticks as well. Every stick you break is a couple $100, so it gets expensive on that. But she's only broken 1 in her career so far, so that's been good right there. Okay, but that's what it is right now. All right, so we talked about some of the earnings plays that are coming through. Just really quick, we haven't talked about too much about SoFi yet today. Last time I looked at it, it was near some of these tops, and we've seen $21 to $24 before up here. And we're gonna let this, I think it's been a while, so we might have to let this really base out again. But you know, if you were buying this name at any point over the last 2 or 3 years, look where SoFi was, look where it is right now. So I would just say, I looked at it over the weekend. I'm not really heavily invested in this name. I'll probably let it go. It actually goes way further back than where I'm talking about right now on SoFi, too far back that our daily chart doesn't even expand back there. But right now, SoFi up to 21 and change dollars. I'll actually take this opportunity to look to see what that exact high was here. I'll pull down eSignal. Like I said, it's just so easy. You just type in weekly charts. It takes just a matter of seconds for it to load back up, and there it is right there. So this is what I was looking for. You know, we've already been up here before. It was back 3 years ago, back in 2022, where we had some nice up and down movements, and it's just really been bleeding to the downside. But then over the last 6 to 8 months, wow, SoFi's had a huge move from $10 up to $22. So I would say take profits if you have any right now in SoFi, which probably most of us do, and then maybe wait for earnings after that. You know, I wish there was, I could probably ask ChatGPT this, but how many times SoFi actually goes up off earnings? I don't think it's very often. Some of these bank names, they tend to sort of underwhelm, kind of, I feel like it's on purpose, and then they blast higher over the next coming days. AMD, we're gonna go back over 1040. This is gonna be the big stock for me today. We talked about where my stop order was. I'm gonna get another out here at 85 if we can. I put an 84 actually, if we can get that. As we've had that nice move up, our stop was gonna be VWAP, and wow, did we hold that pretty good. So we'll take another out if we can see fit on that one, but so far so good. SMX also ripping.
Before we go to the, I asked Perplexity a specific question regarding SoFi.
Yeah.
I didn't say how has it performed in the third. I said how has it performed the last 8 earnings reports.
Okay.
And it told me for 4. So anyways, it said rose 0.5%, fell 10%, fell 6.5%, rose 1.2%. Which I wanted
to the downside.
I wanted to go further than that. Obviously, I can't. But I told it 8. But that tells you the last couple times. This is why we keep saying on SoFi. Yeah. I know for myself. I'm in that take some profit in front of earnings because when it goes up, it doesn't hold. And when it goes down, it's a real move to the downside. Let's go up to the desk and see what other strong sectors there might be, I think.
Yeah, there's some strength here in electronic technology, of course. AMD, positive HSBC note based on reports that they're going to have some better pricing for one of their chips. So good look here for advanced micro devices. TXN, they reported last week. They're also strong today. KLAC looking pretty good, and Broadcom and NVIDIA relatively strong today as well. Technology services a bit mixed. Meta to the upside, Google to the downside. Meta, of course, reporting later this week, along with Microsoft after the bell on Wednesday. Finance mixed. Health technology, consumer non-durables, consumer services, communications, industrial services, process industries, all red, but energy minerals here very strong, consumer durables very strong, UNH trying to hold up the health services sector, and retail trade, Amazon and Home Depot trying to push this one a bit higher. Pretty mixed across the board, guys. Back to you.
Doesn't sound like I had as fun of a weekend as Adara did over there. Shout out to Adara. Right now, grab some tea, get going on that. Thanks for the reporting there, Adara. Yeah, tea is good. I'll have to have some of that. We're gonna go hit the gym, and then we will, come back.
I don't know what I want for lunch
midday. Yeah, that's the other thing. We're responsible to get our own lunch. I'll probably get, I don't know, in honor of getting tuna on salad, I may just do that.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen.
And then it's going to come tomorrow. Perfect.
We're going to get tuna on the salad.
Yeah. See, the thing is, it's kind of like a
you
double.
don't care. You won't.
No, it's like, yeah, this way. Yeah, first of all, for sure that. But also this way, if it doesn't come tomorrow.
Oh, then you win it.
Then at least it's like, okay, I got it today. I don't know. What are you thinking of? You always get subs.
The thing is now, because I have a slight hamstring pull, so I don't want to walk too far. But I also don't want to get a sub again, and they're pretty close. I haven't decided. I'm not gonna lie. If I had decided, I would probably say I don't want to go to Tim Hortons.
I don't know.
I have a real problem walking into Tim Hortons and not walking out without a pastry. So I try not to go into Tim Hortons if I don't want to eat a treat. But there's lots of options around.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I could get a tuna sub from Subway now that you've said it.
Oh, but, great! Now I've got tuna on everybody's mind.
No, but
right next to Subway is Aroma, that's what it is. So you can get, they have salads and sandwiches there that are pretty healthy as well. I was thinking about getting that going over. That's where I'd get the
I'd go for a slice too, though.
Top. Fabian, what are you thinking for lunch?
Thought about it.
He hasn't thought about it.
He hasn't thought about it. He's too busy.
Well, that is basically what's for lunch. I mean, we don't have a caterer here today. They finished the floors, so basically everybody in the back office that's part of Real Trading is not here today, as they all work from home. And we're all here, though. Shout out to Ramin.
Show's got to go on.
Everybody here except for Joseph, and he's going to be coming back on Wednesday. But Ramin's here, Fabian, Andre, Sharif back in the building. How was the walk? It seems like it's pretty nice outside. Yeah, it's nice outside today. I don't know. It was we got cooled down a little bit over the weekend, although yesterday was humid. We were on the diamond 3 times this weekend, and then we played on Thursday night. We played on Friday night. We practiced yesterday. We practiced Saturday. And we practice again tonight, and then we have another practice on Wednesday. We have a game on Thursday, and then we have a tournament in Canada. I'll see everybody there, see everybody in Ottawa. We'll see you guys there on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Back Sunday night, back here for you guys a week from today.
You're busy as all heck. This is my lightest week. Well, this is my wife's family does a serious canoe camping trip every single summer.
Nice.
Now, usually, I already had
Portaging?
portage and all that stuff. I don't usually go. I was thinking about it last year, but then I got hurt. But then this year, it's like I've already taken enough time off. So I'm like, I'm not taking another week off of the markets. And B, I love camping, but hauling a canoe, I'm not at that level yet. I'll get there. 1 year I will get there.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm kind of free this week, although I'm still planning. It's our last week of ball before the year-end tournament.
Oh.
So I'm kind of, even though my daughter's not there,
quick.
like I still want to be there for the team. So I'll probably still go to the game and I'll probably still go to practice because, you know, I enjoy it and the kids have made so much progress that I feel like I just want to be there. But look, the market is no longer, we're not screaming to the upside. We're not failing. We just lost the volume weighted average price on the NASDAQ. We're still up 0.3. But it's now looking it's like an inside day at this point. So you've got to understand where your strength does lie. So I was just looking at this stock, which hit a scanner. It's not really doing anything. You got to look where that strength might be. And that's going to lead me at least back over to maybe we can still get back into SMCI. This is now gone, 7.5% to the upside. This is going absolutely ham. I didn't think we'd go this far on SMCI today. I thought we'd go station to station, but this one is left of station. You could see double digits, but just going to point out on the daily, you get to $60, that is the big resistance spot on SMCI. And that would be over 10% from this 54 breakout, which is, we closed at 54.5. So if it goes 10%, that's exactly $60. SMCI gets to $60. I'm looking for a reversion on this thing up there. Super, super strong name in the chip sector. Hunting for 8. Like I said, if it gets double digits, that's that 60 level.
It's always nice to see Obi again. He comes in right away and he's like, nice, I see that AMD trade. So shout out to you, Obi, man. I love trading with that guy. And you're going to see him very, very soon on the Midday show with Sharif. So they'll have a couple bangers there. And we'll find out exactly what Obi's been trading. I have no idea. So we'll wait and we'll hear from him. But thank you so much for the kind words, Obi, again. So, this is why this guy's just pretty much a class act. She's not wearing her glasses today, so I'm wondering what is going on over there. Ramin walking around. Shout out to that as well. So, yeah, all right. So basically, to wrap everything up there today, AMD, NVIDIA, Tesla, all big trades. We're good on them. We'll wait to see what we got going forward. We do have big earnings tonight. We sort of mentioned that a little bit as well. And some of the stories this morning, Nucor does not wind up reporting, so we're going to find out when they do, of course, as there's more aluminum. I had the markdown as trading this morning. Dara's sort of already talked about that. The robo-taxi story in Tesla, nice little rebound again from their most recent earnings call, and not well received, but well bought back up as there goes Tesla down into the downside right there on a daily chart. The daily chart looks a little bit messy for sure, but look, traders can't figure out what they want to do with Tesla. Whether or not you're a bull or a bear, this name has to be respected for sure. Tesla, we're out. Tesla is going to be P&L. Actually, it is P&L number 2. It overtook Google. I'm now out of Tesla, but I will talk about that in just a second. There's the play there for Tesla. Big tech reports this week looming, right? Meta, Amazon, Apple, all this week coming through. So we're going to have to wait, sort of cross our fingers and hope that these names can continue to spend, and help out names like the big banger today, AMD. So we'll have to wait to see if Amazon can do that. Powell right now, completely under fire, right? And we know that he's going to be coming with no heat at all this next coming Fed change, because there's going to be no change expected. And every time I look at it, there's no change at all. 97.4. I'm not sure if that's an FM dial. Tune your dial to 97.4. Maybe you'll hear Fed Chair Powell speaking. But yeah, right now, 4.25 points is where we're going to land on. So 4.25 to 4.5 overnight rate, going to stay the same there. And it looks like even for the September quarter, we still get talk right now, basically 2/3, 1/3, even 60-40. That's better right there, that we do not get a rate cut. 40% do not, 60% yes, come September. So we'll wait for that. And then that's on Wednesday. And then following that, we have jobs number. Non-farm payroll coming on Friday. That should send those numbers a little bit off, right? I mean, if there's less jobs out there, maybe more of a chance for that rate cut.
It's a weird thing because I kind of feel like the market might the market might like a little bit of weakness in the job market because that would push Powell
spark
at least
that
a little
rate
bit.
cut, yeah.
Because it feels like there's nothing that is changing them from their course, but it would make a ton of sense. They would have to react if we saw something drastic in the labor market, you would think. That's the mandate. So we'll see. I mean, obviously it's the biggest data point that we're going to get this week. Obviously, it's also the deadline for all of it. Anybody that hasn't made a deal, you got till August 1st, right? So the end of the
that's
week.
the other thing I forgot.
The other thing is a lot of deals have happened, but August 1st is looming for every country that has not made a deal, because that's when those tariffs are going to go into full effect. And let's go back over to Adara at the desk and see how the U.S. dollar is doing.
It's actually not a bad look for the U.S. dollar. We did in the last 3 days. I mean, A, we're trying to do a 3-day green streak. B, it looks like we're trying to make a decisive higher low on the USD daily chart for the first one in quite some time. However, we still have to make that higher high. That would be taking out 98.40. Currently trading around 98.25, so not a bad look. As Neil and Sean just mentioned there, it's very, very unlikely we're going to be getting a cut in July, though we do have President Donald Trump of the U.S. making it very clear that a July cut is what he wants. He actually said that they need to cut in July in some comments made today. Let's see what his reaction is when we get that July rate announcement, which again, heavily expected to be a hold. Back to you.
Everyone in the chat is like, get her some tea. I mean, she can get, I'll go get her some tea. Anybody, Sharif would go.
We got honey lemon.
Anybody would go get her that. But
I've been drinking tea, guys. I'm so sorry.
Drinking tea.
Thank
you very much.
Was it? Were you at any sporting events, Adara, or are you just getting a little bit of a sore throat?
Okay, so I think I might be coming down with something as well, but I did do some heavy karaoke.
Oh wow.
And it was rap.
And what was the song of the day? Like what was your favorite one?
I mentioned this pre-market.
Okay.
I did Do Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar.
Good. Okay, that was a lot of fun there. Shout out to that one.
How's a Canadian gonna roll that? That's just cold-blooded.
She's been a Kendrick fan.
No, I know she likes Kendrick.
Yeah, well before all of that.
Sorry, Drake.
Going through right
Sorry,
there.
brah.
Yeah, don't feel sorry for that guy, that's for sure. All right, so right into here. So there you go. So the karaoke machine. You know, we've already talked about doing an event. We want to thank Eddie today for the big super chats again, man. We've been talking about doing an event around here for a minute, and hopefully it hasn't disappeared. We want to thank everybody, man. So this is from Curtis right now. Why is MSTR Dookie going into earnings so far? Well, crypto's dookying right now a little bit, but I mean, we still like crypto, so I think MSTR will be fine. I mean, the story is intact there. Michael Saylor's come out and said he's not selling anything, regardless of what happens. So if you like Bitcoin, you got to kind of like MSTR. I think it is just, again, you can borrow money at 3 or 4% and buy Bitcoin with your money. So if that's something that you like to do, get levered, that's good. So the Dan zone, we've talked about this. Do I have any thoughts? Oh, I missed this one on LAWR. I think maybe Neil might have caught that. I remember there was something there. We can look at LAWR in a second. There's still 4 minutes to go. Check that, 7 minutes to go. And there it is, man. We want to thank Eddie for the big one today. Coffee money and bagel money right there. So thank you so much for that. Over $100. We'll talk about over $120 today. Thank you so much for fan funding. And of course, the show is completely for free. So we just want to make sure that everybody hits the like, hits the subscribe, stays in the chat. Our mobile stream's been hot as well lately. So check out that, as we've been getting some good responses on that. Many traders, again, walking around on their mobile at a Starbucks,
or even
wherever.
on vacation, Mr. Westermeyer.
On vacation as well, like Westermeyer, like Adara, like myself, like all of us, like Joe. You know, I'm sure Joe, there goes Adara getting coffee.
Get it, Adara.
Right there. Yeah, that's Sharif's thing.
Oh, I'd say it.
Okay, you say
I'm going to say it. I don't care.
I know a lot of people saying those things as well. Adara, please get it.
Always got to get it. That LAWR, though, and sorry for missing that super chat. I didn't see it. That was an IPO last week, I believe. It's a weird beep in my ear there.
I did hear like a rant. Real quickly there.
Anyways, there was just an IPO last week that looks like it has lost the bid a little bit here. So yeah, day 2 looked pretty good, but I have no news or catalyst on Robot Consulting Co. It was a small, only 15 million IPO, and looks like it's just sliding back into the downside. Oftentimes, like if you give up all of the move on day 1 and go red, just wait. You got to wait for this thing to calm down and hold a level, and it is not holding anything as we speak. So I don't know too much about it, except it's a very small IPO, only 15 million. That's why it wouldn't have been on our radars.
Right.
I mean, I don't think, you know,
I don't know anything about it.
no, I don't. Yeah, and it's certainly even the morning at IPO, it's probably wasn't something that would have been like overly on our radar, given how small it was. Like
Tesla.
I don't trade any of those ones. As Mara's trying to bounce off that 17 again. I'm in at 8. My stop is, there's situations where I don't have an even dollar stop. Mara at 17 is not one of them. If it hits 99, I'm out. Like I'm risking 10 pennies to get this one to go back into the volume weighted average price. Oh no, SMCI, it didn't get to 60. Looks like the turn was at 59 and not at 60 on SMCI. I was looking for that 60 curl, as you guys, well, I had just said it, but it looks like maybe this pullback into VWAP could be coming in here instead of that 60 level. I still prefer, look, we liked it long this morning off the open, but when you get this far with a resistance at 60 bucks, I do look for that mean reversion to come in, and it looks like 60 is the right level. Well, sorry, 60 wasn't the right level, and 59 might have been.
All right. Thank you again so much for Rocket Trader. And by the way, there goes Tesla.
Another one.
Another one. Get on that bull. Instead of riding the Tesla, we'll ride the bull. My Tesla is downstairs right now charging. Thank you so much to Trader TV Live and Real Trading for paying. There it goes. Nice move to the upside right now. 327. Look, there it goes, man. Just like me, never to see another gas station, although we still drive, of course, the Atlas, which we have to, man. Despite only having 2 kids. Oh, saw Baxter last night. Showed up to Baxter. I had some steaks on the barbie. We talked about it. Steaks and shrimp and zucchini. We talked about that. I like asparagus, too, on the barbecue. Great little move if you're looking for some veggies to throw on there. The wife likes to bake these days broccoli. We had new potatoes yesterday, cut in half, baked with some broccoli as well.
You know how I feel about
that was actually pretty tasty. Yeah, broccoli's, I like steamed. Actually, I like even fresh broccoli, dipping it in the crudité there, dipping it with some ranch dressing.
If I have to eat it, I'm usually eating it raw.
Right.
Yeah, like if I don't love broccoli,
Oh,
but if
I like beef and broccoli.
If I'm going to eat it,
What am I even talking about? Chinese, man.
Oh, but that's
Chinese broccoli, the beef and broccoli.
okay, but that's sort of like it's you can do
next
there's
level.
some dishes you put it in that I don't have a problem with. But by itself, I'm trying to eat it raw. Oh my goodness! And shout out to
I like it raw.
this is what it's like Rocker Trader Jim just said. Trading is a lonely game because really it's you, your ideas, your stocks, whatever, and you could be looking at the same things, but you're hitting your own keys. That's the value. That's what the community brings to everybody. It's the ability to talk through your ideas, sort of share what's moving, what's not, because I mean the market has an inside data, doesn't go anywhere. You want to make sure you're looking at the right things, you know, and whether it's the chip space, heck, you could be riding Circle to the downside for all I know. Like that stock actually is really bleeding now, and even worse than.
Yuck.
Yeah, like I actually thought CoreWeave was a worse stock, but no, Circle taking it on the chin. This might be another leg to go. I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure, I don't have anchored VWAP on this. I'm pretty sure Circle has now broken the anchored VWAP from day one. During the midday, I'm gonna throw that up and just confirm that, although I'm sure Obi will probably be looking at Circle breaking the anchored VWAP from the open, and he just shake his head. So now I don't have to check because I know that it did. That's sort of the thing. Like you find what's moving, find where the opportunities are going to be. Maybe you like that vape stock from earlier today, halted again to the downside. This one's been halting multiple times, so it's a big time mover, up 500% and doing 6 million shares in volume. I just heard cucumbers.
Oh, no, I forgot about that. So we had, and thank you to, I'm just reading the chat right now. What's up to Jacob Thomas right there? Eat cucumbers. Yeah, look, our garden is blasting. We had a cucumber salad last night, feta. So fresh cucumber chopped up there with feta. And you just put a little bit of oil, a little bit of salt and pepper. Oh boy, that one, props up to my wife. Nothing but love for that, man. What a great opportunity that was. And then we had so many sides last night. It was stupid. And then my daughter loves Caesar salad. It's hard to have a steak without a Caesar salad in my house. There goes 328. We've got everything, man. We've got strawberries were good this year. Raspberry. I know you guys have raspberries, I think.
Yeah.
The lettuce6huge this year as well.
Our blueberries aren't doing well this year.
Blueberries? They're not doing well?
No.
I don't know. We don't have blueberries.
It sucks.
Tomatoes not starting yet, but they're starting, but we haven't picked any yet, the cherry tomato. Shout out to Patrick, who gave me this kick-ass tomato plant. Still hasn't, it's flowered, but we haven't caught anything there. And then zucchinis. And what's really growing are beans this year. So we've got the beans, but the cucumbers.
Our beans do, always do really well.
I tried bananas with vanilla ice. What?
Huh?
I don't know. It was make your own pizza night at our house as we watched Happy Gilmore. That was really nice as well. All right, it's 11 o'clock. I gotta go swimming. All right, Neil, wrap it up.
Some bananas with what? Say that
Right
again?
here, Eduardo says in the chat, have you tried bananas with vanilla ice cream maybe? It maybe means onions, tomatoes, bananas on the grill. No, I haven't
No, but you could,
done that before.
look, you don't cook bananas, cook plantains. That's just.
Yeah, I don't think you put bananas on the grill. They would melt.
No, you can grill plantains though.
Oh, plantains, fine. I love
plantains I think it would be a little bit better than grilled
Self-pollinated,
bananas.
yeah.
But I don't know, whatever. I'll try
Devil's
anything
lettuce,
at least once.
like
but
that. Devil's lettuce in full effect as well. Okay, so
We
we're
gotta
going to wrap
figure
it
out
up
some
and then
lunch.
throw to Adara, and then she's going to throw it to
Oh,
the
we're going to
Midday show.
Adara.
All right, good show so
right,
far.
good show.
Enjoy your lunch,
Fun.
whatever it is. Neil's going to be seeing what he gets. I think we're going to get a tuna salad at some point. See everybody. It's back to
probably just
Adara.
get tuna.
Yeah, lots of things to go over quickly here. Financial Times reporting that the U.S. is freezing technology exports to China in hopes of getting meeting with President Xi. So again, U.S. reportedly freezing exports to China in hopes of getting a meeting with President Xi. That is reported by Financial Times. Also, IoT on watch. This one getting a positive note from Altucher saying that Apple could actually be looking to buy out IoT again. This is just a report, just speculation, but either way, IoT pushing higher here again. Altucher writing that Apple could potentially be looking to take over the company. Back to you.
Oh, 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 boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is, he is the one, Kenobi, your boy Obi, and I'm Sharif. And where's everybody at? Show me. Let's bring in the chat, baby. Shout out to Marvy Earth. I like that one. I'm looking for new names today, so if you have a new name, throw it in the chat. Royal Dixon. Who else we got? Cisco. Sorry, guys. I'm feeling every bit of Monday. Asimo, Trader Family, Epic Operas, King, Clutch, and Papa Bear. Shout out to the villain. Shout out to Oleg, the OG Darwin. That's not a new name. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. Shout out to Nomad, Tristan, Alexander, Sir Films a Lot. Yes, that is a new name. Miami Dragon, Casalona. Casaloma? Are you from Toronto? Ron Williams, Neil, I don't know. I just read them out, baby. We got who? Unconquered 82. Oh, nobody can get under this guy, bro. MU Trade, Curly Fries Flattener. You just put a damper on everybody's party, don't you? We got Fairman Hamza, Break Even. I don't know about that name. Who else? We got Juggernaut. That's not a new name. Ludo Kid. Come on. The new names. Where are they at? Romaric Ali, Butterbags, Vader Was Framed. you got a chuckle from the Chilean Nightmare. Trader to Thrive. Shout out to Isaac Davis and another OG, Mike P. D-Rider. He be deriding these positions to the north and short side. Good morning, Gold. Thanks for filling
Good
in,
morning.
brother.
Yeah, thank you. How's your weekend?
It was really good, man. A lot of sun. They picked up the parents from the airport on Friday night. They came back from California.
Oh, nice.
You know, they got to see the sister enjoy some nice sun. Yeah. How about yours?
Yeah, no, I was in Chicago this weekend.
Oh, that's
with
right.
My sister. Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, so birthday celebrations continued.
Hey.
But
Remind me
yeah.
Tell you something after the show, or to give you something after the show. Speaking about that
All right.
too, yeah. We can't do it over here though. Like, you know, it's not legal everywhere we go.
Oh boy,
It's
I don't
certain places.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, it's what a crazy day. Absolutely not. I'm just saying pretty much chopped. But
Yes, sir.
You were talking to me about this. This what's it called? Vape, which was blowing up some smoke in the pre-market. That's absolutely wild.
Yeah,
That's
it's nuts.
What, $9 to 177?
Oh, but it's
160.
insane. It's insane. I mean, we
Small
know.
caps are going crazy. It's absolutely wild. And you were talking about that PDT rule as well.
Yes, sir.
Coming into question. So should be interesting going forward. I know you've been putting in the reps for all those small caps.
Yeah.
Sharif's been preparing, guys. And when that PDT is kind of discarded, we were talking about how all that volume into small caps could have an increase. So yeah, good stuff. I'm definitely going to be looking at that. As of right now, I'm not really, I guess, in too much. I think I was in Google, but my layout's a little kind of scattered around. I haven't been on this side of the desk in a very long time. And I looked at some of these futures, and it was in 2023.
You're kidding.
It was so here it says U25. It was on M23. That was the last time I logged onto this side. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure I was on this side multiple times.
Maybe you didn't load it up though.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. But yeah, it's been a while, and my chat is finally working. I had to kind of wait for that one to pop out. So now I can finally read what you guys are saying in the chat. So yeah, I think I'm currently in Google, if I remember correctly, back at my desk. Let's take a look and see what that one is up to. Oh boy, okay, so all right. So I was like, all right, bit of a strong flush off of the open. And I like the action that it slowed down around 191.5, looking for a potential push back into VWAP. But as of right now, you can see, Sharif, market, like something you like to say is doing bupkis.
It's doing nothing. I like that. I like that, Ob. All right, guys, let me get into this trade over here. We're going to look at vape in a second. It's still, look, it might be tradable, just not under my system. I'll explain what I mean in a second. But I want to talk about Fat Albert here before we start everything else. ALBT. Shout out to my boy Fat Albert. Now, look, ALBT is insane. Okay, much like vape, this one is quite volatile. We're doing bupkis, to use an OAP term there, as 10:30 came along. Then all of a sudden, 10:45 comes in. All hell breaks loose to the high side, and so does the volume, and following that, the price action. So we break by 3 very aggressively high a day, 474. We did that 290 to 474 price action within 2 5-minute candles there. Alas, the good times don't look like they're lasting. We are breaking down now below the volume weighted average price. We are finding support, at least initially, at the 10 EMA. So it's one of those anomalies because of the aggressive move up here on ALBT. The volume weighted average price is higher in the price than the 10 EMA. That is usually, the other way around. The 10 EMA usually a little bit higher for trending up stocks than the volume weighted average price. So right now, the 10 EMA on ALBT on the 5 is at 342. It is finding buyers here at 342, but I'm going to need to see this weasel above that. I want to say 375 where VWAP is. So I'm very, very intently watching ALBT. We've had several entries on it. Excellent trade so far into 3.5, scalp, up to 390. It breaks down. We flatten out, break even for the remainder amount. It breaks 4. We add aggressively into 4, add on top of 4, scalp up all the way into 430. It is losing the bid, as I mentioned. Let's see if this one wants to weasel its way back up. I'm an interested buyer, no question about it. I'm also involved in this trade. This is a lot slower though. SES, okay? This one is respecting, at least from my observations, very, very respectful so far of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I don't see a breach, guys, of the 10 EMA on the 5. Essentially, I don't see it at all. So from 9:30 onwards, there has been no breach of the 10 EMA. I added there into the dip on 40 because I perceive there to be buyers there. We've already wet the beak up into 44s and a quarter. We got the mid print there. I'm layering my orders. I did add into this one. Let's go ahead and wet the beak again now that we're up a little bit up here and see what else we get. So SES, but I've got a lot of more, guys. There's a whole bunch today going on. There's the finger. FNGR. And let me tell you, I take a trade on this and it goes south, you know what I'm going to do, right? It would be very appropriate, give the finger to the finger, of course, right? That would be very apropos.
Tat for tat, tit for tat.
Tit for tat, there you go. All good. I know that's what you meant, Ob.
Yeah.
I know that's what you meant. But okay.
Starting off the week, coming off of a little bit of vacation, I'm definitely a little slow right now. Dude, I can't get these windows set up. I don't know what Joe's been doing on here, but these 5 desktops, and I can't get any of some of my execution windows up. I got my main window
Take
up
your
right
time,
here,
brother. Take your
but yeah, no, I did the pinning thing that you were talking about.
Yep.
It's not really working right now. I am down to try a couple more things, but yeah, no. Let me know what you guys have been trading. I wasn't trading for the past couple of days either. Missed some earnings. Intel earnings didn't really do too much. I was watching some of that, and I think what was it? What was the other one? There was another strong one as well. CMCSA with the strong quadunk on Friday or
that
Thursday or Friday or
Comcast.
something like
Yeah,
that.
gotcha,
Yeah, Comcast as well. Oh boy, it seems like Google is starting to push up a little bit here. Yeah, so let's see. I'm gonna pull up some charts here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna try to get set up so
Take
I
your
can
time, Ob.
be a little
Take your
bit
time.
more, nimble with trying to look at some stocks that everybody's talking about here. I know a lot of people talking about Circle, and yeah, yeah, Confirm Joe Station needs some help. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what's going on with this station here.
Get it,
but
Adara.
oh boy.
Oh boy. All right. Let's I got a bunch of small caps to talk about, so we'll give you an opportunity to set up, Hope. So FNGR, this is up about 27%, give or take. It's a 235 high. Look, it's not the vapes or the ALBT, but it is still putting in a nice little predictable higher low, higher high situation. There does seem to be some selling here at the 2 1/3, so keep your eye out on FNGR. Let's see where this one finds support, man. If it's going to be that 235 for the 10 EMA, fine, we'll get in there. If it wants a deeper retracement into the VWAP, into the WAP at 213, we can have a discussion about that as well. It's just going to be where this one wants to find support. Let's talk about YYAI. Y'all remember YYAI from Friday? This had a fantastic day Friday until about noon hour when it tailed into about 390, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. It didn't, though, end up losing VWAP. So to me, that made it a better candidate for a second day play. If it holds on to the volume weighted average price into the close, that means somebody's buying this PO, you know what, okay? And if somebody's buying it at this level, it probably behooves you to keep an eye on it for day 2. And that's what we're keeping it on for. And there it is. It's doing it again. It's got 2 bull flags under its belt. The first bull flag, 9:30 pop. We continue. Second bull flag, I want to say 10 o'clock pop. We're holding VWAP. But it's got a downward tilt here that you can't negate, obviously, because we need to be on the lookout for this downward channel. Alas, that's the bad side of the equation. What's the good side, Assassino? It's still holding the volume weighted average price, which is around 388. It's got a bunch of buy orders in and around that area, so I'm going to be keeping an eye here on on YYAI. Let's talk about V-Wave. This thing is up a prohibitive 185%. It's also got 2 bull flags under its belt, but this one started a little bit earlier, 8:30. That's when the news headline hits. The news headline hits, the algos react. We know the story. It's incumbent upon you to kind of work in with them because they got the volume. So this thing pops up into $5, drops down to 3 1/4. Then the bell rings and all hell again breaks loose to the high side. And now we got a 743 high. The retracement though off that 743 high, so strong, it doesn't even work its way back up down into VWAP, into that 5 1/4, 5 1/3-ish. So here we go again, moving back into $7. That'll make it about a $0.50 off the high of the day. So it's V-Wave. Sorry, I spelt that with a smaller letter. Not sure why I put a smaller cap. There we go. VWAV. There it goes again into the 738. 743 is a high. We're 205% here, Adara. I don't know which one to look at. What do you got?
I don't have a small cap, but I do want to let you guys know, keep an eye on ADBE. This is Adobe. Just keep an eye on the market in general. It's less of a note on Adobe and more of a note here on Figma. Again, a company that Adobe did try to acquire. FIG is going to be the ticker for this one. Their IPO apparently priced between $30 and $32 per share. According to an SEC filing, we are expecting this IPO later this week. So FIG could figure into your trading plans later this week. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Oh, I got it. That reminds me. I got to log into my stream deck.
Yeah,
here
let me-
the Trump one. I mean, you've heard that one, right?
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah.
Well,
I have it over there on that.
we had
screen,
to send
but,
out special for that, bro.
Yeah, of course. We had to make a request. We had to put in a request with the White House.
He wanted a
being
lot of
hey,
money
listen,
too for that.
We got a valuable member of the team. We just need you to say thank you for us, for all the news that you do. and all the truths that you post, and Dara reads them out. But yeah, Nike was one of my top ideas today. Didn't really do what I was looking for here, so yeah, not necessarily the best, but beautiful reversion coming in. Look at that. That's definitely a miss on my part, coming all the way back above VWAP. Strong flush, a little bit of a gap up push on. I think it was an upgrade. That's what that was. And 179.99, there was a bit of a sale. And right off of the open, a strong wick candle pulling it all the way to the 77.58s. Didn't really get too involved in this one. I took this wick right here with a little bit of a short. Let's see if I can pull it up and we can look at it together. Nike, let's see if that can just do it right here. 79.64, so okay, it is coming down a little bit. As of, oh no, sorry, it is going up a little bit. So this is pretty much what I did, Sharif, here. Nothing too crazy. I looked for the reversion. It pulled in. Didn't really show me what I was looking for right away. So I did well to get out, and look at that, coming in right again to the upside, breaking that high a day and pushing that morning consolidation high as well. Continuation, beautiful stuff happening on Nike as well. But yeah, no, let me know what you guys are trading, and we can take a look at that. I know that Sean was in that AMD, and oh boy, that AMD was quite nice off the open. Another top idea of mine, but I didn't participate at all in that one. That's how it goes sometimes. I got a list of where's my list?
Where's it at?
Oh, it's right here.
Okay.
Here, I put it in my pocket. Because I have it on. So list of ideas for today. That was from last week right here. So I had AMD, Intel, Palantir, Soxcell, QS, Comcast, Nike, and Google as a late entrant into the list. And I think I ended up only trading Palantir and Nike, and now a little bit of Google as well. So let's take a quick look at what I did on Palantir. Palantir, man, it was so choppy. I saw it off of the open. I was looking at it. I was like looking for potential continuation. And right off of the open, it shows me that, oh boy, yeah. Shows me sellers are in charge right off of the open. VWAP comes in right here. Doesn't really hold above that VWAP. You can see even on the 3-minute candle, just looking at those top wicks, you can just see sellers are in charge, and boom, quadunk right here. Get a little bit lucky with a wipe down, almost $1 down, but coulda, shoulda, woulda stayed in that trade as it just continues to grind a little bit lower. 157, I think 157 and some change was prior day's consolidation lows, and we're coming into some of those levels as of right now. What's up, Adara?
Let you guys know it's a little bit different here at 11:30 a.m. We will be getting a 2-year note auction. So yeah, just wanted to let you guys know these are usually later in the day. In fact, we're going to get a 5-year note auction at 1 p.m. But we do also have this 2-year note auction at 11:30 a.m. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. So Lisa was on, I follow a lot of these pods for the fundamentals, not so much the technicals.
Yep.
So they were, Lisa Su was at the, what's it called? All-in Summit. I'm going to get to my trade on V-Wave here in a second, but I want to talk about Lisa Su. Get it, Atero. Whew. So she was at the All-in Summit. She was one of the guests. She was one of the keynote guests with the boys, and she made very clear that AMD will take a margin hit with respect to some of the products that they're making in the United States, specifically at the Arizona fab of Taiwan Semi. But I think the market is really taking that in stride, because she was very, very clear about that and continues to trend up, despite the fact that, margin pressure is going to be there. The nice news about this is you're going to pass it on to hyperscalers, right, who have deep pockets. So you're likely not going to take the margin hit yourself. That's number one. Number two, I think that they're liking the fact that she's going to build domestically because of all the geopolitical benefits or the political benefits, I should say, not really geopolitical in this case, that come with that, with pleasing the current administration about building locally. So be on the lookout for that. She did speak about a lot of the newer products that they're going to build at the Arizona fab being a little bit lower margin in terms of how much they're going to make. But I think, again, everybody taking that in stride. Okay, so I paper handed this trade, but a successful one nonetheless. Literally got bottom wick on WAV at the 10 EMA on the 5. That was my entry. I can show you exactly what I mean by that. There we go. That's WAV right here. That's the green line 10 EMA. I put my order for there. It filled. It rockets up. It has some initial selling though. in the 70s. So we scalp all the way up into 90. But look at this one go. Another high of day, $7.72. There it goes. Big moves up for VWAV. This is up over 200%. I think, in my estimation, this one is setting up better than vape. Couple of reasons. One, vape probably has a lot of bag holders from the pre-market, given where the price action is coming from. Number two, it's insanely spready and volatile, so you can absolutely get cut up trading VAPE. VWAV, not saying this one's super calm. As you can see, it's moving, 15, 20 pennies at a time, but it's a trade de novo. The volume on this one started coming in at 10 a.m. I'll submit to you, prior to 10, over here, we were below the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about this area over here. That's a black line VWAP. Then we rock it up at about 10 o'clock, and we've been holding VWAP, as you can see, since that time. So VWAV on that good stuff right now. Be careful with this one. Make sure you're picking it up at opportune times. Now, I'm also going to keep my eye on SES. I've been trying to build my position into the volume weighted average price on this and scalping up at the same time. I've posted a couple of orders. I still have an unfilled order here at 136 where I perceive there to be a lot of buying at that $1.36. Adira has breaking news.
I do, as you guys can see, the market's dropping. So I'm going to provide some context first. Financial Times reported probably about half an hour ago that the U.S. was basically potentially going to be lifting these export curbs for China, usually involving chip sales, as, I guess, part of their trade deal plan. Well, now apparently Senate Democrats are opposing the resumption of China chip sales in a letter. We know that a variety of different Senate groups and committees have been not necessarily for the resumption of these China chip sales. We know the House China Committee also had some issues, but now apparently, according to Bloomberg, the Senate Democrats have written a letter opposing resuming China chip sales, dropping the market to the downside. Keep an eye on AMD, keep an eye on NVDA as well. Back to you.
So the Dems don't want to sell the chips.
Oh boy, flip-flops. Yeah, let's see what, Q's got a strong flush on that. So I guess sellers definitely in charge on the day today, coming in right off of the open. And that was a bit of a chop around that 23,500 here on the NASDAQ. And what is this, 64.30 on the ES as well. And breaking that range low coming in now. So I'm not really seeing too much just yet. Google tried that for a potential reversion, and with the market selling coming in, getting stopped out through that day low, and that's perfectly fine. Didn't really have that much size on it because I was like, if this starts to go and starts to work, then and only then do I really want to push into maybe B size as well. But yeah, I wasn't even in C size as well. Do you ever do that? It'd be like starting to grade your trades, being like, okay, well, this one is much better because I see it a little bit more often, and then I'm like, okay. Because I have a calculator that kind of does that for me, because I'm like, okay, for A trades, I want to spend 70% of my daily risk maybe. Or like for B trades, I want to spend 50% of my daily risk. For C trades, I want to spend 10% of my daily risk or something like that. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. There's a lot of traders that do that, and it's like it's just getting exponential as the grade of the. Wow, what was that just now? That was a beautiful reversion. Oh my God.
I love that. Yeah, that's ALBT. That's the one we were breaking out there. Yeah, but it lost everything, Ob. Yeah.
Sometimes you see some you just you get so distracted. I just saw that.
No, man.
Oh my God,
clearly your eyes
beautiful.
out looking for it, right?
I mean, I'm always looking for that backside, and when I see it, my peripherals pick it up right away. And oh boy, Albit.
Were there
has a really nice
some backsides that you saw
in the
Chicago? Yeah.
Of course, it's a big city. What do you mean?
Well, where did you go to see those backsides?
Well, downtown.
Well, that's very nice. Yeah, okay.
Walking along the river.
But let's tell everybody what we're talking about. You're talking about the backs of buildings, right?
Yeah, of course. Chicago Stock Exchange.
Look, fantastic. The CME, right? Chicago Mercantile Exchange. All the future takes place there. The options traders, all about that.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Shout out to the boys that run the M Gate. So. The chat's going wild.
Don't worry about that, bro. Everything's fine. All right. We're having a great time, guys. Is back. And so are all the innuendos. So get ready, baby. All right, here we go. We're doing it live again.
Innuendos.
Oh, yes, of course. Get
That's
it,
why I
Adira.
was clapping, because I've made this pun many a time.
Yeah, no, that-
Innuendos.
All right,
I did, Steve.
go ahead, Ope, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I'm not really saying too much. We did react to that to the China news, I guess, getting bought right back up, wicking back into the lower end of the range. Don't really see too much just yet. Let's see if we can sustain and really hold. I'm watching Google to see if for a potential reversion, but it's still in a very, very clear downtrend. Let me pull up my chart here and let's do some charting. If I can find, dude, I gotta talk to Joe about this, man. This computer is more complicated than the Palantir tape that I was trying to stare down this morning, right? It's like absolutely wild. Like, what am I doing? And I thought I was a little tech savvy, but no, it seems like I am lacking in this multiple desktop, multiple screen kind of thing. Right here.
Neil was displeased
Yeah,
with
I don't
it as
know. Look,
well.
I can't even open my Chrome.
Kinda keep that
I can't
up.
open Chrome, and there are no other desktops. I have no idea
Neil
what's
feels so
Dude, like,
vindicated
Neil,
right
what
now,
happened?
man.
Neil, you were on here on Friday. What did you do?
Okay, so here's the
you
thing.
do
I
it.
don't know. Joe doesn't like Chrome. It's not that he doesn't
weird.
use Chrome. You can't open Chrome on that PC. It doesn't make any sense, man. And like it was freaking me out. So I was trying to work things. It was. Look, I had some. I won't lie. I had some issues
just
setting
restart
myself
the
up
whole
on that
computer,
desk
man.
on Friday, and it eventually meant that I just flat out wasn't trading the open like I wanted to because I couldn't get it done. I had to switch things around and make some adjustments. But I don't know why Chrome doesn't work on that PC. But Joe has it, and this is the thing. Joe has it set up how he likes it. And at the end of the day, that's what a trader's responsibility is. So you just got to be able to adjust. But if you didn't prepare to set up early, I know it can be frustrating, but just make sure you have a comfortable trading situation for everyone out there. It does matter. All jokes aside, why he doesn't like Chrome, I don't know. But all jokes aside, you want to make sure that you have the tools for your style of trading set up the way you want so you're comfortable. That way you're not worrying about the things you can control. You can't control the market,
my
but you
hotkeys
can
are
control
not
your own
even programmed
preparation.
on this.
Good luck using Microsoft Edge. Get it.
Yeah,
Obi.
thank you,
I just
thank
gotta
you,
cover
Neil,
this.
for that. Yeah, no, I'm. You know what's weird? It's even the P Pro on this computer. Like I said, I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Oh, I gotta cover this because
go for it,
it's
go for
in the breakout right now. Okay, guys, V-Wave is going absolutely buck wild. Here it is, guys. Look, it's very range per candle wide, but what's really the most important thing here are the higher lows, and we have been putting in higher lows on every successive 5-minute candle. Alas, we are putting in an ugly topping tail candle. We're $1 south of that topping tail candle. Be on the lookout. Even though this is a topping tail candle, it still has a higher low. 866 high. Punched in at 742, added on the break of 769, scalped out all the way into about 8.25. Keep your eye out on this one. It is an 866 high, but coming down aggressively now. VWAV on the NQ, it's up 222, 223%. It's got a good look to it, but insanely volatile. So it feels like it might be the week. Who knows? But you know, it's a nice way to start a Monday. You got Vape going 10,000 and 72%. I don't know what it ran. I'm just exaggerating for effect as I typically do. And then you have WAVE as well, zigging and zagging. Fat Albert lost, he lost some weight there and dropped below VWAP again. Sorry about that. So we're going to keep an eye out on these ones, okay? Just trade them carefully. I don't care if I sound like a broken record. I'm going to say it every single time. I feel responsible trading these very volatile names on the show to tell you guys every single time they are around for a good time and not a long time. Do not be holding these thinking they are Apples, Microsofts, etc. They will break your heart very, very quickly, okay? So having said that, let's keep an eye out on this one. What are the levels for this? I'm watching psychological support for 7, but before I even talk about 7, I'm looking for a lower low on the current 5-minute candle setup. We don't have any lower lows on the 5-minute setup since essentially the doji candle at 10:55. It would be this one over here, okay? So everything else has been kosher since that time, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Yeah, I don't want to keep talking about the same thing. STEM as well, STEM. It's got a good look to it over here. Are you a fan of the of pushing our youth into the STEM path? of things?
I was pushed into the STEM path of things, and I think you know what? If that's what you really like, I think you should definitely go for it. But pushing is definitely subjective. I think that you should always encourage children to be like, all right, what are your strengths and what can you pursue relative to your strengths, and then support them in any sort of way. I think. But pushing into STEM, sure, it's great, dude. But it's like I think that era is gone.
Because of AI?
Not necessarily, but it's like I'm more, I guess, a business oriented now. I'm just like you can either take like 8 years of school, or maybe 4 years of school, or you can try to start a business really early in something that you do have an interest in, right? And use those young years, take those risks. No, but here's the thing: to do something well, you need to put in all your time.
Sure,
right, dude. There are guys who started car detailing businesses. Friends that I know at 18, 19 didn't go to university or college, and they're making well above 6 figures.
Fantastic.
So it's like if at the end, and they're living a happy life.
But not everybody can.
No, of course, not everybody can do that.
What I'm trying to say is, if you want to start like a technical, like a product, wouldn't it be good to have the technical expertise to build it, and then you have the business expertise to sell it?
Sure, but here 100%.
You know what I'm
right?
saying? Like,
you obviously still have to learn. It doesn't mean that you should not educate yourself.
Yes.
You should 100% educate yourself. What I'm saying is you don't need to go and pay a business and pay a university or whatever to get a piece of paper saying that, okay, you know your stuff.
Fair.
You know what I mean? You have
respect
GPT. Literally the knowledge of the whole world is right here in your hands.
Straight up.
So if you really want it, put in the time and learn what you need to learn to do what you need to do. Right? And sure, certain things take certifications, certain things takes checks and balances, and that's perfectly fine, right? If that's part of the path, then so be it, right?
Adira,
but I don't really believe in pushing people for one thing or the other.
I got to respect that. I got to respect that. But I think some kids are stupid and they need to be pushed. Sorry, Adira, go ahead.
What a debate there. Yeah, I mean, first, I'll talk here about PayPal to start our crypto segment, because PayPal has a crypto-related catalyst. This morning, they launched their very aptly named Pay with Crypto feature. So basically, the goal of this is apparently to simplify cross-border commerce for merchants. Really, they're focusing on the merchant aspect of this. So it'll basically allow payment here with a variety of cryptocurrencies, digital wallets, and merchants, and it'll actually reduce transaction fees by up to 90%. Apparently, this will allow merchants to be connected to a more than $3 trillion crypto market. This can be just instant crypto, to stablecoin, or flat conversion. So again, if you want to buy something internationally, then it can basically automatically convert through this Pay with Crypto feature, and that can reduce costs for merchants. So interesting look there for PYPL. Here's the 5-minute chart on Bitcoin. Lovely double bottom here at that 17.9 level. Let's see if we can break that past the most recent obvious lower high. That would be that 118.6. Right now we're about 200 points away. Let's take a look here at XRP USD. XRP also looking kind of similar, but a slightly higher low this time for XRP. Again, I'm just going to use the 5 minutes for right now. Here's Ethereum. Ethereum making an even better bounce, but again, maybe running into some resistance at the previous support level around 3.8. So, guys, right now the name of the game is all these crypto names looking fairly strong after bouncing off lows, but it's worth noting to wait and see what they're going to do with these previous levels of resistance and support. Back to you.
Yes. So I asked Joe this the other day, and I said, Joe, look, you're a crypto guy. I'm in Bitcoin. I'm thinking about weaseling into ETH, maybe long term, just kind of buy it and forget it, sort of thing. But if I was to punch in to one of these meme coins, altcoins, let's call them whatever, okay, so we don't offend anybody. The non-traditional, not the Solanas, not your XRPs, not your Bit or ETH. Which one would you recommend I punch? I know obviously it's never financial advice on this show. Just want everybody to know. What do you think is the best out there? Like the Shibas, the Doges. What's your look?
Honestly, like there's a lot of speculative coins and I guess meme coins and altcoins and things like that. If you want my honest opinion, I think if you look at some of the technicals, then yeah, some of those coins can be very lucrative in the short term as you can capture some of those moves. You know, Dogecoin as well. I remember early on getting into Doge as it was breaking out like a 5-penny level, and I bought at the 7-cent level, and then it went up to, I think it was 50 to 70 pennies as well. So taking some of those action and looking at that build up and seeing that volume increase. And I think same kind of technicals. You want to see consolidations that are building up. You want to see trends. You want to get with the trend. But to be honest, the biggest meme of them all is Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, you want to go down that road. I get that. I get that.
Here's the thing.
I just don't want to classify it.
No, I understand. But
I see what you're saying.
Bitcoin is probably the best choice. If you're gonna get into something over time, then DCAing on BTC dips probably makes the most sense to me. But in terms of meme coins, they can be all over the place. We saw how some of these crazy moves can happen. Fart coin as well. We hear
now you're talking my language, bro. I was waiting for you to tell me.
Yeah, you can smell that one coming, dude. You can see the build up. You can see the run up.
Do you think it catches any wind under its sails there? You
bro,
know what I mean? Like
talk
maybe
about
hot air
tailwind.
The tail. So good. It's so good. Tailwind. Fantastic. Oh, you're killing it today. Remember I said I put all my money. I'm going to have to distribute some of my money now. I'm going to have to put a little on black, a little on red, just so I can even everything out. So that when this competition finally manifests between you and Adara, I can at least have one of these winners. Sorry, Adara. I mean, I know you're really good. I have no question about that. But, you know, Ob's dropping some funny ones today, so we got to give him a little credit here. All right, here's what we're seeing right now, guys, in meme coin land. If we can show Doge, so you see Doge taking number 8 spot there, or yeah, number 8. Then you have Shiba, Pepe, there's Bonk, Pudgy Penguins. Okay, kind of mean. Why are they pudgy? And don't body shame them like that. That's really me. There's official Trump. There's Fart Coin, number 70. We got Floki, Dog with Hat, Mog Coin. What else we got? Meme coin, ape coin.
SPX 69,000.
Where's that one?
Number 52.
52.
Check out
there
that
we
one
go.
there.
69? Immediately buying.
Look at the trend on that one.
Look at that. Yeah, that's actually a hell of a trend, though.
It's a nice trend. I know a few people who are involved with this one, and again, technicals working out nicely on
technicals
that
are
one.
fantastic. I mean, it's bucking the trend, quite frankly.
Yeah,
Useless coin as well, bucking the trend.
Boy.
Look at this. Fantastic. Some of these names, man, I don't even know to tell you about.
Was that Popcat? Popcat is the only feline she wants.
Don't be rude.
Oh.
You remember that?
Popcan, of
But yeah,
course.
Popcat.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
come
you
on.
killed that. The only man she want. The only man she want. Man, I love soca, man. It's been a hot minute. Anyway.
Yeah, there hasn't been a banger track like that in a minute. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't really been on the soca scene.
Remember Rupee, man?
Oh yeah.
I went to that
What was
Rupee
his-
concert
What was his,
back
fa-
in the
what was
day,
his
man.
most famous song?
There's
Rupee
so
was,
many, man.
The one that
So
like
many.
everybody talks about. I can't remember, man. My memory
There's
is
a lot.
absolutely
A lot, Ob.
garbage.
Garbage. That's
yeah.
dance hall, says soca. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, there's some dance hall, a little bit of soca there.
You know who Coffee is?
Remind
Coffee
me
with a
again.
K. K-O-F.
Yeah. I haven't heard stuff from him in a hot minute, though.
It's a girl.
It's okay, yeah, well.
No, she's definitely got bars. She's a Jamaican artist.
Okay.
And yeah, she's
like
pretty
that.
good. Neil knows about Coffee. The
Neil, you
artist?
know about Coffee, the artist?
Coffee? Yeah, of course.
There you go. You went to her concert?
Ramin went to her concert. Yeah, let's go. That's sick.
Did you
What's
dress
your
up
favorite
like
song
that?
from her, Ramin? Okay, all right. Do you know? Can you sing it for us then? You said she said don't ask for a name, so I was like, can you sing it for us?
Ram, did you go dressed up like that? Bro, I have
Fighting
to.
words.
Bro, come on. I'm not supposed to pretend like I didn't notice her dressing up today. She comes in.
Oh,
Ram.
boy.
Who are you kidding there, girl? All right, we're having a great time. Shout out to Jay Lee.
We are not going to acknowledge that super chat.
Oh, why? That. I'm seeing SoFi. Oh, that's fantastic right there. Send me that, Fabian. Oh my God, Fabian. He's always making these, man. Picky eater throwing punches at Ram. Look, man, I mean, what do you want me to do there? I breathe, I come into work, and I poke fun at Ram. She's really good back, though. Like, trust me, she can punch back. Nobody needs to worry about her. She's got the responses ready to go there. Shout out to Ram. What are you looking at, Ob? Anything catching your attention?
I'm waiting, I'm stalking, I'm hunting. I got back into this Google here just a little bit as, sure, it came down right into 191s. You can see the market bought that flush right back up. So I'm like, all right, so maybe it's time for a little bit of a bounce. I don't really have my market view up right now because, again, I got to work with what I have. I'm gonna try to set it up properly for tomorrow, but I think I can do well with what I have going on as of right now. But yeah, let's take a quick look at some of these volume leaders on the day and see what they're up to. I'm looking for the next trade. So if you guys see anything setting up, where's the next reversion? Where's the next breakout? Where's the next opportunity? That's what I'm continuously asking. I'm watching this Nike here at the same time. Open door, hello. Oh boy, looking a little bit like Palantir here. Let's do a quick comparison right here. Oh boy, PLTR. Here we go. Look at that. See, Palantir and Open Door looking relatively similar as sellers step in on the day. So that chart, I was just like, okay. Yeah, Open looking really, really good here. Why does it keep doing this? It keeps on disconnecting me here. But LiDAR, okay, I didn't really see that one in the morning, but it seems like that one's been moving around, a bit of a flush down. So that looks like it might have been news here on LiDAR as well. So AI Inc. is the name of that stock. VIX, or no, V-Wave here, continuing to push higher. I know you're definitely looking at this one and involved in this one. So yeah, third top volume leader on the day, Sharif.
Crazy.
And SMX, security matters apparently, but sideways is the price action right now. NVIDIA, I was looking at that 175, and oh boy, if you looked at that 175 as a bit of a failure to follow through, it's been making fresh highs almost every day, but strong selling coming in off of that chip catalyst as well. But Sharif, it gets bought right back up. So yeah, this market, you just gotta notice that every single aggressive dip keeps on getting bought up. Just a few months ago, we were like, oh, are we gonna come back down to those lows? You know, but April, I think the president told us.
Well, he said buy. He did.
I mean, he wasn't wrong.
Man.
He wasn't wrong. So,
and he didn't tell one of us. He said basically to everybody.
He told the whole world.
Conflict stuff there, yeah.
He told the whole world. He said it's a great time to buy.
It's
regardless of whether you thought it was or not, I think that the trend breaks, the consolidations, the reversions that came in off of that April bid are coming in quite nicely. You can see a lot of stocks pushing those all-time highs.
Oh, I got to cover this. Sorry, D-Wave's breaking out, guys. We got the $0.50. This thing's popping through 8 right now. Aggressive buy again, guys. Off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Sorry to interrupt you, Ob. I just got to cover this as it breaks out. Now we're going to wait at the $0.25 for the next out. We've had trouble with 8. Okay, I get the high of the day is 866, but have a gander at the closing prints of every 5-minute candle. None has closed through 8. So the short sellers, the profit takers, they're very cognizant of that, and they're doing their thing at $8. Okay, here we go again. I'm just trying to pack my patience here for an 8 break. I don't wanna paper hand this trade, but I know very well the seller at 8 is pretty staunchy. There again, we go through 8, and again we're unable to clear it. So guess what? Any print below that $0.50 gets me out of this trade. So let's go ahead and throw that all the way down. We're going to give this one room in case we lose the bid there. So I've put in my stop right now on WAVE. We've been in this a bunch of times. Right now, let's see if we can continue to take out some levels. I'm waiting at the $0.25, 8 1/4, but it's again, I keep repeating myself, but the issue is it's having trouble with 8. And now there's a short seller or profit taker posting on the gateway. Prior to that, we had basically hidden orders, iceberg orders at that $8 level. You didn't see anything on the gateway. There it is, 10, 15. All right, can we get continuity through the $0.25? Again, profit taking and again, aggressive selling into 8. Can't really push up right now, so we're zigging and zagging with the low $8 and we lose 8 again. So having a lot of trouble clearing this level. I'm going to pack my patience. I'm going to either get stopped out or I'm going to take profit at the $0.25. It's going to be one or the other. I won't flatten out. I just won't. So let's see what we get here. Hands off the keyboard. The stop is in place. The profit taker is in place. We're showing 13s again here on the level 2. That's where the seller's been coming in. In fact, it's been, I want to say the high teens. So I'm looking at the 5-second chart. As you guys know, I've been using the 5-second chart to spot areas of support and resistance on the very intraday time frame. And their seller is coming in, I want to say 16s, 17s, and 18s. It actually hasn't gone up into 20s. That's the bad side of the equation. But when I look at it further, we're still putting in higher lows. Okay? So that means to me that the buyers are sort of still in control. And there we go up into 18s again. And we're getting selling at 18 again. Can we cross? We can't cross into the 20s. Now we just showed 20s momentarily with some aggressive selling coming in at that level. So here, take it or leave it, man. I'm not flattening out. I just will not do it. And bang, Gobi, we get it at the $0.25. There it is, man. Into the $0.25 there.
Right here.
Big move up, Obe, on WAVE. This one is a good one. Keep your eye out on this one. It's very aggressive and can give you, trouble and pleasure. So be careful with this one. Now, the last one that I've got on here, I'm still waiting for a 136 add on SES. This will be the make or break point here for SES. It will have to hold up the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with it. It's a 145 high. I'm into it because it looks like a bull flag consolidation. And if that is the case, then it's incumbent upon me to try to pick up the low end of the consolidation of the component of the bull flag for the eventual possible breakout of said bull flag to the high side. So that's my move right now on SES. Otherwise, I probably steer clear of it at this level, but we're already involved. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. We're going to keep an eye out on V-Wave, SES. And then there's some others, as I mentioned, obviously. Let's bring them in. Remind everybody what we're looking at. Finger, FNGR is dropping into VWAP. There is a buyer, at least from the pre-market, at 210. That's a couple of shekels below VWAP, which is at 215. Be on the lookout for a 210 buyer on Finger. Fat Albert's going to lose its spot any moment now on the side chart. If I can replace it with a better one, ALBT is a mean reversion trade extraordinaire. AI is also holding on by a thread. It's going to have to work its way back above the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, I'll remove it from the side chart. And NEGG, this one is a holdover or second day play. Look at what it did on Friday, guys. Big move up, but as we saw on Friday, that big move up was followed by, I don't want to say an equally big move down. It wasn't. It retraces about 2/3, a little bit more than half of the gain. Right now, it's not even breaking down below VWAP. So it's a bit more expensive than it was on Friday. Friday started out its life at 31.25. Today, it's got a high of 42. It's awfully very spready as well. Be on the lookout for that. And then vape, man. I mean, it wouldn't I'm not going to trade vape likely, guys, because it has to get above $172 to fit my rules. Only 2 rules for these small cap gappers: above the pre-market high and above VWAP. It's above VWAP, so clears one of the 2. Maybe it would be a good idea to create an exception for some of my rules for some of these high flyers, but it's not going to be right now, where I just make the exception on the fly. And then STEM, as we Oba and I were joking earlier, STEM. This one has got a bull flag forming right now. I'm a buyer here, likely at VWAP 8.25, maybe 8.33 if I want to front run it. And that's it, guys. Everything else is kind of giving up the ghost just a little. We'll keep an eye, obviously, on all these ones. W-Wave, W-A-V-E, chief among them.
Yeah, no, I just realized that, just like you said earlier, hotkeys are extremely important. And for some reason on this setup, my hotkeys are not set up. So I don't know. Do you want to set them up together?
Actually, I would love to.
Are we allowed to do that, Neil? Can we set up some hotkeys on the screen?
I don't see why not.
Yeah?
No?
Okay, cool.
I don't think
All right, Sharif, let's
Okay, let's
set
do
up
that.
some hotkeys right here. So let me pull up the keyboard, and I like my Frex. I like my Frex. So right here, these are just
Tell everyone
defaults
what
right
that
here.
means.
So Frex is just Frex is well, I don't know what Frex really is, but it basically crosses and fills you in any and every date available, and you can give it a bit of a cross. So right away, let's see. I always forget what I'm doing, but yeah, I got Memex, Bats, Arca, Edge A, Nicey. We got some other ones here as well. So if you're gonna do this along with me, we can do this together. So I'm just gonna set up my.
Let me do it with you right
keys.
now.
Yeah. So pull up that.
I'm gonna
I know you've been saying this for quite a while.
Oh, I
right? You've been saying this
tried
for
and
quite a while.
I couldn't find the way to do it where I can put in a specific share amount. So
you have to use the tilde to constantly, because especially if you're using
you.
Frex.
Thank you.
If you're using Frex,
Okay.
then you have to resize depending on whatever your default.
Interesting. Okay.
Right? So when I'm using my remove liquidity key, that's basically Frex. I'm resizing constantly, being like, okay, I want to get in this much, I want to get out this much.
Okay.
Whatever. So let's see. Okay, so control. Let's go with Shift F1 first. That's going to be my. I think I do it as that's my. Let's go with a buy. So I'm going to go with here. So at first, you want to pick NASDAQ as the market,
Okay,
right?
yep,
So
that's the
NASDAQ,
first
so
step,
this is only going to be for NASDAQ stocks. In the gateway, you want to scroll down and find your Frex. So there's the Frex
it.
right there.
Okay.
I'm going to click on this Shift F1 column right
remove,
here.
yeah.
Shift F1, buy, Frex, limit. I can go far, and then here, price
That's the
adjust.
offset, right?
Yeah, and then I
Okay.
can be like, buy, I can be like 0.15. So that
15
means
penny
I'm
offset.
crossing far 15 pennies. So I'm taking out whatever in the 15
Right.
pennies into the ask, right? Okay, cool. And then we'll do control.
Can we just tell everybody why you're doing that, just for the newer traders? So he's doing that. He's putting a 15 penny offset is because the spread may not let him in. So what he's saying to the computer is pay up to 15 pennies more than the posted limit order that I said. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So whatever the level one is showing as the ask, it's going to cross into it 15 pennies.
Got it.
Right. So if you want to remove some of the book, this is a great key to use as well. So that's the buy. Let's set up the sell, and the sell is the same thing. It's set up here already, and here we can just go to minus 15 cents into the bid.
Because this is a sell order now.
Yes.
Yeah, so it has to be minus.
Yeah.
This is good to
You
know.
can do far
yeah.
here. I think I'm doing it right. I got to check. We'll see. We'll see how it does. But okay, so now those keys, removing liquidity keys are set up. So anyone out there using P8 as their system, hopefully you benefit from a little bit of this here. So let's see if we can do that on Google here. So let me just resize. And right here, so buying, see, price adjust right there.
Sir.
And here it'll tell you shares.
Got it.
Right? So then I can be like, all right, I want to maybe buy a little bit more into the Google, crossing 15 pennies. And then I just hit enter, and then that's the ad right there. So that's the Frex key. So if you also want instant keys, you can there's a checkbox for order confirmation.
Okay.
So it's like if I just press F1, it'll instantly get me in. I don't have to press enter or anything like that. So, but yeah, I know you've been wanting to do that for the longest time. Hopefully that helped.
So can I just say one thing before we get to the next thing? So for me, what I'm looking to set up I'm not going to do it now, but what I'm looking to set up my hotkeys as size related. So I want a default entry. So say I'm getting 100 shares as my default entry.
Right.
So if I hit Control 1, I want it to buy 100 shares.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then now I want to start scalping because you know my small cap gappers, they're super quick and they don't hang out for very long in any one area, right? So say I want to sell 20 shares.
Yep.
I want a Control 2 with the offset of 5 pennies. Control 2 or Shift 2, I want to get the hell out of 20 shares quick without hitting 20 shares, enter. So it would not be confirming the order. And that's where I've had trouble. I know there's a way to do it because Arun did show me how to do it before. So I just got to go back and set that up. So when I complain, because a lot of people have heard me complain about this, it's my bad. It's not P8. It's because I haven't gone and set it up.
So I don't know how to specifically do that through the keys, but one workaround could possibly be having 2 books open and then setting the default to 1 book at 100
Makes
shares,
sense.
and then setting the other book to 20 shares.
That's actually
you
smart.
enter using one book and you exit using the other.
Actually smart,
You just have
yeah.
to click and then press. So that's a good workaround for them. So if you have defaults preset to the level 2 in the order book, you can be like, all right, 1 lot entries, 20 share outs. So that's one way to work around
bad.
that.
It's not a
and
bad
then
idea
you can
at all,
use that
actually.
a little bit to your advantage as well. Yeah. So we can look further into that. I know we can talk to Neil about it. I know Wayne
sir.
is pretty good with his keys as well. But
Crazy,
yeah,
bro.
That's
Really good at it.
quick little-
Guys, I just want to shout this out. Shout out to Fabian for creating this, guys. We need you guys voting every single day. You can vote from basically 8:30 all the way up until the afternoon rundown starts at around 2. Get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. Tesla's leading the bunch right now with 69 votes. Make sure to get those up. Second place, AMD and NVIDIA literally tied with each other right now at 37. There goes AMD with 1 more vote. So get into the chat. Vote for your favorite tickers, throw in that $sign, followed by a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. That's all you got to do, baby. Automatically adjusts and automatically registers your vote. So nothing more that you need to do with respect to that. Thank you, everybody, for voting. We really appreciate it. Obviously, it goes without saying that it really does help the channel. Not only because it helps us focus on what you guys want to see, but obviously it helps with engagement. Guys, vape is, well, it's smoking back up to the upside over here. And here we're up 700. I need to put some context. We're 715% in the green,
Okay.
Yet we're off,
Light work.
58.5% off the pre-market high.
beautiful.
Okay.
50% reversion. Classic.
Yeah, isn't that great? I love it. I love it. All right, here we go. We have a new high of day. No, we don't. I lied. It's $77. That's a high of day. We just got into 75. It does feel like that this area here could attack that high of day at 77. It's moving dollars at a time, guys. So vape, be careful. But it's got that beautiful rounded bottom off a very, very, I don't want to say predictable, but a lot of people know about this, the volume weighted average price. It held VWAP like a glove with all the closing prints, essentially from the 1055 5-minute candle onwards. Every closing print has been at or above the volume weighted average price with an attempt here to clear 75. Now, what happened when we weaseled up into 75 before, we were met with aggressive selling. You saw it over here at this candle, and you saw it again over here at the 1045 candle. Let's see if we can clear 75 and make that 77 high day break on the way to 80. So VAP, certainly one to watch over here. I'm unlikely to trade it just because it likely won't get above the pre-market high, but that doesn't mean you can't. If you're wondering why I'm saying that, I've got 2 rules. I won't trade the small cap gappers unless and until they clear the pre-market high and they're trading above the volume weighted average price. It just helps my setup with the reliability of the setup. That's kind of why I do that. So I'm keeping my eye on that one. We'll cover it for you because I'm sure a lot of people will want to hear about it. Despite the fact that I won't be trading it. The Finobachi trader, Sharif. We like them rounded bottoms. Don't let Big Spow hear you. He'll chime in and he'll come with a very inappropriate super chat that we'll be forced to read. Be careful. So here we go. SES finally finding some support here off the volume weighted average price. I'm waiting to wet the beak. At 40s, it's at 40 right now, but alas, it's not crossing. So just be on the lookout for that. It's not the most exciting trade, SES, but I've worked my way into it as well. Shout out to my other pair of eyes. His name is Bhavin Patel, PFSA at HOD, PFSA. Say less, Bhavin. We're loading it up anyway. Where's my chart at? Bring it in over here. Show yourself, PFSA. Okay, so this is an IPO from the 14th of September. Calm down, bro. Of July. So we've been obviously selling off quite aggressively since then. Today, if we end up closing near the highs or anywhere above $1, this will be the best day that PFSA has had since going public. Let's flip to the 5 so we can get a gander at what the what's it called? The intraday time frame looks like. It's a $1.50 high right now. Is this sparsely traded or is it just me? How many? No, it's done. It's done about almost 21 million shares here. But just why the range per candle so wide and why there are gaps between the candle? Like what the hell's happening over here? So PFSA seems to be quite illiquid for a dollar name, and it's done quite a bit of shares. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one, Bovin. Let's see if it maintains its price above the volume weighted average price. But there goes SES to the high side, taking out a whole bunch of my orders. Now I'm waiting at 43. It's already showing me 43 here on the level 2, but it has to cross. So a good hold. And there goes Vape. This one's pumping to the high side again. Show yourself, Vape. Dang it.
Show yourself.
I know. I get it's all anticlimactic because I can't even load it up. There it is. It's an 80.81 high now on Vape. It's cleared the official high of the day, which was 77. But if you don't have pre-market price action on your charts, make sure to activate it because you need to see where this one was coming from. It's more like $173. We're still about $100. Give or take off the high, more like 90 and change now, but it's an 80.81 high now, Ob, on Vape. It's up a prohibitive 780%, as I was telling Obi not that long ago. We're still almost 60% off the highs, and this thing is almost back into quadruple digit territory. So good luck here for Vape, but goodness gracious, trade it carefully. Peter Mosbeck. I use the control number pad keys to buy and sell. Example, number pad 1 for buying 20 shares, number pad 7 for selling 20 shares, number pad 2 buy 20. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. In fact, I actually have one of those keyboards at my house, those ones that you can create your own keys. I can just bring it in here and set it up. I could do that, but I just haven't done that, but I will. Thank you for pointing that out. Just looking at some of the other comments over here. Yeah, Peter just continuing his comment. I appreciate that, Peter. Thank you. So we're going to keep an eye out on all these ones, but it is now time to send you to Adara at we're going to Neil first. Okay, so we're going to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Yes, sir. Lesson of the day brought to you by Top 1 Futures, everybody. If you're looking to trade the futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, even Bitcoin, Top 1 Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading toward your next payout. And one way that you can move towards your next payout is to observe the overall trend, the overall theme of a given stock that you are looking to engage in. And I'm going to use a couple of examples here. One of them being Alphabet. Because you can see Alphabet's not having a good day. Down 1%. Into a somewhat green market, up a third, 0.2, 0.7%. But when you zoom out and look at the daily chart, okay, we're in uptrend. So why are you surprised that it's down? You know, what are you talking about following the trend? How's the trend going to help you on the daily when it's upward trending and it's down today? Well, when I look at these trend lines that it's been following on Alphabet on the daily, right here, all the way through here, on earnings, we failed a breakout above the trend line. And then what happened? We held on Friday. The topping tail wick at the trend line. Today at the open, we failed a break of that prior wick and the top of the trend line. So what is happening is after earnings, it tried to go, and then it resumed resistance at the top. So yes, it's in an upward trend, but unfortunately, it is at the top of the trend line where it has reversed. So there you can have a bias, and don't get me wrong, I like the long off 191 too, so I'm trying it myself. But if you're looking at it at the open, it's rejecting the top. And when it does that, you're thinking some kind of a pullback. And where else have we seen this before? One of the best upward trending stocks you could find in the market, Palantir. Very similar. Higher highs, higher lows. But what happened at the open? At the open, it failed the break at 160, which is also a fail to get through the top of the trend line. So it opens above and immediately at that theoretical resistance, because it's not like a supporter resistance where you've got a brick wall and it hits the same high over and over again. This is a trend top. So when you see it fail under that trend top, it becomes a trend for the day trade back into the downside. But that's not the only way that you can observe that overall trend or pattern zooming out and give yourself a bias or entry. The other way to look at it is a stock that's stair-stepping. Now I could draw you a trend line like I did before and do something like this with SMCI and then try to connect some dots, something like that, and tell you that it's breaking out the top. Okay, great, that's not what I'm going to get at here, but yes, it also works. From the point at which you make the bottom, you've held the bottom, and now you're breaking away from that channel. No, with this stock, it's a little bit different for me. This is the stair-step game, where once it breaks out, it finds the prior level, holds resistance, breaks out again, holds the prior level, breaks out. This time it barely had any chance to hold the prior level, takes another breakout here off 54. And when it enters the new phase, it's attempting to make a new top. So your bias is just to the long side on SMCI because it's going into a new territory. Now, ultimately, you still want to come up with an execution strategy that fits the lower time frame. It could be, in my case, well, you could have a breakout, but that's not even what I did. It was just a volume. It was just a pullback into the volume-weighted average price. You still have to find yourself an execution strategy. But that higher time frame look of either the trend line sometimes might give you a signal that even though it's trending up, you could have a pullback kind of day if it fails a certain level. Think about Palantir, think about Alphabet as well. But then you also have a situation where a stock is stair-stepping to the upside on the daily, like in SMCI, where when it makes the new break, doesn't even matter what the catalyst is, hey, it's in the new price area, I'm favoring longs until it makes some new top, and when it does make a new top, I'm gonna like the longs back into that prior high. It just gives you a bit of an edge to have a structure on the daily chart or a weekly chart, if you're a swing trader, that you can then bring down to give you a directional bias on that day. Sometimes it'll provide you with a level, but certainly it can give you an idea of what direction you're favoring. If something happens at the open, you're locked and loaded and ready to go. Palantir, a trend up stock, gives you an opportunity to have a short idea in an upward trending stock, so long as it didn't break out. Obviously, it could have broken out like SMCI did, but it didn't. It failed at the open. And it was the same thing with Google. Obviously, Alphabet could have broken that trend line and resumed higher, but it didn't. It failed the trend line, so then you favor the short. And that's what you have to do. You have to find some way to like a direction first, zoom out, maybe you find a trend line, maybe you find that structured stair step to give you a bit of an edge. There's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody, in the rest of your trading. And go vape, I guess. Whatever that thing is.
It's a great time. Yeah, I know. Anil. Yeah, Anil, you know.
Sorry, I was muted. Go vape. That's not a great message. You're condoning vaping, Neil?
Come on, Neil.
I thought you were better than that.
I know.
Exactly.
I was about to say that to you. I'm like,
That's
you
why.
picked the worst time, Neil.
Vaping can be
It's halted
unhealthy.
down.
You have to watch out for the halt down.
Okay, it's,
be pretty good.
let's tell everybody. It's
Oh my
halted
God,
down, guys.
Google.
69.47. The halt time, 2:03:05. So the way this works is you add waves of 5 minutes onto that. Volatility halts come in waves of 5. So the first time it can be open is 2:08:05. But it doesn't have to be just 5. It can be 10, 15, 20, and then. So that's one thing you need to look for. The other thing, you need to keep your eye on this. Every system is going to have it in different areas. The TAP, the theoretical auction price, currently showing 66. So we're halted 69.47, so we're almost $3 below the current TAP. So that's the other thing you need to keep into account. I had something else to say, but I completely forgot. So I'll just jog my memory. I'll remember. I'll mention it again. What the hell was it? Oh, yeah. So the TAP is basically an auction that takes place, pairs buy orders with sell orders while it's halted. If there's an imbalance one way or the other, here it is. How's this thing open? Oh, it's 2:08. All right, here we go. So as Ob was mentioning to me when Neil was dropping his lesson of the day, if vape continues to hold trend despite being halted down, in my estimation, holding trend here requires a holding of either the 10 EMA or VWAP. I'm going to say the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA is already holding. I can see that the buying right now is ahead of the 10 exponential moving average, which is just loosely in the 67.30s. Here it is. It's breaking up into 70. It's going to halt here. No, that was a false halt. Okay, excuse me. I just saw 70 and change. So keep your eye out on this one. What I'm looking for is a holding of trend. Now, obviously, the 10 EMA, yeah, it's breaking back into 70 again here, Obe. So I'm just trying to watch to see where the selling is coming in. The selling is coming in ahead of the 70s a little bit here. So vape on that good stuff right now. Keep your eye on it. And I want to also mention W-Wave breaking out again into 915. This one's got all gas, no brakes, VWAV. Up 275%. Keep your eye on this one. And last but not least, I got out a bunch of my entries here on my friend SES as this one punched in through the almost into the high of the day at 745 and essentially at the high of the day right now. There is selling coming into 145, not 745, excuse me. I've got 36s on at the moment. I've layered my orders into 48. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, guys. Very strong day for the small cap. Zion Lala, V-Wave, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking non-stop flight to higher altitude. There's my guy.
Oh, no way. You guys have that now?
You want that?
Yeah,
I'll put that on yours in a minute. Yes, sir. We've had that for a hot minute.
I love that. Let's go. That's epic. Epic meme. Definitely one that again, was used on the floor multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
I think Greg was the one who told me about it initially. So shout out to Greg.
How's he doing? Have you heard anything from him?
He's
still
good.
at
I went. Yeah, he's still there.
Nice, man.
I went to a what do you call my first Jays game.
Oh, yeah?
My first sporting event ever. When he was back in town, I think it was a few weeks ago or a couple of months ago. But yeah, it was pretty good. He's doing well. He's living life, enjoying.
Girl
life.
still studying out there?
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
Nice, bro.
So
Good to hear.
He's working out there. He's chilling.
Hell of a guy, bro.
Yeah.
Hell of a
great
guy.
guy.
One of my straight shooter.
Oh yeah.
Just tells you
Yeah,
in
yeah,
between
yeah,
the
yeah.
eyes exactly what he thinks and what it is, and
Yeah.
there's no sugarcoating there.
Yeah, I miss getting
Appreciate
yelled at
that.
by.
Yeah, I love it. You would. Okay, so what happened was, look, if you're a trader on the floor, you got a little crazy. There was the podcast room back there. Now it's the podcast room. It used to be the chill room. We had PS2, we had a couch, a TV, everything back there. You got taken into that room and the door would close in front of everybody. So everybody knew what was going on. If Greg called you and you walked into that podcast room and the door closed behind you, everybody had a firm understanding of what was happening. You were getting risked. You were getting the talking to, so to speak. So that's just the way it is, man. It's a prop floor. It's not your money. So get ready.
It wasn't bad at all. It's just like it's like, all right, dude. Like, what are you really doing? What was the plan? Why are you spending so much risk? We all kind of go through that, and shout out to Greg for keeping us all in check. But yeah, no, he's doing well here. So yeah, Google. I'm taking a couple stabs at Google here. The market did come down a little bit. Oh boy, that's an aggressive bid back in. I kind of stopped out a little bit, but I'm glad I got that Frex key working, Sharif, because yeah, no, it's helping me move around and be a little bit more nimble and take the trades that I'm looking to take. Right now, current day low on goggles is 190.85s. Let's see if we can break this downtrend, man. This is what I'm looking at right here. If we kind of show these lower lows and lower highs a little bit better. It's the same chart right here. So, but with the white background, I still have to change these windows to white. But let's take a quick look at this one right here. So, lower highs and lower lows currently on Google, trending to the downside still underneath VWAP, showing us that sellers are definitely a little bit more in control. And you can see that on the market as well, maybe on the NASDAQ a little less, but on the ES you can see, yeah, selling has definitely been a little bit more prominent as we trend to the downside. Sure, the NASDAQ has been a little bit choppy and more sideways since the open as well, so one to watch out for. Let me know what you guys are trading. Amir in the chat.
Amir.
AMD greater than 173.05. Yeah, man. AMD was one of my top ideas today. You guys, as soon as I came in, I saw that chart was on Sean's screen, and I was like, oh boy, he took that AMD long, and yeah, look at that beautiful opening drive coming in on AMD. When you take a look at the weekly chart here, Sharif,
Yes,
you
sir.
can see that it was already pushing. It was already breaking out and pushing a little bit higher. This week coming in with a little bit of a gap up in the pre-market session. Look at this, trending to the upside. These are those March, April lows that I was talking about a little earlier, and we're getting that push back to the upside. 180s potentially back in order, but I was looking at this prior high right here, Sharif, all the way from the week of October 7th, 2024. That was that prior high, and that was sitting at 174.05s. So I was like, coming in today, if we break 174.05s, I want to see if it sustains, and I want to see if it can push a little bit higher. As of right now, here's the thing though, if I'm like, if it can break, I should be looking for that drive, the push, the continuation coming in on the opening of the week. As of right now, holding this 172 during the midday session. We did fall off a little bit and took a little bit of a breather back down to 172s, but picking right back up. So 174.70 was the day high. So we did get past that high by about 65 pennies, and then pulled back a little bit, holding that view up quite well as of right now on AMD. Definitely one of the top stocks that I was looking at, but guess what? No execution on it. I just got to get good, man.
You got it good. Da-na-na-na-na. Man, I was singing Usher all morning today.
For sure.
All morning.
What's that song?
I just saw a video the other day. Remember when Trump went to Europe and he met with that the head of NATO guy, and the guy called him daddy?
No. What?
All right. We're gonna have to build
call
an
him
entire
daddy? Are you
story.
sure?
Well, he wasn't calling him directly daddy. He was like talking about two kids fighting and having to let them fight it out.
Yeah.
And you know, I think that they were talking about Russia and Ukraine, but that's neither here nor there. So basically, he referred to Trump as, you know, the daddy of Russia and Ukraine, and that went viral. And when he came back from Europe, the White House used that. They played the Usher track with like Trump coming back on the White House lawn, and Usher's song in the background.
Yeah?
Daddy's home.
Oh, Daddy's home.
Yeah. And that's been stuck in my head all
That's
day,
hilarious.
bro. All day.
No, I missed out on that, man. I wasn't necessarily in tune with a lot of the market over the
That's
weekend.
okay.
Just kind of unplugged, right? Sometimes it's good to unplug and just
not?
reassess. I was reading. I was doing
Mental
some.
health, baby.
I was doing some. Yeah, of course, mental health.
Yeah.
I was doing some reading as well. Some good stuff.
Got him, Neil.
You know, I'm really starting to like some of the teachings of this trader called the Short Bear. I don't know if you've heard of the Short Bear, but if you guys don't know, definitely check him out. I really like him. Again, not sponsored anything, but no, he's definitely a cool dude as well. But yeah, some of his
Is
stuff
he in a loose mood though?
Sorry,
Is he in a loose mood?
what does that mean?
Is he a cool dude with a loose mood, or is he just a cool dude?
I don't know. He's a
See,
cool
I'm ancient, so I know
He's
where
very
that
stoic,
comes
let's
from.
say
It's
that.
Cheetos, bro. Remember, I'm a cool dude with a loose mood. All right, if you're ancient like me in the chat, who remembers that commercial?
I
All
remember
right.
Cheetos commercials, but
Was it Cheetos or was it Tony the Tiger, man? It was one of the two.
don't
It was
know,
some
but,
sort of feline and some sort of commercial for food. Chester Cheeto? Sure, could be. It ain't easy being cheesy. Yes, Don G. Dangler. You know exactly what I'm trying. Trader wannabe. Derek Thompson, he remembers. Y'all ancient like me, welcome to the ancient world. It's good to be with everybody. All right, yes, cool dude in a loose mood, Gary Frost. Katina, man, do you remember that commercial? I'm a cool dude with a loose mood. Do you remember? Yeah, the Katina man doesn't remember it, but that's fine. Everything's good. He just wants to talk about Tesla. Tesla's 330 right now, or 30 pennies off that level. Shout out to the Katina man. Keep your eye out on these large caps. OB's long right now, in case you guys didn't notice. Goggles right now, so be on the lookout for that. I'm ancient.
do you add some Tesla in the personal, Sean?
Katina man.
You didn't add? You do have some. Yeah. No, it's that was a nice dip buy into 230s. No.
No,
It was a nice dip buy. No.
I haven't added Tesla in years.
I'm in a few
Not
other
years, a
things
year and a
that
half, maybe.
most people are probably not looking at. Doge was going nice. Yeah, Doge. My average is still the same. I'm a bag holder of Doge, and I will continue to keep on adding.
I like that.
And I think last I checked, my average was about 7 pennies. So
And where's it at now?
it's probably in and around there. 25, 26. So it's okay. That's
25,
that's
26
not,
pennies?
Yeah, that's not what
That's
I'm looking.
fantastic.
Yeah, but I held through the 74 push.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
So
I
you know
see.
what mean?
I see what you're saying.
But yeah, no, there's some things I want to be more active with, then there are some things that I just don't really. Here's the market pulling back. 23,500 pushing back again, a little bit of a bid catching up here. I saw some of you guys talking about Oscar, Sam L in the chat saying Oscar reversal, and then the Fibonacci trader saying shorting HIMS, great short on HIMS. I just pulled up that chart Fibonacci and Finabachi. Right? That's the correct way to say it, right?
Oh man, I'm never gonna be able to live that down, dude.
No. I mean,
Never.
It is what it is.
I'm okay
Beautiful
with it,
short.
though.
Did you get short in here? Because, oh boy, were you short before this, or are you taking the continuation? That's the question I have for you, Finabachi. This, again, strong selling and then lower highs after that, kind of a continuation, maybe poised for lower lows on the stock on HIMS. Looking good right there. OSCR,
Get it,
with a bit of a reversion. Are you taking the reversion back long in a VWAP? Because that was quite nice. Take a look at this little trend break. Oh boy, right here, boom, boom, boom. Absolutely beautiful. Sure, maybe not that clean, but you get the gist. When that downtrend kind of breaks, we're getting that bit of a bid all the way from 1391, 1410s. Sure, it's not too many pennies, but relative to the to the pricing of the stock and how much it moves and how much volume it's doing, that is a decent chunk of the move, right? It's about 1% higher off of that trend break. So good stuff on Oscar there, Sam. See what else you guys are talking
Altman?
about right here.
Is that Altman in the chat?
Maybe it's Altman. PSTG saying, Jack, 5230 break incoming, daily break, and he's tagging you as well on this stock. So PSTG, let's see if the move is definitely pure on this one. Not a lot of volume, dude. Like if it has less than 1 million, like don't even. I don't even want to look at it.
Yeah, exactly. That should be a general
It's
rule.
1220. If you haven't done 1 million shares by
Exactly,
now,
Obe. Exactly.
why am I really looking at it? Sure, I understand that there are trades around stuff that might be a little.
But it's hard to manage risk, dude. I mean, at these levels, especially with the small cap gappers, though. Like, sorry, Adara, 1 second. So I put my filter for my minimum volume on my scanner at 250, but that's just the first level of filter. And the only reason I do that is because I want to see the ones approaching the higher volume, the ones that are, increase. And one column I also keep right next to my volume column, the 5-minute volume. I want to see what it's done in the last 5 minutes. Why is that? Because the volume shows you the entire day, but it doesn't show you when the volume started coming in or if it's doing volume now. It could have done volume a couple of hours ago. So I want to see what the hell it's doing now or what's done recently. So I keep the 5-minute volume right next to my volume bar on my scanner up top, just so I can see if the volume is new, especially for these small cap gappers. That's just a little bit of a trick of the trade right there. Adara, sorry to keep you waiting.
No worries, Sharif. Here's WBD. Keep an eye on this one. The company announcing new company names for Warner Brothers and Discovery following the company separation. They're going to be calling Discovery Global here for Global Networks, and Warner Bros. Will be the name for their streaming and studios end of things. So yeah, just quick little update. I believe this is already previously reported, but Warner Brothers Discovery announcing new company names after the two companies separate. Back to you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry to interrupt here.
It's a battlefield. You know what I
It
mean?
is.
It's a
It is.
battlefield.
It is.
And how many people are you going to catch? That stuff happens.
You're right.
Probably every moment of.
But you see what I'm saying? If it's auditable, Obe, like especially once all this stuff comes on the blockchain and every single order that comes in and out can be tracked to a person, an individual, whatever it is, an account that could be pegged to somebody. If I see unusual buying before news comes out, I'm the SEC, I'm auditing every single who punched in before there. I want to know what's up, especially if it was on volume. I just don't understand what's so hard about that.
The best guys, think about it. It's just like any sort of distribution, right? The best guys, the best criminals, you don't know about them because they never get caught. you only know about the dumb ones,
Right.
Because they leave enough loose ends to get caught, right? It's again talking about distributions. I'm sure it's some sort of Pareto distribution as well in that. But yeah, no. Regardless,
you're not
I'm
wrong,
going
man.
off tangent as well. But there's no way to catch some of these guys, in my honest opinion. I think the best you can do is just play the game and try your best to be on the right side.
Fair.
Right. At the end of the day, this is a lawless land, and the market
Kind of
landscape.
feels that way, right? All the time.
It is, and you know what? You can use that to your advantage as well, right?
Darwin,
Honestly.
it's not a conversation about the Toronto gold heist, Darwin. It's about people
Did they catch those guys? Or
They
no?
caught some of them,
they
yeah.
Caught some.
But like again, it's like you probably caught. I hate to put it this way, but the lower downs instead of the higher ups. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The scapegoats.
Exactly. Yeah. Well said. It's probably a
There's
lot
definitely
better than
always
calling them the
scapegoats.
lower downs.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta do this with Trade the Pool's swing trade programs. You can get access, guys, to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not these CFDs. You hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and you enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. There's no monthly payments, and there's no hidden cost. Take Vincent J, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profits. And what's his top performer, Obe? NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th, and he pulled in $6,777 in gains. Trade the Pool, guys, is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. So if you're into that sort of thing, scan that QR code and enjoy 10% off. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. And I got to tell you, I was inconsolable there for a little while last week when Mitch didn't make an appearance. So I was very upset about that. But shout out to him. Hopefully he's having a great vacation, and we'll see him again shortly. All right, here's the deal. So we've been involved in SES for a hot minute. We have multiple prints. We have a print waiting at 45 for a hot minute, but it hasn't crossed 45. 45 is the high. Let's keep an eye on that one. But I've worked in to PFSA. We already wet the beak here, Bovin. What I'm looking for is a hold of the 10 here, Bovin, because for the most part, for the exception of the 1145 candle that breached the 10 EMA with a wick, and then it ended up closing substantially above it, we really haven't breached the 10 EMA. So what I'm looking for here on PFSA is an attempt of that $0.50 again. If we can continue to put in these higher highs and higher lows, what do I have on? I've got 34s. I've wet the beak here at 37s. I've layered the orders for a price spike up. Let's see if we get it. If we don't, anything below the $0.25 gets me out of this trade. So PFSA. But there's another one, guys, that I just found out right now. In addition to V-Wave, and I'm not talking about vape. I'm talking about MPU. MPU's on that good stuff right now. Where does it trade, though? Is it on the MX? It is. So this is MPU is a holding company. They're short video streaming platform, producer of short dramas. Okay, cool. Whatever. 366 high, up 35 4/5%. Very strong on the day. Couple of bull flags that I perceive. You have the initial bull flag right from the get-go at 9:30. We consolidate for a hot minute. We get bull flag number 2, which has a bit of a deeper retracement, about a 2/3 retracement. Typically, what you're looking for in a bull flag is a 1/3 to a 1/2 retracement from the breakout area to the high. This one, you got a deeper one. No two bull flags are created equal. I say that all the time. So you get a bit of a deeper retracement, but that was the end of the bad, because look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row into the high of the day. MPU's on that good stuff right now, taking out 367. It's a decent spread too, only about two pennies. I just got stopped out, by the way, guys, of what's it called? Of PFSAs that lost the 10 EMA and lost VWAP, so we'll give back a little bit on that. But what I'm going to keep my eye on now is MPU, because this one looks like it is a possible breakout candidate hanging out at the highs. The only kind of drawback about this is it's got about 2.25 million shares traded on the day on a $3 name. And when you look at the volume profile, you're not seeing explosive volume here, Assassino. I mean, like, you've got a little bit over here. Maybe this one had about a little less than 200,000 shares. That's at 940. This candle here at 1130 had about 294,000. But those are the outliers. Most most of these candles are going to have sub 100,000. Maybe this one here over here has 150. So the liquidity is not, you know, the best, but it's not bad. MPU, the ticker, it's worked its way onto the side chart and looks like we might take a trade or two on this one, Ob, if it sets up in the right way. So that's what I'm looking at now.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm just coming in and changing some of these charts here because I know I'm supposed to be using the white charts. So coming in with the Google still consolidating sideways, man. I'm like, all right, this is a bit of a dead cat bounce, not really reverting, holding that 191. So I'm piecing out there as we make lower highs, not really doing any sort of a reversion as of right now, and it doesn't really have to be there, right? Like the reversion is not always going to come in as nicely as you're looking for, and sometimes it might not come in at all. Another one that I have on watch for an intraday reversion is Tesla. Tesla's pushing up to the upside as of right now. Beautiful higher highs and higher lows. So the long is definitely not wrong, Sharif, on this one as we're holding that VWAP, accelerating above it, 327 base, and pushing for those 330s as of right now. So let's take a quick look. Market doesn't really look like it's going to bounce. I'm watching the Mag 7 right here, and it's not really looking too great in terms of the bid. Apple was coming into its high a day, but flushed down pretty aggressively off of that 214.77 area here on Apple. I'm not watching Meta, though. Oh, boy. Meta with the grind down. What a beautiful reversion. Oh, my God. Look at that.
Wow.
Opening drive, and look at this, just grind down. Lower highs. Look how clean this seller is right here, or the selling is right here. Just forming a very clean grind all the way to the downside. Even with that quadunk, the bid up, stopping in its tracks in line with the trend that's been happening off the reversion. 724.67 is high a day. The opening range low is the low day, coming in at 714.41s. Still in a little bit of, okay, Google maybe with a little bit of a curl here, but I pieced off of more than, I would say, 90% of what I had off of those lows. Again, 97 entries, and it seems like now it's starting to come in. I'm more than willing to add a little bit with some confirmation to the upside. Market, let's see if the ES pulls up. That bottom wick is promising here on these markets where we had that China news or the news of chips with China. Maybe potentially pulling back and being like, okay, maybe we don't want to do that right now, and getting bought right back up. So again, more of the same is what I'm seeing, Sharif. Any sort of volatility that comes in and drops the market gets bought right back up. The trend is definitely your friend, and the trend, my friends, has been to the upside. Let's take a quick look at the Spider weekly chart to point us in the better direction here. So bigger picture, coming right up on the weekly SPY right here. So the weekly SPY is looking absolutely beautiful. Wow, look at that extension last week. Pretty nice. Some strong weeks coming in, pushing into those high, all-time highs. You can see extension as well. This dip, absolutely beautiful, down into 480s. That's since COVID. People thought this was going to be the end of the world, and if you bought then, you bought that panic while everybody else was running for the hills. You probably have some of the best prices in the past couple of years as well, a few years. Wow, 2020. It's only been 5 years since COVID. Time flies.
Yeah, man, it's ridiculous.
Absolutely flies.
It's ridiculous. But like, when did COVID end for you? Because I think it really depended on.
I wasn't necessarily affected that much by COVID, but
okay.
Yeah.
So to me, kind of ended.
I was trading at home, so I was just like, this is just another.
Yeah. No, I get that. But you were here in 2022 as well. Did you wear a mask on the subway when you started coming here?
Yep.
Yeah. So to me, it ended when we stopped wearing masks on the subway and indoors. And in this province, it was April of 2022 that the mask mandate was kind of scrapped. Yeah. So that's kind of when it ended.
I wore it a little bit past the mandate because people are gross. And on the subway, like when you see it happen, you're like, okay, I have to manage my risk. You see people sneezing and coughing on the subway. Like, regardless of COVID, forget about COVID. I'm just like, okay, where diseases are rampant right now, or the flu is rampant right now. I just need to protect myself. I'm trying not to get sick.
Love it.
You know what I mean? And if the mask is going to even make me, 10% less likely to get to not get sick.
I was just going to say I agree with you, Opie, because I worked retail throughout that whole thing, and I was wearing a mask every day. I was like, I don't want to deal with people, honestly, I think regardless of, sometimes COVID, but also just sometimes people are yucky. And when you work at the Eaton Center, you got to protect your neck.
Like I saw
Adara,
this guy one time. His nose was running. He goes like this, and then he hangs on. He holds on to the thing, the what do you call the rail or whatever on the subway. I'm like, dude, that's gross.
Adara, how many vacation days do you have left?
I have 3 days of vacation left.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to talk about that, Adara, because I got to tell you, we were all completely felt naked here when you were gone. Donald was talking, he was saying stuff, he was moving the markets, and we didn't know what the hell was going on. It's not a good time when you're not around, Adara. It's not a good time because, quite frankly, I got to tell you, I was a little worried. I was a little worried punching into these positions, not knowing who Donald's talking to and what he's saying. So.
Thank you for the kind words, Sharif. And I will do my best to
Kind of concerned here.
be here when I can be here.
How many vacation days, Adara?
Thank you very much,
Very
Dara.
tough, Like, what's going on?
Oh boy.
Fake news.
Thank you, Adara. All right, guys. I'm keeping my eye here on MPU because it's got a double top here at 377, at least on the 5. I put a dip trade here for where I perceive to be support. I'm looking at that $0.50 as that area of support, not just psychological, but what I'm looking at is basically this 355 area. So let's see if we get that psychological as well as what's it called? Initial area of resistance. If it comes back down into that area, I'm a buyer. I've already put my order there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on it right now. Let's see exactly what we get here with MPU. I'm trying to work into this trade, but it is still not having me. Keep in mind, guys, vape is continuing to go over here with another high day of 82.88. Be on the lookout for that. I likely won't trade vape, but yeah, just keep on the lookout if you're interested in it. Now, what I'm thinking about here is this current candle on MPU actually has a higher low. So the prior candle low was at around 59s. This current candle low is 67s. And now we've opened up a new candle. So if we clear the high of the day here, which is 77s, as I've mentioned, I'm just going to go long at the high of the day. Okay? Simple as that. It's a triple top as we speak with each of the 3 candles having higher lows. It doesn't mean it's going to break 77. It just means it's showing me what I want to see at the moment. It doesn't mean it's going to manifest. So keep your eye on MPU, 377, looking to go long at that level, or 355 if it comes back into my level as well. W wave is continuing to go again, and here we are again, right back above the 10 EMA, south of 9, but we're putting in now 3 higher lows in a row, and here we go on V wave, excuse me, not W wave, V wave, 369 right now. The prior area high is 915, but like with most of these ones that just breach the whole dollar level, it's most likely 9 that we're going to have to really deal with as the resistance level. So if we get above 9 and get above 9 decisively, this could be another good long. Yeah, so I'm really focusing right now on MPU and V-Wave. Those are what I perceive to be the best right now, obviously with my position in SES, which is a slower mover. I don't know, I shouldn't say I shouldn't worry about that. Obviously I should, but it's not as fast, so I don't need to make quick decisions about that like in the way that I would need to on V-Wave and MPU. So look, going back to MPU over here, as this one just keeps finding buyers at 70, and there is the high of the day break into 78. It's not exactly rocketing up, and in fact, it's right back down into 77s right now, so I'm really trying to make my mind up here. It's lightly traded. It's a light trade, even though we're closing it on 2.8 million shares. It's not exactly what you're looking for here when you're looking for these small cap gappers rocketing up with good liquidity. It doesn't seem that way, but we're going to give this one a try. Let's see if we can get in at 78s. It's not crossing down. There we go. So we'll get 78s over here. Let's see if we can layer some orders to the high side. Now I will defend this into the 10 EMA. Full disclosure, which is right now at 360. So you know I already have a resting order sitting at 55, which is going to have to get moved up into 60. So let's go ahead and do that right now. We're going to cancel that order waiting at 55s, and we're going to go ahead and front run the 10 EMA on the 5. So we'll throw that order out there and see what we get. We won't get upset what's going on with your side there.
Just the Google is finally coming in, man. I'm just like, I sold like 90%, and now it's coming in. So if I just had left the risk to the day low, Would have been perfectly fine for the reversion to VWAP, but let's see if the bid actually steps in here and gives us a bit of a pullback. I'm looking at VWAP here. That's sitting at 192.13. Market's still doing bupkis. So 190.85 is the day low. We see that nice little wick. I was looking at this 191, and when we did that wick action right there, I was like, all right, maybe that's the false break that I'm looking for. And I did get in a little bit of a choppy mess in here, but you can see I did piece off pretty aggressively. If you guys can see, all those yellows are exits right there, and then a nice little push. I did buy on the way down here into 191, stopped out, and when it does that reclaim, I'm like, all right, this is even better than before. So I'm like I'm getting into a little bit more than C size, not exactly B just yet. But yeah, piecing off most of it for 10, 20 pennies, which was not the best, and now it's more than 50 pennies. But that's fine. VWAP still about 50, 60 pennies away from here. No idea if it's going to get there. You know that we've been only making lower highs and lower lows. This prior high, if we do continue to push, is going to be just above that 192. So let's see if that can come into fruition here. 191.50 is currently trading, but the market, man, not really. It's sell. This 15-minute candle is a little bit red here as of right now. AMD, oh boy. All right, so AMD coming in potentially here. Let's see if we can get down to this 172. So we've pretty much given up a decent chunk of that buying action that was coming in off of the open. We're still technically holding VWAP, but that's why I want to see this prior, most recent local low at that 172 area and see if that comes in. If not, if we hold that VWAP, I'm questioning whether or not we see 175s today, Sharif. Ooh. So yeah, a little bit of market tailwind would definitely help as well on that one. QuantumScape was another stock that I was looking at, but you know what? I did not look at QuantumScape close enough. You know, sometimes you got to look really close at some of those quantum names, right? So QS, right off of the open, beautiful flush coming in. I was looking for continuation, but you just have to wait for that bid to dissipate, and selling came in right off the open, 212.28, beautiful reversion back in, coming into prior day's lows, lick grabbing it, and then now we're reverting the reversion itself. So a little bit of reverseception happening here on QuantumScape. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Just keep an eye here on AIP. It's worth noting there's not a ton of volume on this, around 300,000 shares, but it's moving a little bit in case you missed it. There is this news here of this partnership between Tesla and Samsung, apparently $16.5 billion chip supply deal with Samsung. Samsung initially revealing this through an SEC filing. Now, AIP might fit into this. There's some social media speculation coming out that apparently AIP could be a beneficiary of this deal. They've actually worked with Tesla, and they do have some ties to Samsung. So some speculation that AIP could be involved in some way with the Samsung and Tesla deal. Keep an eye on this ticker. Again, the volume is very light, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, keeping my eye here on W Wave. I'm going to have to load up the 5 on this one if I want to get in. 5-second chart, that is. So we're having trouble with 9. We just dipped down aggressively into almost 8 1/3, excuse me. And now we're trying to break back above over here, just keeping my eye on the trend on the 5-second to see when it would be appropriate to get in, if appropriate. We've generally been holding between the 10 and the 20 EMAs on the 5, basically all day. There really hasn't been a trend change with respect to that. It's just sometimes finding support at the 10. Sometimes it's kind of in between the 10 and the 20. It's certainly got a seller at 9, though. There's been many attempts at 9. Initially, the first time we got into 9 was around 12:05. Since that time, it's been rejecting 9 with lower highs. So that does concern me a little bit as we look for kind of the trend change. So I'm just keeping my eye on this one. I don't mind getting back in, but I don't think it's quite primed and ready to go yet. Let's see if that changes here. Just keeping an eye on the micro pullbacks. No, it's still lower lows and lower highs as it dips back down into the mid-50s here, mid-50s that is. So a V-wave still very much in play, but just looking for the breakouts before I weasel back into this one. Now, the other one that we've got on, I didn't get the ad. I really did move this up. I moved it up from 55, I swear, to 64. We don't get the ad, and now we've got a hammer candle forming green right now on MPU. It hasn't taken out the high of the day or anything like that, but You just want to get a better cost basis so that you can attempt the high day break with a better price. So keep your eye out for MPU. But this one now, SES coming back down after rejecting 45. So I'm convinced that there could be a flat top break on SES. What I really want to look for, though, are higher lows. So the prior area low on SES was essentially a volume weighted average price pullback, and the low there was 136. So I have exactly 136s on right now. So anything below 136 would mean that this is not the right trend. Look how many times we rejected 145. Like, and I was sitting there all that time. I didn't put this after. I was waiting for it, and it didn't get printed. So I wet the beak there just to de-risk a little bit at 142, just take off some risk. But I am looking for a 145 pop and break if we can get it on SES. Let's go back now to V-Wave, keeping an eye on this one, still holding the 10 EMA, but off that $9 area. So V-Wave not quite setting up, and what I'm seeing on the 5-second chart are lower highs. And so this is what I'm looking at. I want you guys to see kind of what I see over here, Assassino, where we had that $9 rejection. This is the 5-second chart, so this is not 5-minute candles, 5 seconds. You reject $9, and then you make lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Do we find support at that 830 area? Yes, we do. Initial area of support, but can we change trend? Can we stop putting these lower highs in and start putting in higher highs and higher lows? We'll have to wait for that. So packing my patience, don't need to be first on what's called V-Wave over here. All right, let's go back over to MPU. I neither took anything to the high side nor DCA'd to the downside. So we're in no man's land right now, 5 pennies out of the money on MPU. And there is a 4-candle setup right now into the highs that haven't been breached. 379 the high, and we've got 4 candles, 3 of which are doji candles. This does concern me because it could be the beginning of a pullback. Okay. Now I've tried to account for that by keeping my eye on key levels and looking to DCA into the appropriate levels, but you just never really know how this cookie is going to crumble. Okay. So be on the lookout for that as well. Let's go back now to V-Wave. This one's right back at the 10 EMA, but as I've mentioned, the 10 EMA sometimes been support, sometimes the money fills have been between the 10 and the 20. The area between the 10 and the 20 right now are about 8 to 810. So if you pick up something off that whole dollar right now, that could be the money fill here on V-Wave, VWAV. Let's keep an eye out on this one. It's looking for a bigger retracement into between the 10 and the 20, and I could be certainly persuaded to punch in. Let's load up the 5-second chart as well to keep an eye on the macro trend. So that's all I'm keeping my eye on, OB, V-Wave, SES, and MPU.
Yeah, no, I'm just staring this Google down, and that came in almost back into the 90s here, 192. So that bid does come in off the false break of the day low, right at that 191. Not quite at VWAP just yet, but again, I'm not expecting it to get all the way to VWAP, even though I'm posted in and around there, because we've been extending off of VWAP, right? It's like if we're extending off VWAP, can I really expect it to go all the way back if we're still making a lower? Like, look, it's. I was pointing to my screen. Nice. Like, look right here, 192.80, 18, and then 192s. These are still structures from prior action that we still have not broken through. So technically, in terms of higher highs and higher lows, if I'm using that to define trend, technically, the trend hasn't really broken. Sure, it might have broken some moving averages because we started going sideways. Sure, it might have broken some trend lines because we started moving sideways, but structure still has not broken necessarily as we just hold sort of a little bit of a consolidation for over an hour here on top of the 191. Gets me a little convinced that, okay, maybe sellers and buyers and sellers are starting to switch a little bit of hands here. But yeah, reversion to VWAP coming in quite nicely here on Google, and the market still ceases to do anything. Hey, Neil, we're on the U contract right now. Is that true? Okay, that's correct. I'm just making sure I'm on the right ones here, because when I logged into this one, it was on M23. What? Yeah, that's crazy. And I'm sure I've sat at this desk more recently, right? I don't know what's going on, man. We gotta talk to Joe what he's doing with this computer. I also pulled up the task manager, and there was so many processes that I don't even recognize, and I'm like, oh boy. So some stuff definitely going on this PC that I'm curious about. I finally got Chrome to work. I had to reinstall it. I had to remove the application and then reinstall it. So I was like, it took me 2 seconds, but I was just like, all right, well, if you're not going to really work, and I think someone in the chat mentioned it as well. There was maybe the app data was fried or something, and yeah, so I just did a fresh install and it was working perfectly fine. Now, yeah, no, that V wave here, the V wave is continuing to push up a little bit higher here, man. What are your plans on that one? It's holding trend, dude. It's holding trend quite nicely, throwing up a moving average and even a trend line. Look at how clean this trend is right here. Just get it from the low of the day up to here. Sure, we start to break a little bit, but still, like I said, that's one definition broken, but technically we're still holding higher highs and higher lows. So, you know what I mean? Still trending to the upside. Absolutely beautiful action. Was $2 just yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean on Friday in the pre-market, maybe getting some news. No idea what the news was, but coming in quite nicely. Wow, 192. Where's the VWAP, you may ask?
Show yourself VWAP.
And VWAP, I have here sitting at 192.12. So let's actually get some VWAP here on these charts. So I have them, so I have it registered as well. But yeah, that's all I'm really looking at. I think I came in today and I was talking to Jose in the back as well, and I was just like, yeah, sideways action. He's like, yeah, if there's a day not to take any aggressive trades, today might be that day. And only a few names right off of the open in terms of the large caps really pushing. That was AMD, right? And maybe Tesla as well, but no, small cap. It is small cap season, dude.
It feels like it,
like multiples of 100% winners or runners, not necessarily winners. But people getting blown out of their shorts. We saw a lot of that happen. Yes. And that stock that you said, which one? The one that went to 170. Yeah. Yeah. Someone's definitely someone's battery definitely blew up on that one. So you've heard about those vapes blowing up, eh?
Yes, I have. And the bikes. You ever see some of these corroded e-bikes that make their way onto the subways? Once they get the salt in them, they corrode and then they explode, and it's not a good look. No, but I want to take this opportunity to kind of build on a point that O brought up earlier. We didn't get to really go into it, and here's the deal, guys. So we know that some EOs are floating around. It's either an EO or legislation, I forget, but they're looking at, and by they, the legislator is obviously in the United States, at lessening the pattern day trade rule from 25,000 down to 2. So if that actually happens, a lot of analysts are expecting the volume in the market to pick up substantially. And the area where they're expecting a lot of increased volume are in the lesser expensive names, the smaller cap names. Okay, so if that's going to be the case, then we could, underlying could, nobody knows what the hell is going to happen. We could have, a secular bull run in these small caps. Now, that will be aided substantially. That result will be aided substantially if the Fed starts cutting rates, because then you'll get the double whammy. You'll get the removal of PDT, or the lessening of PDT from 25 down to 2, and you'll get the small cap tailwind, which is a lower rate, or not low, but lower rate environment. 1 second. So what you're going to need to be looking for here are increased volumes into small caps. Now, if that's the case, then you probably should start trading them before they're in vogue, so that you've paid your dues and you have the repetitions for when they get hot, right? And again, nothing's for certain here. We're just speaking about possibilities, but it's something to be on the lookout for if you're looking at doing some retail trading and small cap specifically. Open.
Yes, sir. So big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast. That's the NASDAQ ticker VFS. Starting July 1st, 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move towards electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit with major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks. It has a strong head start. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge.
Dang.
So, yeah.
I like sharpening edges.
Check those guys out. Here, a little bit of a flip-flop on Google, just testing the waters. Like I said, I don't expect it to get right up to VWAP there. I was posted. We started going a little sideways after that bid. You can see the market pulling in as well. You can see the ES and the NASDAQ coming into consolidation lows. Sure, I'm watching Nike as well. Nike's starting to curl a little bit here, but not really involved in it as of right now. Let's see if we can pull back down a little bit lower, but more than willing to lose on this flip short on the goggles here just to test out whether or not we get to VWAP or not. Like I said, I think the initial trade I kind of botched already, attempting to get long and selling everything a little too early on that pushback up. False break of 191 was quite nice there, Sharif. So
Yes, sir.
let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I would like to know. And yeah, yeah, Miami Dragon. Yes, I did switch up a little bit. The market, I mean, the market started coming in. We were underneath VWAP, 192 prior structure. We didn't quite break it. We're extended below VWAP. That bid was quite aggressive and pushing pretty nicely. So I'm just taking a quick stab at it. I don't know if it's going to work or not. No idea. But yeah, let's continue watching this one. And again, let's see what you guys are talking about here. Charlie Taff saying, I am considering a Q short on the break of range lows. Let's take a quick look at that as well. QQQs. I normally look at the TQs a little bit more, but yeah, still pretty much the same here. Are you talking about this range low right here? That is coming in at 567.77 apparently. All right, so yeah, a break of that low. Let's see if that potentially comes in. We got that strong Kwadunk, which was corrected quite aggressively on the Qs. Again, that little wick action right there on the 15-minute chart NASDAQ, you can see that coming in. But sellers still pretty strong as we're trading below VWAP and still trading lower than opening range highs as well. Pretty much sideways action is what I'm really seeing here. Sure, we make a flush, but gets bought right back up above prior day's levels. Right there, you can see the selling that came in going into the end of the day on Friday was in and around 5.67s, 5.66s, and you can see that resistance may be turning into support on that ping to the downside. Yeah, a little bit. I like it. I like it when strong action tests goes into some zones and tests out what kind of liquidity might be sitting in and around there as well. But yeah, good stuff. Looking at some of those names. Okay, here's a little bit of a bid. Oh boy, we might actually get to that 192 here on Google.
All right, guys, I'm involved in MPU, and we just took out into the high of the day. It is 390, so we're long 78. We scalped up into that level. I'm really, I don't want to say aggravated because I'm not aggravated at all, but I'm just frustrated with the fact that I didn't get this ad because it came into my level. As you can see there on the screen, I have that resting order there. It came into it, but it was a 4-3 penny spread or whatever at that level, so we didn't get the ad. I mean, it's just if I'm not staring at it and then have the opportunity to chase it, if it doesn't trigger, then, you know, we won't get it. You come back to it, you see it's untriggered. So I'm just frustrated by that. I mean, I would really love to have gotten that ad, especially since I had the right area and I had the right idea, and then we don't have the kind of shares or the price that we would like. But nonetheless, it's positive and we're taking it into the high. Let's see if this thing can test the $4 area. I was seeing somebody in the chat saying that it was awfully close to its 52-week highs. Let's do some TA and find out if that is accurate or not. The ticker I'm talking about, guys, is MPU, up nicely on the day, 42% and change. Let's go to the daily on MPU. All right, well, I'm just waiting. There we go. So where is this? June. So it's July. So this is well above the 52-week highs. What you probably were talking about there in the chat was something around here. This would take us all the way back to January of last year, right? I don't think that that's what you meant, or maybe it is what you meant. But in any event, we're above 52-week highs right now. Not all-time highs, though. And besides, I think if we keep going here, I think we had some higher highs. Yeah, the mother of all double tops there, COVID. A lot of charts look like this, though. A lot of charts during the COVID period. They kind of had a double top. They popped up, you know, sometime during COVID, and then they made another attempt only to be brought down by Jerome Powell and his testimony in front of Congress saying inflation wasn't transitory. We saw this in 2022. Mostly everything sold off. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But in any event, MPU, we're involved in this one at 78. Now it's back down into 77s. Let's see if it holds up at the 10 EMA on the 5. In addition to that, I added to my position over here on SES. It came back into VWAP. It has a triple bottom, not triple bottom, 3 areas where it came into on the 5-minute chart where it found support at VWAP. So I added into this position at 38s. Let's see if it pops back up. Let's go ahead and scalp something here at 41s if we can get that. We'll pack our patience to see if we can get that, Adair.
Sharif, we have Boeing earnings tomorrow morning, so of course I'm working on some infographics over at TTV Research ahead of that report. I currently have one in the works that I'm very excited about, following the stock performance of Boeing under all of its CEOs in the new millennium, and definitely check that one out once it's live. I'll preview it here. But in the meantime, this infographic shows the kind of turbulent, for lack of a better term, situation here with Boeing's quarterly deliveries. We had a little bit of growth, drops back down. Lately, it's been really choppy. So again, here, BA quarterly deliveries of their commercial aircraft. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. Make sure to follow us on X for all of your market-related content needs. Back to you.
Right, W-Wave, V-Wave, excuse me, I keep saying W-Wave, I don't know why. V-Wave taken right back off into the high of the day. It's a 9:15 banger. There it goes. It's a 9:44 banger right now on V-Wave. This one has got the goods. It's 300% in the green. Everybody's fixated on the 760% that Vape is on. But Vape, you know, it's off the highs of the days right now. V-Wave has got the goods. It's heading right back up into that high of the day. Again, it's a 944 high. Let's see if it can defend 9, but I don't think we're substantially far enough away from 9 so that we can use it as support. So I'll be looking at the higher lows rather than the whole dollar area of support. I'm talking about 9. I just don't think we've cleared it far enough. Let's keep an eye out on this one. V-Waves on that good stuff. I'm going to flatten out here on MPU if we get any more selling. Here's the deal. It's above the 10 EMA, but I don't want to see a break of prior bar low. Prior bar low is essentially where I'm at, so if it loses that, I'll just get out and I'll let my other order fail. So keep your eye on MPU. It's a little illiquid right now, but keep your eye on it nonetheless. And then quickly here back to V-Wave. Here we go again into that high. It's a 44 high again. We're touching the high again. There's a seller at 38. He kept blocking us, but right back up we go into the high 20s, mid 30s again, but we can't shake that high of the day yet. We'll get back from Madeira and see what happens.
So to let you guys know, Sharif, we do have the 5-year note auction coming imminently. It's supposed to be happening right now. I'll let you guys know when I have any details. I do not even have right now what the previous high yield was, so we can't really provide an accurate comparison. Earlier today, we had the 2-year note auction, exactly in line with estimates. If there's anything big here, I will let you know, but just be aware, 5-year note auction happening right now. Back to you.
All right, tell them.
Coming in, some strong selling just came into the goggles here, flushing all the way down to 50s on that, and then picking right back up. So interesting action right there. We were underneath that VWAP, but talk about taking out the bid, and then maybe a little bit of absorption. Let's see if that selling continues here, coming in under VWAP as well. That was quite nice. Let's see, where was that candle low? That candle low went to 56s. We were trading in the 90s there. That local high coming in at 192.01, so pretty much, well, relatively close. I didn't have covers down. I was not sitting down here, but absolutely beautiful, getting bought right back up. So maybe a little bit of, you know, algos step in there when they definitely feel something might be a little mispriced. And it seems like that was a good, maybe potential example of that. Let's see if we can see VWAP now. That bid coming in pretty aggressively, Sharif.
All right,
sorry,
just give me a
boy, here we go.
Opportunity to throw my stops here. All right, here we go. We're throwing in stops on MPU as it's breaking a little bit down here. So if it doesn't hold this bid, we're going to get right out. Keeping my eye also on SES. After that ad, I've still gone unprinted on SES, so let's keep tabs on that. Let's go ahead and with the beak actually over here, and then we'll also layer into 39s and 40. How many shares do we have? Yeah, good. 39, and then we're going to print at 40 as well. And let's see what we get on that bad boy. Let's go back over now to MPU. What do we got on? We got still 73s on, going unprinted for the moment. 73s now on the ask, 66 on the bid. It's at the 10, but it better hold. So we'll leave that one. Let's let it cook. I still have one more order that's gone unfilled. This one over here, V-Wave. Into 944, dropping below 9. This is exactly why I didn't want to use 9 as support. We just didn't clear 9 far enough, given the relative price action, to say it was going to be support. Now, it's going to be operative if you're looking at working your way into V-Wave is the higher lows. Be on the lookout for the higher low, higher low, higher low. Again, what I perceive here for V-Wave is the money fills seem to be between that 10 EMA and the 20 EMA on the 5. Most of the time when it's got a strong uptrend, the support will be at the 10 EMA, but when it pulls back a little bit deeper, the buy area seems to be at that in between the 10 and the 20 at Dara.
So to let you guys know, we did get that auction. It is worth noting here, the 5-year note auction, 3.983% prior, or I guess just before the auction, the high yield sitting here around 3.975%, so slightly lower than what the high yield we were seeing right before the auction. Palantir news as well, guys. Excuse me, the information reporting that the Defense Department is testing AI to gain leverage over producers like Palantir. So apparently, again, I want to repeat the headline, the information reporting that the Defense Department is testing AI to gain leverage over producers like Palantir. Apparently, they're also reporting here that Microsoft is offering AI to pry customers away from Salesforce and other competitors. So CRM, PLTR, MSFT on watch. As you guys know, if I get any other information, I'll let you know right away. Back to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, the Palantir's coming in real hot right now to the downside on that catalyst, intraday catalyst. Some great stuff happening here. So right away, I'm going to flip over to the 1 minute, throw on an anchored and see what we do with that right there. That's coming in at, I guess, 155s. We're trading about 50 pennies lower. Those dips getting bought right back up. So yeah, a little bit of a crush. And I was short. I think I showed you this. I was short Palantir. I was like, all right, sellers are definitely in charge. And I tried to short aggressively, but only took a little bit off, and selling coming in with the catalyst right there, giving us that continuation. I don't know what this anchored is down here, but let's go up to a higher time frame and see what kind. Oh boy. Oh, boy. I need to go up to a daily for this one, Sharif.
Okay.
1 day. Let's see if we're violating any sort of a trend, because we know Palantir has been in a pretty aggressive uptrend, right?
Has been,
so let's see if we've broken trend at all. Absolutely not. Even through that volatility and that aggressive flushing, nothing really happening here on the higher time frame. But intraday, oh boy, 158s all the way down to 153. So interesting action on that one there. Google seems like it wants that VWAP, so still holding on to that one right there. Market still going sideways, man. Lunchtime's pretty. I would say lunchtime's pretty quiet for large caps for the most part. But sometimes when you do get intraday news, that's some of the, regardless of what time of day it is, those are some of the best opportunities. So let's continue to watch Palantir and see what it can give us here as it pulls back into some of those prior day levels on Palantir. Oh boy.
I like it, Ob. I like it. Guys, I'll get to MPU in a second, but V-Wave has a seller at 15s here on the 5, can't shake them. We're generally putting in higher lows on the 5-second chart, but we've got a flat top brewing here at $9.15. There's a seller of note that can't be shaken. Let's see if we can maintain that level above 9. What I'm looking for is a break above 9.15. You can try to work your way in on the higher low as well. That's sound, but we're breaking down now below 9. But every time we dip below 9, the buyers are stepping up. Full disclosure, and pushing it right back above 9. But we've got a bit of a micro downtrend right now as we're putting in lower highs. So that 9.15 acting as the top, then the subsequent areas with lower highs right now on V-Wave. I was also able to extract a couple of beak wetters here on my friend MPU into the mid to high 70s, but this one is continuing to kind of show some weakness at this level. So I am a little concerned. We got a little bit of a de-risk there, or we're profitable on it, but it is coming back down, and we've got 71s on. It's below my add area. I still have one area over here waiting at 64s that still has gone unprinted to the downside. Here we go again, showing 64s. I don't know if this is the right trade anymore. I'll pack I don't have that too many shares in it, so we can definitely work our way out of this one. Let's just see exactly what we get on MPU. Also, SES continuing to try to take prints to the high side over here. We've had a seller at 39 for a long time, but we do have higher lows on that one. So I am looking for a break possibly above that 40 penny area on SES. Let's go back to MPU and see what the situation is over here, because I'm trying to work my way into this one on MPU. All right, let's just let this one cook, because V-Wave's going to take out the level again. There it goes into the high of the day. V-Wave's on that good stuff right now. It's a 955 high. People taking profits as it comes right back down into the 40s. But this is likely the first step before we see higher highs. And here we go. We just touched 953 again with higher lows right now. So be on the lookout for a decisive break. We took out that 915 seller like it didn't even matter, man. Just looking at it. Yeah, you got to be staring at these ones at all times in order to really catch the best of the price action, because anytime you look away, there's stuff happening. There's a whole bunch of selling at 953 in the same way that we were selling at 915. So whatever algo is basing the trade off, this one is certainly using 953 now as the level, but it feels like it's going to get taken. 52s, 51s right now. 54s now is the high of the day, but it's a quick wick, and we drop right back down into the 30s. V-Wave is the one I'm talking about. There it is again. Oh, baby. 968 high on V-Wave. This one's got all gas, no brakes. Here we go again, 972 HOD. This one keeps putting in higher lows and higher highs. Now watch out for that 10 squeeze on V-Wave. I don't have anything in it at the moment. We've been trading it basically all morning. But here we go again, pulling back into that 9 2/3 right now. That's still higher lows. The prior area low, 940. Be on the lookout for a loss of 940. That's prior area low, at least on the 5-second chart, Obe. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. What do you got?
Coming into VWAP here is Google. Again, I'm not looking at too much other than Google. I'm still waiting for other opportunities. I got Palantir on watch now with that Quadunk, but a little bit of a bid showing up, stopping in its tracks. 153.06 is the low. So yeah, fresh news coming in on Palantir, still holding that 155. So yeah, yesterday's or prior day's opening range and day low was in and around that 155. We're consolidating underneath it. So the question becomes, this was a little bit of support. This was resistance on Thursday, that 155, 156 area. We broke out of that coming in right off of the open on Friday. And guess what? Today, a little bit of a reversion. Let's see if that resistance turns support, turns into resistance once again with this little bit of consolidation now happening underneath that level. 155 halves is the wick high here on this 3-minute candle, 155.45. So still consolidating underneath that level. But yeah, let's see if we see some of that action coming in of support turning into resistance. You see that happen all the time across the board in the market. And if you use that as a little bit of confluence, which I definitely do, you can definitely add some perspective and direction to your ideas.
Get 'em over. Yes, sir.
But, yeah.
All right.
What do you got going on there?
I'm still trading MPU. Finally, we're getting higher lows and higher highs. We've got a bunch of prints. What do we have? We have 70s on an MPUs. I just got a 79 print there, so not the biggest move. But here we go. We're trying to work into higher highs. There's 80 again. There's 82. I'm waiting at 82, but it's got a cross. It's a 1 penny spread, bro. Let's go. Print the thing. All right, so we'll continue to wait over here on MPU, showing 82s, showing me 81s on the bid, but it's not crossing, so there is a seller here, a hidden order, an iceberg order, keeping us down, preventing us from ascending. Let's pack our patience. There it goes. Run for your life, short seller. You're going to get killed, brother. So we're going to get 85s, and then we're going to post up at 88s. Run for your life. All right, so keep your eye here on MPU, 390 high.
that was the Flintstones run, right?
Good. That was good. I like that one. I like that one. Shout out to Assassino. Boom! Into the high. We take it out. We take out 88s. We take out 85s. And now we're waiting at the high of the day. Go, MPU, go, you little. All right, so that's what we're looking at. Get it, Brendo. Brendo's flying through the screen for whatever reason. He's a lamb and money's flying out of him, but everything's fine. Everything makes sense. Don't ask questions. We're going to keep an eye out on that. And there goes V-Wave. Oh, my God. These small cap gappers are going to give me an aneurysm. 1024 high of the day. This thing's up 325%. Go, V-Wave, go. This piece of garbage was like $3 when we started trading it. It's clearing 10 now. So these small cap gappers, as we did a little soliloquy before to explain why they were coming in vogue, it's already showing itself right now. 1024 HOD on V-Wave. Trade it carefully as we come into areas of technical resistance. I'm going to talk about that $10 level. Obviously, we're above it right now, but 24 pennies is not exactly clearing it by any distance. So keep your eye out on that. So that's all I'm keeping my eye on right now. We got the position on SES and MPU, both nicely in the money. How's that SES trade doing? All right, so we took out a bunch of prints after the ad. By the way, I forgot to mention to you guys, I added into the SES position. Initially, we had 36s. VWAP is a dynamic level, as we've talked about. So it came into VWAP again, found support, so I added at the volume weighted average price, and we've wet the beak out there a little bit. But these ones are around for a good time, not a long time. So anything below my entry price now on MPU, we're gonzino. Now this is an ugly topping tail candle that's manifesting right now on MPU, with a 390 high. That does make it a double top, because the prior area high on MPU was at 12:50 p.m. on the 5 anyway, and it was 390. So this makes it a double top. Be on the lookout for possible resistance there. But look at the goods on V-Wave. I was calling you Joseph, sorry. This thing is flying to the high side. Every time I look, it's at a new high day. This one, the squeeze is on. Whether it's a low flow or a short squeeze, it doesn't really matter. The volume's there. The price action is there. It's respecting trend. We've been putting in higher freaking lows and higher freaking highs all dang morning on this one. So it's not exactly bamboozling you in and out of the trade. So we'll keep tabs on that, and we'll report to you on it if we have another trade on it. But currently, we don't have anything on it at the moment. So let's look to enter, I guess, really, because I should be trading this, especially if it's this aggressive to the high side ope. I know you'll be looking at this one for the reversion, or will you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly studying those, we were mentioning before. I think small caps are definitely poised for a little bit more volume in the coming future. And yeah, let's see how that reversion comes in. This is still very much front side. There are people definitely trying to short that name over and over again and getting blasted to the upside. Its action speaks for itself. The volume speaks for itself as well. So the volume in the chart and the price actions kind of speak for itself is what I'm trying to say here. And very much an uptrend on that one. And again, no real sense of capitulation or failure or anything like that just yet on any of those stocks that I see you trading. You're getting with the trend, which is beautiful.
Yeah, I have a rule. Look, in 2022 and in early 23, number one, I wasn't as proficient at these as I think I am now, or I'm trying to be. Right. Number one. Number two, the market was a little weak. If you recall, obviously in 22 it was quite weak. So I noticed a lot of these ones open by those ones I'm talking about, small cap gappers. They didn't have the juice. And so they'd make an initial move, and then it would be a retracement in a VWAP. Rarely would they hold VWAP open. So what I would wait for was a loss of VWAP, and then I would short them. And I haven't actually been shorting any of these small cap gappers in, like, I don't know, a couple of years, because the market just hasn't been that way, where, you know, you fade the pop, so to speak. So there is a different trade, is what I'm trying to say, for these small cap gappers. There used to be a trader on the floor, I forget his name. His name was Ed, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was his modus operandi. He would wait for these ones to make their move.
Eric as well.
Eric, that's it. Sorry, not Ed. Eric. Okay. I meant, thank you for that. Yeah. And that was his move. And he would wait for these ones to make their move to the high side and for the steam to run out, and then he'd be pouncing. He'd get shorts on them. Sometimes shorts are quite expensive on these ones because they're highly in demand and very rare. But that's the nature of being, or that's the pleasure, I think, of saying, of being on a prop floor. Because rarely will I be able to short any of these on my own platform. But on the floor here with real trading, you basically have your pick of the bunch. Whichever ones you want, they're pretty much there. I rarely remember a situation where I looked over to Neil and Sean and said, can I get shorts? And there were none. I don't even remember a time that's happened. So full disclosure. Oh, it's gonna happen now, isn't it, Katina man? Okay, just to test the waters, MPU, Katina man, how much would the shorts on MPU and V-Wave, just those two? 1 point on V-Wave, Neil? On V-Wave? Oh, you're guessing. I thought you actually looked. Okay. No, Neil was just taking a shot in the dark there. Katina man is gonna look.
With the way that We Wave.
Yeah.
Is moving, and what was the other one? Vape.
Vape.
Vape. I want to know
So
how much
V-Wave,
vape borrows
MPU,
are.
Katina, man, MPU, yeah.
I want to know how much vape borrows are as well, because that thing is going absolutely crazy and blasting shorts out of the water. But again, the higher and higher it gets, I like it a little bit more. But again, got to wait for that backside.
Katina man's upset, brother. He's like, look, bro, this is my break. You know, I'm trying to punch into my food over here, and you guys are eliciting my time. Like, find a better hobby. No, I'm playing. So we'll keep an eye on that. Levi Corbett, SLDP, I think is still dope. Let's have a look at SLDP. Shout out to Lee Corbett. Am I saying it right? Levi. Is it Corbett or Corbet? Because, you know, we're Canadian, right? So we have that kind of French side to us that, you know, it's portage, not portage. If you speak to any Americans, though, it's portage. And the only reason I know, get it, Adara.
Unless you live in Winnipeg, because one of our biggest streets is Portage, and it is
Vape.
pronounced
How much is vape?
Portage
I don't want it.
for whatever reason.
I just want to know how much.
Well, I can show you a bunch of videos on YouTube where they're not pronounced that way. But to be fair to Adara, the guy is from Ontario, so it's portaging. So there it is. I'm short TQQ here, the Katina man says. Any updates on the price, brother?
So vape is 26 cents.
Vape
okay, that's not
is 26 pennies for 100 shares.
So it'll cost you 20.
It'll cost you $26. So
Shorts
on
on MPU.
MPU, free. 2 cents for 100 shares on MPU. So $1.95 for V-Wave. So I mean, these are just ridiculous prices, Obe.
Yeah.
Are we Assassino? Which
Yep.
one?
We're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, guys, Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, so the market with a little bit of a quadunk to the downside, and Google's still holding in and around this VWAP area. Consolidation hasn't really broken trend here. 191s, 192s still holding. That was that prior structure, but you can see the ES printing some fresh lows maybe on this 15-minute candle, catching a little bit of a bid going into it, and then the NASDAQ, not fresh lows just yet, Sharif,
yes, sir.
but coming into them as of right now. Let's see if that low can be broken on the NASDAQ. The ES has already broken, and we're looking like we might be poised for a little bit of fresh lows as well on the ES. So let's see what's moving around here. Wow, Palantir is still holding that 156, 155 area as a little bit of a consolidation. As well. Wow, Intel today was day 2 of earnings, and after that strong bid in the morning session, we pretty much sold right back off. So let's take a quick look at Intel as well. I had this on watch, not necessarily one of my top ideas, but definitely something that I was watching as it is earnings day 2. On the reaction, didn't really do much coming into the open. Pretty much sideways consolidation, but coming in today, nice little hold of that prior day consolidation highs, giving us the push a little bit higher. 21.29 was the day high, but oh boy, taking a little bit of a grind all the way back down as the market starts to fade as well. So we pretty much gave it all up and then some, and it seems like day low is almost inevitable. 2069 is the opening range low, and as well as the day low, currently trading at 2073, Sharif. So yeah, Intel, let's see if that comes in. Market taking a bit of a pullback, but let's see if that selling sustains at all. Some of these mags definitely a lot stronger than others. I'm looking at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's pushing back towards its highs. Oh boy, look at Apple. Apple was trying to push its highs, and look at the quadunk. Look at the level of quadunk that's happening on Apple right now, Sharif, as it breaks down. And it kind of, I guess, maybe reflective of the SPY as well. That day low coming in at 213.57, currently trading at 213.67. So about 10 pennies away from the day low. That's where bids came in off of the open and a little bit after the open on this candle right here at 942. So within the first 15-minute candle, there was a bit of a double bottom formed, which was also the day low. Let's see if that can potentially come in. Oh boy, catching a bit of a bid here on goggles. Probably gonna get
Say
stopped
more,
out of this
man.
one.
All right, guys. This is it's just absolute buck wild right now. V-Wave, there it is, $11. There it goes. Oh my God! In the second that I said $11, it jumped from 11 to 11.33. That is now the high. Here it is at the $0.25. This thing's on a rampage. It looks like it's going to break 400% right now, but that still pales in comparison to what Vape is up. And Vape is up or is down substantially off the high. It's still up 744%. There goes V-Wave again into 1150, up 383%. It feels like that 750 is gone, and it's 1175 now. The short squeeze is on. You can see price action now that we haven't seen basically all day. This could be it now for V-Wave. So let's see. Not it in the sense that it's going to start turning back, but now the huge squeeze. It looks like the squeeze has really been on since that 1075 break. Do we get bamboozlement or do we get continuity over here? So keep your eye on V-Wave, VWAV, having trouble with 11.5, but the high of the day is 1175. Right back above 11.5 we go again. Great look today for V-Wave. Be careful with this one, though. It'll break your heart. If you fall too much in love with it, you got to just take what you can get from it and get the hell out of there. I'm not going to draw any comparisons. All right, here we go. Into that high again, that 1170, that 1150 still got taken out. But we still technically have a lower high. In the 60s, we go with that 1175 high from the previous area pop. Do we hold trend, though? 11.25 is the area low. Based on the 5-second chart, 11.25 the area low. If you lose 11.25, then you've lost the current trend. You'll have to set up again on a different trend. I'm not saying it's done trading. So here we go. We're going to punch in here. Let's see if we can get something to the high side. Boom! Into the high. Whoa! I added aggressively into the highs there. Let's take some out. As this one pops again. Oh my goodness! Look at this. Oh, taking out levels. Here we go again. I couldn't even punch into anything on this, man. Like I got like almost like 30 cents worth of slippage. I punched through 11.5 and I ended up getting 1175 on this. Oh my goodness. On W-Wave, what a move up. 1198 is now up 400%. What an aggressive move that was. Jeez Louise. Okay, I was not expecting that. Also, PFSA is on the rampage to the high side. There it goes. It was at 115 moments ago. It's at 155. It's up 128%. This one's on one right now. So PFSA on one. V-Wave on one. They're all rocketing up. Be careful, for the love of God. I'm going to keep saying it, and I don't care. If I sound like a broken record, be careful with this one. They are dangerous to trade. I fat fingered already into this. I didn't mean to add into this position. I had the 11.5s and I got so exuberant, I actually added into the position and now it gave back some of the profit. So that was a fat finger on my part there, but I don't even think this one's done trading yet. It's still got the goods right now. Let's see if it holds trend again. 1175 resistance, certainly, even though there's an 1198. Coming back down into 11.25. Could there be buying down here at the $0.25? There was buying at the $0.25 before. Let's see if this one's got the juice to keep going. 11.25 right now.
Whoa.
What do you got, Ob? Take it.
Nothing, just a little bit of sell coming in. You were talking about you can't get too attached to some of these stocks because they will break your heart. And I had to put on Heartless by Kanye because I was like, yes, let's go. And I was just like, how can you be so heartless? You know, I'm just jamming out to this right here, right now. The price. Don't get too attached to some of your trades. You know, where's the next trade should be the question. Almost always there. But market coming in a little bit there. ES still continuing to print some fresh lows. It seems like buyers are definitely a little dominant here since some of those lows on the goggles, but we have yet to see if that VWAP selling can come in. But beautiful reversion happened on Palantir, pulling back up. It came all the way down to 153s and then pushes right back up, kind of correcting, or not necessarily correcting, but reverting about 50% of that move, 157s all the way from 154s, 153s here on Palantir. So let's see where that one can potentially take us. I'll give you guys a better perspective of that price action right now on this. We put up that anchored, right? So let's see what we're doing in and around that anchored price. So Once we did reclaim and hold, let's go down to a 1 minute so we can see some granularity. You can see once this high was broken, that 55.5, that's what I was talking about earlier. Once that held and held as a little bit of support, we were getting a bit of a grind. So we did get that 50% reversion on Palantir here. Let's see if, again, seller dominant since the open. Sellers coming in off of intraday catalyst. Let's see if sellers continue to persist and continue to stay in control underneath VWAP. As of right now, a little bit of a pullback happening here on Palantir as well. So let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. Oh boy, indeed, as some of the intraday volatility starts to come in. V-Wave, I keep reading it as Wave. And yeah, that keeps on messing me up. Dragos saying NVIDIA coming in nicely. Let's see. Yeah, NVIDIA slow and steady, but it's still kind of chopping around sideways. Sorry? The stream is down? What do you mean? So it's like it's not working? We're not? They can't hear me or see me. Oh boy. But can you, oh boy. So it's back? We're back? We're back. Okay, cool. We're back. Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties. Just refresh the page if you guys are having some issues with seeing the stream and seeing the positions here, or seeing the what do you call it? The video feed is what I'm talking about. The chat is still running. I still see you guys talking in the chat. The stream dropped for a second and then it came right back straight.
Oh boy.
So, we're coming right back. So refresh if you guys are still having issues there. But yeah, beautiful reversion on Palantir. Let's see if sellers come in. NASDAQ getting bought right back up. So yeah, that wick action may be showing us maybe some buyers in and around there. Google, I'm still waiting, still holding underneath VWAP as of right now, which technically I would say that, yeah, sellers might be a little involved here as of right now, but who knows? Still kind of waiting for that to come into fruition and more than willing to let it work or let it not work and stop me out as well. So let's see, 15-minute chart. Let's see, bar high is sitting at 92.14s, bar opens at 92.08, and we're currently bar low 91.78. So only about a few pennies away from both the highs and the lows of that 15-minute candle. Looking for more sellers, man, and sellers are definitely not in the small caps today, because that stuff, well, maybe there are. Maybe that's what's fueling the move. That is probably what's fueling the move. Sellers who are getting in on the front side of the move there. And I see that your V-Wave is continuing to make waves to the upside right now. Is that 111s? No, that's 11s.
11s, yeah.
I keep thinking it's that vape
Yeah, I know
stock.
that. Well, yeah. Well, vape would I would have definitely been double taking there because we've seen this one already do that. But Wave's getting some sell, or V-Wave is getting some selling over here at around the $0.50. Here we go. It's trying to clear 40s. We've already scalped up over here, but there's some selling. So I've taken out the majority of the position. Let's see if this one's got the juice to pop back up. Let's layer some orders now in the 50s on this one. There's 30s again. They're selling at 39 now. There's a big hidden seller at 39s. There we go. Just absolutely got blown up, but they re-enter their position. There we go. Taking out all the orders now on V-Wave into the high. 47s. Let's see if this one's got the juice to let it loose. Let's go. 11.5. Come on, man. That $0.50 seller's been preventing everybody from printing right now. So let's keep or pack our patience on this one. See if we can take out this seller. And there he goes. Absolutely got decimated. Into 1170 we go. This thing's freaking out over here. It's not even showing me the right price because it's losing its mind. There we go into the high. There we'll print there as well. Big move here on V-Wave. There it goes, man, into 1180. Can we take out the high of the day? We're still holding from 1135. Anything below my entry, I flatten out. Into 12 we go. Oh, boom, into the high. There it is, 1209 on V-Wave. Oh, baby. It was actually tripping out the level 2, dude. The level 2 started like actually freezing on me. I had to look at my 5 seconds, and we got out at the top as it comes down $1 from 12.15 into 11.25. Oh my goodness. The pandemonium on V-Wave. What a move up into 1215. It's
I'm
so
frozen.
exciting. It has Adara yawning. It's absolutely fantastic there. Get it, Adara. All right, great look right now on V-Wave. What a move up and continuing to go. It's still actually holding trend, believe it or not, guys. It is literally actually holding trend despite the fact of the failed break of 12. I've seen this before. I saw it with 10. I saw it with 9, with 11. It always seems to fail break at the whole dollar only to boom, take it out from the top. Jay Doe wants the money, money, money. He's going to get it. Absolutely. What a move up here on V-Wave. Oh, what a day, bro. Jeez Louise. I'm starting to lose my voice. I feel like I went to karaoke on the weekend. Shout out that she's not here. She won't get that one. But this one's still going. Oh, it's still putting in higher lows. What I keep looking at, guys, and I'm sorry that I'm looking at the screen on the top and not at the camera, but what I'm looking at are the higher lows on the 5. I'm trying to spot where the micro pullbacks are and where the breakouts happen. And by using the 5-second chart, as I mentioned last week, it's kind of an informal way to see where the buyers and sellers are like you would on the level 2, except it doesn't disappear. It stays there. And there it is again into the high of the day. 1234 high now. This is zigging and zagging. It's up 420% right now on V-Wave. Be on the lookout for this one. It continues to go. Obi.
Yes, sir.
What do you
Yeah, no. So my PA froze for a second there, and then I think it was a little bit of a lot of potential data coming in there, and we ripped to the upside. Look at the markets. The Nasdaq ripping to the upside as well, recovering pretty much that strong quadroon, that prior 15-minute candle once again, as we may potentially be catching a bid here. Get stopped out on that goggles a couple of times here as I try to take a couple more stabs here at that 192. So nothing too crazy here as of right now, but yeah, a little bit of getting a little chopped up there, trying to revert the reversion on goggles, and that bid came in quite nicely here, Sharif. So let's see if we can continue to get involved with this one and see if it can potentially continue to reward us as it comes in a little bit more here. 192s, let's see if that can hold and sustain. We saw that was a bit of a level a little earlier as well. I'm just looking for, again, more of the same, Sharif. So, yeah, nothing, like I said, nothing too crazy as things just consolidate and do their thing here. I want to know what you guys are trading. You guys, during the lunch hour, I'm usually just observing, watching, not really getting involved too much unless and until I see something. Wow, NVIDIA actually pulled back all the way up to its day highs. Take a look at this right here. Pull up to the highs right there. 175.57 is the day high. Currently trading at 175.41, Sharif. So nice. A little bit of a bid catching on. And I forget who it was in the chat. They were talking about how NVIDIA is slow and steady, nice grind up, and grinding up it definitely is. I'm curious to know whether or not we're poised for a little bit of a test of that day high. As of right now, if we continue that trend to the upside, I think that's more than within range, Sharif.
Yes, guys, I want to bring your attention to PFSA as well, because this one is not the only, V-Wave is not the only one that's rocketing up. PFSA is at the high of the day, and it's up a very respectable 150%. Oh, wow. V-Wave just hit another high of the day, 1259. So this one, 170 right now on PFSA. It's showing me 65, 66, so it's a couple of shekels off that high. It's got an uninterrupted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles in a row, but they're now a triple top is forming on the 5-minute chart at $1.70. 3 candles in a row. So if we finish this candle, the current 5-minute candle, and it doesn't break 170, it'll be 15 minutes of rejection at that $1.70. However, that's the bad side, that we're not making any highs. The good side is all 3 of those candles that have been topping up at $1.70 all have higher lows. So this could be a very micro flat top break or a micro ascending wedge. Be on the lookout for that. As I tell you about V-Wave, it's coming back down. Assassino aggressively here off that 1259. It's $1 off the low. And if it makes any more lows here, it will be the first red candle to make a new low in a hot minute. It's currently holding prior bar low, but for how long? The buyers are stepping in. Let's give this an opportunity, see if it can catch a bid off here. Obi.
Yes, sir. So Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. It's our friends at eSignal, guys.
I like that. I'm going to do the news. Ob, is there anything that you want to cover before we get in to the news?
No, not really. I'm looking at, again, only watching Palantir and Google right now. Palantir probably a lot more in play than Google, and relative to some of the stocks that I had on watch in the morning session. Again, I was watching AMD, Intel, Palantir, a little bit of StockCell as well. Nike not really doing too much, and it seems like QuantumScape might be poised for fresh lows. So that's all I really got going on. Let's hear the news, Trey.
Yeah, absolutely. Just setting up my stop for this one. So a 9, and then you get 6. Okay, fine, fantastic. Let's put that in there, see what we get. All right, guys, let's do the news, because there's I don't want to say it was like a heavy news day or anything like that, but there was certainly some things to talk about, especially with respect to these chips. A lot of chip-related news. Let's start off with the first one that caught my attention, Tesla. Not doing a deal with Taiwan Semi. I wonder if this had anything to do with Taiwan Semi's strained output capacity, because as we talked about, remember the H20 that NVIDIA can now sell again in China? Well, they can't actually produce any new H20s for 9 months because Taiwan Semi's production output capacity is completely maxed. They had initially allocated it to NVIDIA for the H20, but Jensen called Taiwan Semi CEO back in April, said, look, the ban's going in place. I'm not going to need as many H20s as I had originally ordered. So Taiwan Semi reallocated all of that. So why I'm telling you all this when I got a Tesla headline here is perhaps the explanation for why Elon maybe chose Samsung. That's me speculating, not anything that I read. So here's the deal. Samsung signed a $16.5 billion semiconductor supply contract with Tesla effective a couple of days ago on the 26th, and it's going to run for a while. December 31st, 2033 is the length of the contract. Musk confirmed it on X. It centers around Tesla's next-gen AI chip called the AI6. TSMC is building the AI5, just so you guys know. Samsung previously kind of withheld that information because it wasn't theirs to make public, but Musk making it public so they can comment on it now. So kind of a good look there if you're a Samsung investor, which I'm not. Samsung's new Texas fabrication plant, fab, will be dedicated to producing that AI6 chip. So you get a couple of double whammies there. You don't focus on Taiwan Semi, and you're building it with Samsung locally, not at the Arizona plant this time, in Texas. So you check off Donald's wish list there. Build locally, right? Musk emphasized the deal's scale and suggested the total value may actually exceed that $16.5 billion headline number. Tesla will co-optimize production efficiency because they're obviously very good at doing that with their cars. Musk apparently here, according to this article, going to be personally involved in accelerating the progress of the build out there. The contract is seen as a major strategic win for Samsung, the world's #2 foundry, obviously behind Taiwan Semi. And Taiwan Semi, as I mentioned, expected to continue to produce the now older AI5 chip in Taiwan as well as in Arizona later this year. So even the older chips, your boy Elon will have them made locally in Arizona. It's a good look because I don't think he wants any more beef with Donald. All right, despite the deal, Samsung's foundry business has underperformed substantially this year, with Q2 profit expected to drop over 50%. That's their foundry business, not Samsung's total revenue. Samsung trails obviously SK Hynix as well as Micron in HBD build-out. They also make that high bandwidth memory, HBM, for AI workloads. And NVIDIA currently sources their high bandwidth memory from SK Hynix, while Samsung's latest HBM chips are delayed until at least September. Obi, any comment about any of this?
Oh man, again, chips I think are one of the main watches here. I saw that overnight. I think it was yesterday.
Sir.
Samsung with the 22 trillion won deal, right? That's
Yes.
what you're talking about. So immediately I pull up the Samsung stock, which does trade on I think the South Korean exchange.
Yes.
And it was a little bit of a gap up, and I was talking to the boys because here at Real Trading we do have access to some of those markets. Well, I say that Nvidia fresh highs on the day as of right now, so absolutely beautiful action there.
Like that.
It was like it's poised for a fresh high, and fresh highs we do make only about a penny above as of right now on Nvidia, but Samsung it was like 005, 005.
Yeah, I love their old numbers.
So look at the technicals on this, man. So gap up on the news last night, right? Starts to consolidate. Look at this held offer that shows up over multiple hours.
Absolutely.
When that offer finally lifts, that's at 6,800. When that offer finally lifts and breaks high a day, look at the trend that comes in and pushes on Samsung. So this is, again, goes to show that price action, regardless of where you're looking and what you're looking at and what market you're looking at, is always going to be king, especially when you have held offers which are barcoding so aggressively.
Was that an ascending wedge down there? Zoom back
this
in.
is a 3 minute.
No, so this area here, that's an ascending wedge. Higher lows into a flat top, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So higher lows, building, and then that pressure is released. You get that confluence with volume as well, increasing volume through the breakout, increasing volume through day highs, and absolutely beautiful continuation on this one. I think I got to get on some of these as well. So when we have worldwide news, I got to use the firm's resources as well as possible. And I think again, having access to said markets,
and we're blessed
to
be able to have that access, man. I mean, like a lot of traders, they kind of, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but they got North American markets permissions, and we literally have everything that under the sun. Yeah. Let's go on over here, guys. U.S. and the EU, we opened up substantially higher this morning. There was a reason. And it's because your boy Donald struck a deal with the European Union. Him and EC President von der Leyen struck a new trade deal just before the August 1st deadline. The U.S. will impose 15% tariffs on most European goods, but they will include autos, but that's down from the earlier 30% threat. Key exceptions are going to include aircraft, pharmaceuticals, and chemicals. These ones are not going to face new tariffs, okay? Doesn't mean they're not going to be tariffed. They're not facing new tariffs, so you'll have to find out specifically what the fee will be, if any, for any of those different sectors: aircraft, pharmaceuticals, and chemicals. The EU will make energy and investment commitments as part of the deal. The EU is committed to purchasing $750 billion worth of U.S. energy. It's going to be a big number there, Katina, man, with LNG possibly part of that. So we'll have to wait and see. And an additional $600 billion investment into the U.S. economy. No details specifically as of yet. Trump also claimed the bloc will buy hundreds of billions in U.S. military equipment. Those specifics, again, were not provided. I don't think they really want to provide information on that. That's supposed to be a little secret there. These figures suggest, though, massive long-term capital inflows into U.S. energy as well as the defense sectors. So that's something to keep in mind. Europe is not a small-time buyer. They are the second largest economy if you look at them as a bloc. If you're looking at country, it's obviously China. The tariff impacts, though, on the auto industry. Let's do a little digging about that, because Germany was kind of worried. Germany, heavily reliant, Obi, on auto exports, celebrated the reduction in car tariffs down from 27.5% down to 15%, boosting sentiment in Europe's auto sector. Despite the higher tariffs overall, many EU leaders praised the deal for avoiding a full-scale trade war and restoring market stability. Get it, Neil?
You ever seen the Jim Carrey?
No. I'm sorry to put a poop on the joke, bro. I mean, if I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. I would go with it, Neil. I just don't know. Yeah, I know, SSC. You know, I'm not very fun, but there's nothing I can do about that. Let's talk about the political fallout. The deal averted a tit-for-tat tariff escalation, which is good. The EU, according to reports, guys, had been prepared to launch countermeasures in what they called a trade bazooka using anti-coercion instrument. I need more information on that, because that's all this article gave. With tensions diffused now, Italy, Germany, and Ireland issued statements calling the deal sustainable and stabilizing. And just to give you an idea of what kind of relationship this was, Obi, listen to this.
Yes.
The US and the EU, their trade relationship, $1.97 trillion in 24, meaning that it's likely going to be higher in 25 if the trade the barriers haven't put a damper on that, making this deal a linchpin for global trade balance. The EU had a 50 billion euro trade surplus with the US last year, that's 2024, but this deal could shift those flows towards the US, especially in energy and defense. So be on the lookout for that. Obi, any comment here on the US striking a deal with the EU?
Man, I don't really follow that too much, but when that news comes out, I definitely want to look at what stocks those deals will affect. Sometimes a lot of I almost always go to what if there is a deal with any other country, I'm like, okay, what are their imports, what are their exports, how will it affect commodities, how will it affect trade, if there's any specific kind of things there as well. Now I don't know what the EU's top exports are as a whole off the top. But that's probably something I gotta do a little bit better with as well. And I think we got something with Adara.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Adara.
Brief. I looked into this trade bazooka. Let's talk about it. It is called the ACI, or the Anti-Coercion Instrument. It was created in the EU in 2023. They have never used it. What does it entail? Exactly. I mean, again, we didn't use it, but this is what it would have entailed had they used it. So basically the goal of the ACI is to always induce the cessation of the coercion from other countries. That's when they use it if they feel they're being coerced by a third party, for example, in this case, the US. This is a lot more stringent than retaliatory tariffs. They can allow for import and export restrictions on goods and services, as well as intellectual property rights restrictions and foreign direct investment restrictions. So if they had used that measure, things would have gotten very heated in the trade war. Back to you.
Great reporting as always, Adara, and thank you for giving us that context. Do appreciate that. The top export category, according to Perplexity. Again, Perplexity. The European Union is machinery, including computers, followed closely by vehicles, and then third, pharmaceutical products. So machinery, followed closely by vehicles, and then pharmaceuticals. So very industrialized stuff. And that makes sense. Germany, a huge vehicle exporter as well, obviously, as some of these other European countries.
What kind of, I love Germans. I love, in terms of cars.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't like German cars?
German cars, absolutely beautiful. And I'm a very big JDM guy as well. I would definitely go for the classics. I like my Supras. I like my Skylines. I like my what else?
That's all.
That's all Jap. Yeah, exactly. And in terms of Germans, I like my Beamers and
Beamer, Benzo, Bentley.
Beamer and Benzes are nice. I would go with Beamer over Benz, but
right?
yeah, of course. Yeah. Classic.
I want to mention something here, Ob. Eduardo tagging me, and he's saying something very basically accurate. Nobody's looking at the public opinion here in Europe for whether or not they like the deal. Okay, their leader said one thing, it's better than a trade war, they're not really embracing it with open arms. But Eduardo is basically saying there could be a boycott of U.S. goods in Europe. And I'm just going to call it, and I personally don't agree with it. There is one already in this country. There is a huge push to buy Canadian. There is active anti-buying American sentiment in this country. I don't participate in it, but there is certainly that sentiment already, and you can see it probably weaseling somewhere else. So that is something we need to be concerned about. Because that could affect balance sheets. Now, whether it ends up happening or not, who knows? But that's just something I want to mention there super quick. All right, let's go ahead and talk about Baba Assassino, because they came up with a response to Meta's glasses, the smart glasses. So Baba unveiled its first ever AI-powered smart glasses, branded the Quark AI glasses. And the launch is planned in China by the end of this year, 2025, representing Alibaba's entry into the wearable tech space. It's going to be powered by Alibaba's proprietary LLM. It's called Qwen, and it's Quark AI Assistant, which already operates as a mobile app, so it'll be a natural extension of that. Here is what they're going to support. It's going to be hands-free calling, music streaming, real-time translation, and meeting transcription. It's also going to come with a built-in camera and links directly, which is really, I think, what Meta wants to get into. It's going to link directly into Baba's already existing ecosystem. We're talking about the Alipay, Taobao, mapping, travel. I think that's what Meta's going for. Meta has that huge ecosystem. So does Baba. I would submit to you, Baba's is probably a little bit bigger because they've got Pay, they've got all this stuff. We'll have to wait and see what the actual version is, IRL. It's also going to be multifunctional for everyday use. It's going to have integrated payment systems, navigation and shopping, as I mentioned. And we already know that there's already competitors with Meta's Ray-Ban smart glasses and Xiaomi's AI glasses, which are obviously only available in China. I've never seen them here. Maybe I'm wrong, but they're not in North America en masse anyway. Both obviously targeting the same category. The key differentiator here is going to be Alibaba's integration with its commerce, payment, and mapping services, providing kind of end-to-end China native solution. So, you know, not really for the North American customer, or so it feels. Maybe I could be wrong, but definitely something to look out for here, especially if you're a Meta or an Apple, and you've got a big ecosystem where you've got your, your existing user base, and you're looking for to expand out. I'm not saying Meta and Apple are going to copy Alibaba. Usually it's the other way around, but definitely nice to see that it's actually possible with these wearables.
You know, Apple always is pretty late with some of those innovations or whatever you want to call them. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah, after the technology's like stabilized and it's maybe a lot of the kinks are ironed out, they like to adopt that and call it their own. So interesting stuff there. But yeah, no, I think Apple stuff with those ecosystems definitely could be at risk. But as long as Apple maintains its following, I don't think they're really going anywhere. Right? Apple has a much larger following relative to any of those other ones there.
They do.
But I'm excited. I'm excited for some of these new technologies that are coming out for sure. I was actually thinking of getting one of those. I guess the Meta ones, the one with the Ray-Bans. One of my buddies, I think I said that last time I was on. One of my buddies does have the Ray-Bans. He likes them. He likes them a lot. He's like, I can take videos, I can take photos, I can like talk and listen to music while wearing them. It's pretty good. Yeah.
All right, Adara.
Speaking of China, I'm just sitting here on X. Apparently, the U.S.-China trade negotiations in Stockholm have concluded for the day. So again, it seems like today's round of U.S.-China trade negotiations are over for the day. Back to you.
That's crazy. I didn't even feel the time.
Time flies when you're having fun, Sharif.
I'm not done doing the news yet. We're gonna have to give the Neil and the Katina man like a little bit more over here. No, I'm kidding. And Neil's like, what? All right, Nike catching the nod today from your boys at JP Morgan. If Nike, I think it was catching a tailwind. Let me just have a look at NK over here on the daily to see if we're in an uptrend. Not really. We're above the 200, which is good news because it's been a hot minute since we've been able to stay above the 200. So here's the deal. JP Morgan upgrading Nike from neutral to overweight, so a double bump there, citing improved long-term fundamentals. The analyst at JP called Matthew Boss, because he's a boss, baby. He raised that price target, like said boss, from 64 up to 93, representing about an 18% upside from Friday's close. Despite the optimism, again, and since Friday, the Friday close that is, Nike's up less than 1% on the year, leaving room for breakout potential. It's probably up more now. I'm not sure what it's up on the day. So they see a re-acceleration of Nike sales in the cards here, at least in the future. So Boss expects Nike's revenue to re-accelerate in the second half of 2026, going into full year 27. So that's about a year away, marking an inflection point after the headwinds from the product cycles as well as the inventory issues that they experienced. Global inventory, he says, is now realigned with sales growth back on track, as I mentioned, for Q2 of next year, setting the stage for a cleaner top-line narrative. Top line means revenue, right? So the product pipeline really here has been growing. Apparently, they did a feedback for their spring-summer 2026 line with some of their wholesalers. And according to this article, it was very favorable, signaling what could be strong demand recovery. Nike recently hosted partners on campus to showcase the new product innovation, boosting confidence and brand momentum. And here's what the JP sees. They see Nike reclaiming about 500 basis points in operating margin that were lost over the past few years via better pricing and some leverage there. The long-term potential to push margins back to pre-COVID levels, which were around 12 to 13% versus what JP was forecasting, which was 10% for full year 2028. And they were giving them about a 2.5-year runway to get to that. Apparently, they're going to see pre-COVID level margins sooner rather than later. Obi, I would take your opinion on it, but we got to keep going over here.
Yeah, for sure.
Just to talk about this next article over here. And this is the U.S., as we know, was conducting an investigation into semiconductor imports. Our friend Lutnick confirmed the results of the Section 2032 probe into semiconductor imports. It's going to be announced. The result of that investigation will be announced in 2 weeks. The probe here was examining whether the foreign reliance on chips as well as pharmaceuticals posed a national security threat to the United States. The findings could justify, new tariffs. I wonder if he'll take advantage of that, potentially impacting, obviously, the global supply chain of chips. Trump hinted that more companies will shift production to the U.S. I'll submit to you that's what we're seeing, especially with the Tesla deal today, to avoid tariffs, including players from Taiwan and other Asian hubs. The administration is pursuing separate 232 investigations into copper and lumber, which could signal, a broader protectionist momentum overtaking the United States. And the tariff pressure may benefit, some U.S.-based chip makers like your Intels, your Global Foundries, and others that were incentivized by the Biden-era CHIPS Act. Trump's return ramps up pressure, though, on foreign chip makers while rewarding domestic expansion, echoing, that Biden-era policy, but with more aggressive enforcement. Let's keep going here. I'm just looking for the next important headline. Yeah, these are all not that important. They're all decent, but nothing really to write home about there. So yeah, that's the situation right now. Let's go back into the trades. MPU, we got a couple of beak wetters into 75, but this one is really slowing down. And the way that I see that, I'm just going to flatten out for a 5-penny winner on the remaining amount, as this one is doing bupkis. Likewise with the other one, SES, that we've been holding all day. We'll just take this one flatten out for the last remaining amount there, but it was a good hold here, VWAP on SES basically all day. I want to leave you guys with a couple of trade ideas. I want to submit to you that PFSA is up very nicely here and could be an afternoon mover. It's up 150%, and it's basically a few pennies off the high. It's a 178 high, and it's trading at 170 right now. It's up 150%, as I mentioned. Be careful with this one. I see support between $1.45 to $1.50. That's PFSA. Also, V-Wave. I don't need to tell anybody about this one. Everyone's probably already seeing this on the scanner. It's up 400%. It's got a 12.59 high. It just broke down below 12, but trying to reclaim it again. Keep an eye out on VWAV. And then basically the last but not least over here, Assassino, Vape. This one has been off the highs basically all day since about 5 a.m. I'm talking about the day high, not the official high. But it's been holding VWAP very respectfully. And I'll submit to you guys that this one does have a bit of an uptrend here if you're able to connect these area lows. It's higher low, higher low, higher low, but you're not getting that test of the pre-market high, Obi.
Yeah, guys, so top one, looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin. Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to toponefutures.com and start trading towards your next payout. All right, Sharif, it seems like It's a little bit of time here, but Google didn't really do too much. I got out of that one. Pretty much chopping up on top of VWAP as of right now. Palantir, oh boy, that one came in pretty nicely, but the reversion has sustained as of right now, still holding above that 156 level. A bit of a sandwich happening there, and some great movers on small caps as well, bringing in the waves as well and blowing up in smoke. So. You guys can figure out what stocks those are.
That was good. That was good.
I've used that pun maybe like 5 times already on the show.
Good.
But,
it's still good. All right, guys.
Sometimes I like to recycle and revert.
You're in
keep on
tomorrow,
reverting.
right?
Yes, of
You're
course.
in tomorrow.
Yeah,
for
I'll be
your
here
boy,
tomorrow.
So your boy Joe comes back on Wednesday. So all the OAB fans, you get another dose of OB. 3 hours tomorrow with myself and on the Midday show. We'll see everybody same bad time, same bad channel.
Take it easy, guys.
Sandwich pattern. I like that pattern. Makes me hungry. We got our lunch. I had a sandwich, so I eat them. I don't observe the pattern. Although I suppose that's just a consolidation pattern. I guess is a sandwich pattern. I don't know. It's the first I've ever heard of that term.
I don't look at it
for sure. But at the end of the day, we call it barcode sometimes, sideways, whatever it might be. Palantir, there was that weird note. It's not a weird note, but essentially it was a DOJ looking at alternatives, or the U.S. government looking at alternatives in AI, and that caused a bit of a down move. Palantir bounced off 153. Rejected is the wrong word, and then on the way back up, rejected 157, which was like a prior low. So I'm in it off of that level. Intel from earlier, but the market's sliding down
a little bit
as we speak, trying to go red. We didn't have anything crazy in the way of news, but it is worth noting that Apple had a bit of a technical drop during lunchtime, and sort of distinctly different from a lot of the other Mag 7 names at that moment. I mean, not that everything was super strong or anything, but certainly Apple not looking too good ahead of their earnings, but they're not alone. It's a massive earnings week, of course, later this week. We'll get Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and who am I forgetting?
Meta. Amazon. Yeah.
Meta.
I forgot Meta last week, so.
Well, because Meta's so safe, you don't have to worry about it. Apple, you do have to worry about it.
Where's my guy, Charlie? Where's Charlie? Where are you at, Charlie? Right there in the chat. You and I were talking about shorting these futures as Obi and Sharif were doing their show, but I'm just sitting here trading, man. And I mean, there it goes. These are the shorts that we had on. We were posting it all in the chat. Make sure you do get into the chat every single day. So there it goes. Nice move to the downside as here we go. The future's looking, as Neil mentioned, to break lower, but we're already short. And again, underneath VWAP, underneath the 200 period moving average, I'd like to trade right here. I hope some of you, and what's up, Charlie? I know you're here with that as well. So hopefully, you can all move over into the second stream here, and it's going to be a good one as we get ready for more earnings coming after hours, and then it all starts tomorrow. We got PayPal tomorrow morning, a bunch of them. We'll go over it all as this goes on. We do have the rundown coming. Remember, you guys voted on the Midday show to give us some names. Wow, okay, here we go, man. These futures are actually moving quite nicely right now here for me to the downside. So there we go. Nice little move down there on the TQs. But you guys voted earlier. Get some names into our minds and what you want us to talk about. I think that news about Palantir is actually good for Palantir, because the more the government looks at trying to do this themselves, the more they're going to realize that they need Palantir. So I like it. Obviously, it went down into the 154, 155 area. I was sitting here when that was happening, and I wasn't sure what to make of it, but obviously it's a downside play right there for Palantir. It's never a great thing when the government comes in and talks about looking to bring some of their own work in-house, and that can't be good for Palantir, but I think it's fine. I mean, they're doing what they're doing right now. And like I said, they have a pretty big moat around them. If the government wants to get involved in it, that's fine.
I'd say excuse for profit taking is my.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't take it. I was debating getting in there and doing it.
I mean, in the general sense.
I don't think it's necessarily bad news.
I think if you have a stock that makes like fresh highs like a couple times a week and does so for like a couple of months, then you're probably looking, like there's gonna be lots of longs that are like, okay, well, where do I take something out? Or even if there's like maybe there's a big fund that's like, well, we want to get a chunk out or just whatever it might be, and you just find like one little reason, and that could be it, or it could just be the algos dropped a bid for a hot little minute and then play it technically after that. But in the long run, like the thing about it is, we've talked about this with NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA doesn't have to have an 80% market share. Or 85, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter.
They're going to lose something.
Yeah, they're going to lose something. It doesn't matter if the pie grows tenfold from here at the end of the day. And that's sort of the same, that'd be the same thing, I think, for anybody in the AI space, whatever your category might be.
Ooh, there it goes, man. Nice downside move here on the TQs. We'll wait for Sharif to get all set up. But your boys got this. There it is. Nice move down. Shout out to Charlie. Shout out to everybody that was with me and riding with this one. Again, and you know what, man? We just flipped it up. And just to show you that you got to have, we talk about it here all the time, that traders got to have a plan of action, but you also have to have that spidey sense. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I try to focus on. And that is that just getting a feel for it. Look, we had 89.50 long there on the TQs, but you don't see any longs in here though today. So what happened, man? I use 89.50 as a short right there. So that's where we're short right now. We're actually short at 89.65, underneath the 200, underneath view up, underneath the 50-period moving average, man. We say it all the time, traders got to trade, and we got one on right now for you with the triple Qs. So good on that one for now. We'll see what happens here into the close, but so far so good. SMR, what's up, Ben? Ben says, I've been saying SMR all show, all midday show, all this show. This show's 6 minutes old. But yeah, SMR today does pull up into great range, right? I mean, all the way up into days high, an all-time high of $54, and now pulling back in as this uranium name getting blasted right now to the downside, but I still like it, up 4%. And this kind of does remind me of Palantir, a stock that keeps on making new highs, and maybe sell-off reasons. We'll discuss and find out what the news is there. Just a little bit of a pullback on NuScale, of course, as modular reactors. All right, Sharif.
They're not alone.
Yeah, there are a lot of them are pulling back. Okay, we'll go over all those names as we go, but let's go to Sharif right now.
What's up, Randy?
What's up, Randy? How's it going? What'd you have for lunch?
BLT.
Ooh, nice. I like that. Bacon, lettuce, tomato. That's one of the favorites in our house. I got the salad. I did the same thing. I had a salad from Aroma, and I just got the tuna topper.
Habanero BLT.
Well, habanero BLT.
Okay, well, you got to bury the lead right
That's
there.
a little spicy there. Spicy. All right. AMD upside, market downside. Sharif at the screen with the recap. Let's go to the rundown.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join us on the midday show and get into the chat. And actually, you can join anytime now. Get into that chat any time of the day from 8:30 to 2 and vote for your favorite stocks every day. Super easy to vote. Throw in that $sign followed by a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Automatically registers, guys. Let's look at the 4 major averages. Only one of those major averages, boys, in green territory right now. It's the NQ, the triple Qs, up 0.16. The Russell 2000, a little bit more than 0.25% down on the day. Likewise here with the ES down 0.5%, and the Dow down 1/3 exactly. So all 4 major averages except the NQ red. Tesla not red. On the back of a deal that they made with Samsung, $16.5 billion to make their most advanced chip yet, the AI6, guys, and it's going to be made in Texas. Shout out to Tesla.
Texas. It sounds like a spy agency.
It does. That's why I thought it was like, shout out to Tesla. I was like, shout out to.
Doom, 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 doom.
Get that music going on there. But Tesla, I don't know.
I want.
Thoughts?
Oh, that would be good. You know what? Can we do theme music with these? I guess we can't. Because then you
Maybe you
can't.
can figure it out, you know?
Maybe we can figure it out.
You have certain amounts of playtime on each one.
I would want like just one little piece of the Bond thing, and then one little piece of Mission Impossible.
Oh, we could do the Bond thing. Yeah, that first part.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
No, wait a minute. No, that's Mission Impossible.
Oh, yeah, that's Mission Impossible.
I have Mission Impossible in my head now.
Now I can't even think of what the Bond
Oh my
theme
goodness.
is.
You know what? Let's move on because that's
No, that's still Mission.
you know, it's the part where he walks out to the.
I know, exactly.
This is
Here's the beginning of GoldenEye.
Yeah. So Tesla, look, Tesla is super strong. What's great about this is, remember everybody a couple of days ago when they didn't have a good quarter? Remember? I remember. But maybe the stock doesn't remember because we've come all the way back, don't jinx it, to fill in the gap. It goes right through. It held on at 300 on a dime. Like, how good did that 300 end up being for one day? And then after that, that was your last chance to buy at 300. Fill the gap into the low after earnings. They missed on sales. They missed on EPS as well. Elon Musk said it could be a rough couple of quarters. That's not his exact language, but it was something along those lines. Now all of a sudden you get a big deal with Samsung, which we wait for Samsung, 16.5 billion for AI chips, which this just goes to show. The money keeps on churning, and the chip makers keep on winning. Look, I thought there'd be, and I'll slap the fail because I did put 316 as a dip buy. That candle's not right. That's not. Yeah, this candle's not good. Throw this one out. 316 was the actual low. I was looking at it like it never got to 312. That's a dark pool, bad wick. 316 was the low, but at that moment was not looking at Tesla, was in a couple of other things at that time, and then only went to the 324 rate because the only two prices I had on Tesla. It gets to 330. The breakout was good. It goes to 326 and pulls back, but I'm loving this move. The only regret I have is after earnings, I thought there'd be a chance to dip buy back into Tesla underneath 300 bucks. Seemed like it was pretty likely. Maybe it'd be 270, 280. Man, that ship might have sailed on us here, and the chance to get this at a discount might have gone. We'll see. It's only a couple of days past earnings, but it's yet another buy day off that 300, 2 in a row now. If it does a third, I think we could go full-blown squeeze if we can hold this 50 period on the daily.
Yeah, I have the same trade breaking that 324. We written that down on the sticky notes. The minute it breaks it, we take it. We didn't take it as many shares as I thought. Remember, we went down on shares, and and we still got a lot of out, still got a decent amount of shares, but we did go a little lower on it, and just because of where it came from, it was all the way down into here today, 316 or so. So that's unfortunate that we weren't able to do that. We had our dip buy at 318. I think some of you took that, so shout out to everybody that did that. But then, once it faded out, we actually got stopped out on the only down move that would have stopped us out. So yeah, unfortunately, we take the trade there at 10.10. We get stopped at about 10.40 right there, and that was just on the last 2 or 3% of it. So we didn't have much left. We were really realizing that it wasn't breaking this 326. Our best outs there around 326.50, and now that exact level seems to be holding. I think it's a short rate now. We're short the market. That's humming. We're long AMD. We'll talk about that in a minute. The AMD trade is huge. We did just as well on AMD today as basically we did on Palantir on Friday, but this little break, almost. This break rate here, breakdown on Tesla is something to be looked at. I still do think that there is an opportunity to get those longs kneel again because I still feel like China is going to fall through at some point. And when it does, then you'll be able to pick up Tesla near that $300 mark. So again, it's going to be China-based. We'll see if we get that story or not from them.
I want it lower.
They're not. That's what I'm saying. Once China falls through, I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
I think Tesla comes lower. So that'll be an opportunity to pick something up, and then you taco trade that, buy the dips, put a little habanero sauce on it if you're Randy, and get a spicy Tesla trade there at the end of the day. So, all right, let's go back over to buy the dips, put a little habanero sauce on it if you're Randy, and get a spicy Tesla trade.